Hello and welcome to Heroes CCL presented by Roll20. Doey here along with Bahamut and Grubby. And today's the day. That's right. We've been waiting. It is finally time for the top four, for the real playoffs to begin. Grubby, Bahamut, how do you guys feel? You hyped? Grubby, we'll throw it to you first.
I'm so excited to see how the top three teams of our league that we haven't seen in a while now, though, are going to perform against the roller coaster ride that Simplicity provided us to make it to the top four. The best teams here, all different routes, and it's finally time for the first day of the real playoffs.
Right. Bahamut, could you sleep last night?
No, I actually woke up at 6 a.m. today and I laid in bed just like staring at the ceiling, thinking about the potential outcomes for today. And honest to God, I really think we're in for a slew of good matches. Like, I personally hope that we see 10 maps total today.
I wouldn't be surprised. I think these are going to be a lot closer than some of our ladder matches were, our gauntlet matches were. But before we get into that, let's take a look at our prize breakdown for the tournament, just to refresh everybody what everyone's playing for. Look at that. We passed $17,000 in community donations. That's amazing. Like, the Heroes of the Storm community clearly proving that this game is not a dead game. Not by any stretch. 60% of that goes to the players. 40% goes to help with some production costs. But that is incredible, and that is the start of, I think, quite the revitalization of HeroesCCL Esports. So, pretty awesome to see, huh?
I love it. Like, the fact that the community is able to donate towards the prize pool on top of, the player stipend that already exists it's something that we literally wanted so bad during the HCC days, and now we have it here. And I've always been a big proponent for that. I think it's a wonderful way to just incentivize the community, the teams, and the organizations themselves.
It is pretty amazing. You know what else was amazing? Last week's matches in the gauntlet. Let's check out how that all broke down. How did Simplicity get to the top four? That's exactly how they did it. They came in as the 6th seed in the tournament, beat Granite, beat Sidestep Kings, 3-0'd 30K at the top to get into the top four. Grubby, Simplicity looked impressive last weekend, obviously, but were you expecting a run like that?
Honestly, it seemed weird to see Simplicity at 2-5 score in the main season. And we all kind of foreshadowed that Simplicity is a great team with a bad score. So I'm not surprised to see a good run. I did expect to see them probably defeat Granite and Sidestep, though I'm a lot more confident about that after they did it than before they did it. But beating 30K as well, and with a 3-0 score, that just cements their incredible run. It's just in a very convincing way.
Yeah, we'll get into a little bit more about them later as we get set for that first match, but let's check out what our top four look like now. Obviously, we know Simplicity is in there. They'll be playing in our first match of the day against CrowdControl, who are our #1 seed from the regular season. In the lower part of the bracket, we have WildHeart Esports versus Oxygen. I say lower part because it's just like lower on the screen. They're not actually in the lower bracket yet, but I'm just glad there's a lower bracket at all. I love the fact that we're doing a double elim format. We are absolutely going to get the best two teams in the finals. It's going to be great to see. And speaking of things that are great to see, we have, as always, Duke Cannon's clean plays of the game. Some great plays from the last weekend. Let's check those out.
Early and allow the tanks. Yeah, that's Chimera just too far forward. What can I say?
Really good read coming out from Granite Gaming with the just Dwarf Toss Light Bomb. There was a Ball Lightning that found a kill. We currently just have the members of Granite Gaming cleaning up the battlefield with Sylvanas only alive and the members of Granite look for this bottom lane fort. Granite's going to make a play right here. Another hammer comes out, falls dead at the target. Oh my god, Lutano's health is going to get shredded right there, but a Blessed Shield from the Johanna will keep them alive for now. Ball Lightning bounces onto Swamp Grotto, and that'll be a kill. Brightwing did get the channel in the bottom lane, and Gust will actually push Nick away. We do get one unrelenting strike. It won't find a kill. This is going to be all 5 members of the side of Granite going down. Simplicity gets the last channel, and Simplicity knocks Granite out of the gauntlet, moving into the matchup against Sidestep Kings tomorrow afternoon. GG!
Can't find his mark though, got dismounted, trying to get Johanna. Does have that Shattering Throw to remove Iron Skin Unstoppable. Hazu takes a lot of damage, feign death. Now taunt on Sonya, leaps though, still alive! Cure still alive! The nice save by Legacy, the turnaround.
Legacy, the Brightwing play from Legacy is just 3 billion IQ.
And there you have it. Buchanan's clean plays of the week. A lot of amazing stuff in that ladder tournament. That was a lot of fun. And the gauntlet, when you have it in these tournaments, it's always thrilling to see what team makes it all the way through. And I'm sure we've got a lot more awesome matches to look forward to this weekend. But before we get there, we've got some shout outs to make, of course. First things first, go ahead and type !giveaway in chat for a chance to win some Duke Cannon products. Bahamut, you mentioned you've been using them for years already. So like, why should chat be excited about this?
Because they taste delicious. I mean, they smell amazing. It's honest to God, like we started working with Duke Cannon since the beginning of our Community Clash League, and we had them join us then, and I've just fallen in love with their products. They're really, really good, and I highly recommend you check them out and get yourself in that giveaway.
Yeah, there you go. All right. Well, we also want to shout out our sponsor, Roll20, our title sponsor for HeroesCCL here. They, of course, provide some pretty awesome products for taking your role-playing games from the physical tabletop to the virtual tabletop. It looks like we're still going to be doing virtual tabletop stuff for a while, so they are a great resource to keep those games going. Keep that social interaction going, because it's tough to find right now, right? It's tough to kind of like hang out with friends like we used to in this pandemic world. So I think tabletop RPGs, the way you can play them with ease on Roll20 really helps a lot with that. So happy to have them around for a sponsor here on HeroesCCL. And I believe we also have the awards going still. So if you type !awards in chat, you can go and vote for your top plays, your top players of the season, and that'll be awarded later on. It's going to be a fun show. But guys, you ready to go on and talk about our first series?
Oh,
let's do it.
All right, let's. So CrowdControl versus Simplicity. CrowdControl, our number 1 seed. But Grubby, we haven't seen them for a while, have we?
We have not. 3 weeks. One of the best teams in the league, obviously, with Rutso co-nominated for most flexible player, Lauber co-nominated for the best tank player, of course, in the CCL award show. A lot of good players here. Dino nominated for best damage, and Quasa for best offlane. I mean, this is a team of ballers, and they've been doing really well. We haven't seen them for 3 weeks, but this is the kind of team that has the experience to know how to prepare for matches, and they're not going to have been sitting cold waiting for this.
I wouldn't imagine so. On the other side, you've got Simplicity, who's coming into this one really hot, Bahamut, because they made their way through 3 matches in the gauntlet, 3-0'd the final boss 30K to get here. What should CrowdControl be worried about when they're facing Simplicity?
It's a toss-up between Masquerade and Legacy. Legacy was swapped in for Collusion when it comes to main healer role, and Legacy this past weekend, as we saw in the Duke Cannon clean plays just now, on Brightwing had some of the most amazing moments consistently throughout that gauntlet run last weekend. So it's honestly a toss-up between those, because even then Masquerade almost baited some of those moments where it's like, I'm going to die, but then the rest of my team will then just wipe you out. Yeah. So that's the big thing. Like, yes, Cure's in there in the Zeratul, but I think Legacy, like the healers are undervalued, and Legacy really, really showed how hard you can carry with specifically a Brightwing.
Absolutely. It's time to find out what our first map is going to be between these two teams. Looks like we're going to start things out on Volskaya Foundry, which has been, I feel like that's been a popular first pick lately. Do you have any insight, Grubby, Bahamut, why we might be why we might be seeing this map first in a lot of series lately?
Well, I think that you go to neutral, slow maps to scope out your opponent. Of course, in theory, if one team wants that, the other shouldn't, to block them. But it's just a really good way to get a measure of each other. rather than going to one of the most polarizing maps. First, you want to know, are we better at fights than the opponent? Are we better at macro than the opponent? Then, if you lose, you can make your map choice. If you get the map pick next, you can make that choice accordingly. So it's good to start with a low cheese map, and this is a slow one.
Well, no surprise at all to see the Zeratul banned out against Cure. Cure seems to dominate whenever he gets his hands on it. And Medivh ban, pretty stock, as it's still a very strong hero, and there's a Chromie ban as well. What do you think the last ban's going to be for Simplicity side? Hogger?
Yeah, the Hogger is something I would consider here. It's just, I mean, maybe there might be scrim information that we, I was literally about to say like Hogger maybe, but then I was like, we've had so much scrimming time for these teams that I wonder if there's some information we don't know, or if it's just both of these teams now say, all right, we know how to deal with it. And Simplicity did showcase last weekend that they can deal against a Hogger. I believe that was in the Sidestep Kings matchup. I want to make one. Go ahead.
Well, we just saw that when you first pick Hogger, you get countered by Diablo Tychus. So the Tychus enables Hogger on their own side while disabling it on Simplicity. But they're gonna do it
unafraid. Simplicity's not worried about this Tychus, apparently. They've got the Uther, which I guess helps a lot. You can put the shield on him so you can avoid some of that Tychus burst, but I don't know. It's a risky play, isn't it?
This is actually, so far, if I'm not mistaken, the way that Simplicity drafted the Hogger on the Towers of Doom game.
I think you're right, yeah.
I want to say it was in there because anyways. I honestly think that we should see a Diablo and a Brightwing, but it's actually going to be an Ana Malthael instead. The Diablo Brightwing just seemed like such a great synergistic pairing with the Tychus as well. The only thing that maybe I'm not considering is the wall potential for said Diablo. Well, Sky on those control points is a little bit open, and finding those angles might be difficult. But they're afraid of it.
CrowdControl is mostly worried about the impact of Uther here. Anytime you have an Uther enemy, you want to make sure that you do not focus everything on a single target deletion. Tychus has splash damage, but a large part of his kit is the minigun value. And then Diablo does have splash control, but it's mostly about deleting a single target, as it is for Brightwing. So those three would really lead to like a single target deletion, and Simplicity is going to counter that, not just with one support, but with double support, and one of them having D-Shield. I think that's CrowdControl's worry, so they tend to lean into splash damage there with the Tormented Soul / Reaper's Mark synergy together with the Nano boost from Ana.
All right, a couple more picks coming in for Simplicity now. What's it going to be? They did ban out the Diablo. Vala Lucio, interesting. Okay.
I jumped back to that Towers. I jumped back to that Towers of Doom map draft just to see what they picked up, and they did have like a Brightwing and a Chromie and a Leoric that with the Hogger and Uther, so I was wondering if that was the direction. But going to be going for the Lucio, which does give that AoE, gives you some speed for engage disengage potential. I do like, so Simplicity can play this aggressive. On the opposing side, going to need 2 more picks, and we'll see what we can get out of Lobber here. Going to be a Joanna and a Mephisto. Nice, I like it a lot.
All right, yeah, some good point control, zone control from both of those picks, really. One last pick for Simplicity.
Very high damage on Mephisto and Malthael. A lot of spread, but there's double heal. Do they want a tank, or are they going to just get something like Zul to bait out Johanna's shields now and then?
Imperial.
Wow.
Huh. So it's interesting that they would pick a Lucio to help speed boost in a lot of people that don't have, like, you know, as aggressive as engages, and then they pick a tank that's able to teleport.
I kind of actually like the Tyrael a little bit with the Lucio. Now, you have to make sure you're communicating your sound barriers and your sanctifications, but think about it. You have sound barrier and sanctification to be able to nullify last rites, and you also put a bit of a pause into the Durance of Hate blow-up potential. So I kind of think it's a little more on the responsive side, but you have a lot of tools. I mean, even Divine Shield, that's a third one. So I wonder, this might actually be like a nano boosted Tormented Souls. I feel like Grubby was just mentioning now. Like, I think that's the direction you go. I think Last Rites is completely moot in this matchup.
Yeah,
it's a good point.
Yeah.
Well, we will see who ended up making the better choice, and it really comes down to a lot of times who ends up playing it out better. A subpar draft can still win games, even if it appears to be behind. And I don't even know if we call any of this subpar drafting. I think it's a good response. But the question is, who is going to take game number 1? Who is going to take the early lead in this best of 5? As Volskaya takes much longer to load than we're used to. I'm stretching this one out for a long time.
Might be my
let's go
fault.
for it.
My game has decided to change things up, so that might be a little bit on me. Unfortunately, we'll have to see what happens with that. Though loading into this, like, I kind of lean into that crowd control draft a little bit more. Even though I said that there's answers for everything, I like the aggression. I like how just impactful they can make, how impactful their plays can be into this enemy team, even though there are these responsive tools from the side of Simplicity.
It's a daring draft by CrowdControl for sure. They have Johanna as a tank, Anna as the artillery healer, and then triple DPS basically. Fairly independent. Tychus can get unstoppable, armor, and range in that Odin. Mephisto can teleport from far away, and Malthael has some kind of escapes, but it's still triple assassin with Anna a skill shot healer. It's a risky play into triple support. Uther, Tyrion, Lucio. It's a daring gambit, but Simplicity has everything they normally want from a draft with a heavy supported Vala.
All right, well, here we go. Looks like we might need to do a little bit of finagling to get Bahamut back into the game. It's not often when we have tech issues, and the person with the tech issues is on the call with us right now, because usually it's like, what's going on? We don't really know for sure. But Bahamut, you're right here. What's going on?
I'm loaded in the game. I'm ready to go. I don't know. What's what are we waiting on me? Is it me?
Yeah.
I am loaded in.
Reconnecting now. Yeah, we should be good soon.
I'm here, ready to go. I literally clicked on Heroes the Storm, and the game was just like, no playoffs for you, Bahamut, not yet. So
you just launched the game after we started?
No.
No, just kidding.
Here we go. We're in game now. All right, enjoy, everybody. We'll see who takes an early lead.
On the left-hand side, we got the members of CrowdControl. We have got Dayquaza on the Malthael, Dino on the Tychus, Retzo on the Mephisto, Lauber on their Joanna, and X-Ray on the Ana. For the right-hand side, we will be having the members of Simplicity, Cure playing Vala, Legacy on Uther, Lutano, Hog Wilding on the Hogger, Lucio, played by Hosty, and Masquerade on Tyrael. I have called for a crowd control win here, Grubby. What are your thoughts going into this Volskaya Foundry, map number 1 in our playoff weekend?
I feel like a naive believer, but I actually think Simplicity's draft looks a little stronger. And I'm going to call it for them. So one mano a mano for... We're a team, Bahamut. But on this one, we are rivals in this prediction.
So that means that like when we go to break after game number 2, we're just gonna sit there and just be smug to each other about who was right and who was wrong. It's gonna be just 5 minutes of that in break, but we are gonna be seeing a massive amount of damage going to Cure. That Biotic Grenade will just mitigate any of the Hosty amp it up value on that Lucio. No kill, but definitely a lot of threat coming out from crowd control.
Yeah, that was Cure thinking, like, I got all the heals and all the supports in the world and taking an uncomfortable amount of damage without crowd control needing to spend resources they don't have, sacrificing soak or anything. So just be careful, message to Cure there. As both teams go to get their turret camp, the fortification, as Lutano and Dayquaza are fighting. Dayquaza able to win that one-on-one with Hager. Of course, Malthael, a lot more reliable dueling in a direct one-on-one with Hager. It's the team fight impact that will be the big question.
I know, like, I'm also considering like the way that you bounce around these control points too, because those walls are, I believe, 45, but I don't think when you go like, you know, yeah, like I think it's a 45 angle, so you can do the rectangle if you will, but I don't think you have enough distance to go horizontally on those. So might just
you do actually.
Ooh.
I do believe you have enough distance to go rectangularly, permanently. Yeah, I think 90% sure. Whoa!
Cure is gonna get the same treatment we saw almost a minute ago. This time it will yield a kill for crowd control. First blood over to our blue team. Also, the Biotic emitter will be picked up by them. Hosty trying just to harass Lauber, and you even saw Lauber trying to mount up, and Hosty was like, I still have just these autos. They deal like 14 damage, but they still have autos that are annoying. And just most of those Overwatch characters all need like little Busy Bee costumes so that they can just hover around you and be so annoying. Like Tracer, Come on, Grubby, you know I'm right. Like Tracer, Genji, Lucio, they all benefit from just a B costume.
Yeah, that's their field that they have, right? It's a fast-moving FPS game, and they took all the fastest-moving characters from it, importing them into HOTS, and yeah, that moving while shooting, especially Lucio, especially on Cursed Hollow. Oh Jesus! But yeah, he was not able to do much. Now, in that first little kill, Bahamut, we saw the value of Ana's biotic grenade.
Oh, here we're actually, I'm waiting, like I was holding my breath. So there is the origin point of the...
To teleport back.
Yeah. I was like, X-rays? The sleep dart initially helped, but I think it was just everyone on the side of Simplicity said, just stop autoing and just wait. Like, it doesn't even matter. We'll get the origin point back, and yeah, they're easily able on the side of Simplicity to find that kill in the Mephisto, evening things up 1-1 as Lauber is really stepping into the face of Simplicity, maybe trying to finish up that level 7 subdue, as I do see that picked up.
X-ray is the key here against the double-triple support in biotic grenades, preventing all sources of healing. You will still be left with ultimate value, Divine Shield, Sound Barrier, and of course Tyrael's shielding. But if Ana hits her grenade and her sleep dart, that's going to be a great chance to try and delete someone. Hostia and Masquerade have felt that pain. Cure peeling with damage from the side. Everyone getting away for now.
I was watching Cure right there and got very nervous. I was like, I don't know, if CrowdControl just turns on you, do they find the kill? Unfortunately, no major hard CC to go into Cure, but you made a point earlier, and I want to kind of just revisit that. The biotic grenade value, you were talking about that going into this triple support composition, and we say triple support because Tyrael does offer in some shielding and such, so there's the extra one right there, but it really nullifies everything Simplicity's built for this matchup for those few seconds, obviously. And the question that I throw back to you, Grubby, is that enough for CrowdControl? Do they just need that 1 or 2 seconds of the biotic grenade value and 1 kill to be able to just win things out consistently throughout the map?
You know, it's hard. Most of the roles that they have are duplicated. Like Uther can be a second tank together with Tyrael. Lucio's a second healer. So even a single kill doesn't mean Simplicity needs to stop fighting. And so CrowdControl, they're definitely going to need to leverage their heroic power between Mephisto and Malthael to get several kills. One is never going to be enough. You can absolutely fight 4v5 after your opponents have expended major resources to take down a single target. But we'll wait and see how it goes. We'll also have to see how the Triglove Protector changes things. We've seen shifting priorities from teams in how much to use it, put no one in, put one in, put 2 people in.
And there's also, I mean, you're saying, tools to be used by these teams, and we're seeing the slow trickle in for the 10 talent here on both sides. Strafe for the Vala. That's the one thing I do want to note on that one. No Rain of Vengeance to be able to get CC onto someone. It is going to be last rites for the Malthael.
Oh,
and,
wow.
Okay, so it looks like we're going to have a quick little pause and bring it on back to us. But I think this is kind of an okay spot, at least for us, to have this pause, because you and I can sit here and talk about these 10 talent tiers and how it affects this control point A. And do you think, with this Durance of Hate, Blessed Shield, Nano Boost on the side of CrowdControl, is that enough into the Sound Barrier, Sanctification, Divine Shield of Simplicity?
It's interesting. They have a lot of tools to reduce the healing in Touch of Death on Malthael and, of course, the Ana's Grenade, but it doesn't counter Divine Shield. And Sound Barrier and Righteousness from Tyrael, those are shields. So they don't care about healing debuff. Shield, in this case, being a big advantage against such tools. To still go for Last Rites into those tools is an interesting decision. And, it shows that, you can play around it, right? You can use Last Rites to bait out D-Shield. Then Mephisto can start to get value. Then you can start to last hit someone, actually. So even every single weapon that has a counter-defensive tool, that's still a weapon that's forcing a counter-defensive tool. That's something we tend to forget a lot when we analyze these. Well, D-Shield, might as well not try to kill anyone. It's like, they're just going to live.
Yeah, it's like you see the Blaze Bunker and you're like, well, I can't play this thing. It's like, well, no, you can also utilize it to either bait out the bunker or wait until bunker's used and then go for it. So there's a lot of we're going to see a bit of a dance back and forth between specifically Malthael and Simplicity, or at least Uther, Tyrael, and Lucio. Those four heroes that kind of have a bit of a waltz together, as we're currently just working out I believe it's just a connection issue for one of the players, just to keep you all up to date on what's happening in the background. We're gonna get that fixed up as quickly as we can for you all, and we'll get you back into our Volskaya Foundry matchup. And just to lay the groundwork for anyone that is still wondering, it's 10s up on both sides. Control point A is at 79% to 82%. It is a tight race between both these teams, with all heroics off cooldown. Like, I really want to get back into this game because I just want to see what happens with these heroic plays, as well as just what happens over this control point. Realistically though, Grubby, I feel like we get back into the game, it's going to be like we hype it all up, and it's just going to be like one team takes and walks away.
Yeah, one just gives it up.
Yeah.
But just to continue to set the stage, Simplicity has 2 fortification turrets, and CrowdControl has
Biotic emitter and
2 turrets as well, and the biotic emitter.
That's a lot of utility for themselves during this, what would be a sustained fight. But let me throw this back over to you, Grubby. Talking about sustained fights, do you think that CrowdControl could slowly kind of be whittled down and worn out, essentially, with all of this healing and shielding and just utility coming out from the side of our red team from Simplicity?
It's it's really about how they play it, right? Like, it's going to be a game of chicken. Can you force your opponent's tools before you use yours? And can you react appropriately? Never underreact, never overreact. That's what makes these games probably low kill count, but also interesting in who gets the upper hand. And you're going to get like one chance, you're going to get a second chance, maybe a third, and then that might be the last chance you'll have. But there's going to be like a few fights where you will see how they do it, and then how they're going to adapt their resource usage as well.
I definitely agree with you. I think this first team fight is going to be very, very telling as to just what to expect coming down the road into all this. Sorry, I keep checking over into Discord just to see if we have any updates or any information for us on our end, but we can kind of just hang out here, and we're just waiting to get back into this game, and it's exciting and nerve-wracking at the same time. I guess we can talk a little bit about the other matchup too as well. Like, we're just waiting for this one, and we're waiting for Volskaya Foundry to get going again. But we have later on today the WildHeart versus Oxygen, which is going to be just kind of like in the same stage setting. It's very much like this matchup where it's these two teams that even Doa and I were having a meeting about, like, in all the games that are happening today, I literally couldn't give an answer as to who I thought would win. I just said that each game I think is going to go to a 3-2. Going into this today, Grubby, any of your thoughts kind of about predictions of how many games we get, or just the, not level of games, but just the quantity?
I have no wishes or preferences except great games and a lot of games. I just think probably CrowdControl will win 3-1, but I think it's up to the players to earn their own destiny. So it's not any kind of wish or preference. Just I think we've forgotten how strong they are after seeing how strong Simplicity is.
True.
But like, hey, CrowdControl was actually sitting on top of the league. So I think that's maybe the result. And between WildHeart and Oxygen, which is coming up next, WildHeart actually only won one map against Oxygen. It was 3-1 for Oxygen. The only map Oxygen lost, they went Lily as a second healer, which flexed on. It's like, wow, you take a talented player like Prismaticism and put him on Lily. That's interesting. And they lost that one. So from that game, you would think like, okay, that should be an Oxygen victory. But then WildHeart won everything else in the league. They were in 6-1.
I know, right?
And then we've seen reversals, like 30K lost 0-3 to Simplicity after beating them 3-0 in the league. So we really don't know. It's going to be super lit. Looks like we'll need a little bit longer to sort out the technical issues. Thank you so much for your patience. The wait will be worth it after the matches continue. We'll take a short break and we'll be right back.
Uh-oh.
Yep,
Hi.
I'll rejoin.
Sure. I'm gone.
So what happens in the rules if he can't reconnect?
5 minutes to a bot.
It's you give the game or you play with a bot.
All right.
Is it better?
May I join? All right, I am pushing buttons. Mute my mic. Join now. I am Hacker Man. I'm in.
You're suddenly.
Hey, welcome back to HeroesCCL presented by Roll20. Doa Grubby Bahamut here with you. We're still trying to get the player back in the game. There's a connection issue going on their side. Now, normally you would have 5 minutes of time for your team, and then you'd have to make the decision to either give that game away, that map away, or play with the bot. Now, Simplicity is generously offered to give their 5 minutes of pause time as well to CrowdControl to try to give time, or 10 minutes rather, to try to give their player time to get back in the game. That's the kind of sportsmanship we like to see. That's pretty awesome. Unfortunately, that means we are still waiting for that issue to get resolved. So we're going to go to a little bit longer of a break, but don't go anywhere. As soon as we get our player back in the game, we'll be back with you and we'll get these playoffs back underway. Thanks for your patience. Just kind of one of those things that happens in esports. And, you know, we just have to accept it. We love the game, so you got to love everything that comes with it. We'll see you in a little bit, guys. Thanks for being patient. Welcome back, everyone. We've got some good news for you. Our player is back in the game, and that means we all will be shortly, just kind of waiting for the restart to happen now as the players get situated to continue things. And there we go. Grubby, Bahamut, take it away.
All right.
We are back in, everybody. The 10 talent tiers are here. We are ready to go. Control point A is being held by the members of CrowdControl. Grubby, are you ready for this team fight? Because the Commandeer Odin comes in saying it's time to fight.
No, I'm not. I need another pause. But here we are anyway.
Please no.
Everyone uses their ults. They're so impatient. Like after that break.
I mean,
Strafe.
literally, you're actually just used strafe. Yeah, you're right. Like,
It's like,
just came
what
back
is
to-
that?
I want to get my damage. I got to get my numbers up. But the members of CrowdControl are going to be holding overtime on this Triglav Protector with Simplicity, looking to force CrowdControl off, and will be able to do so easily. Now, 82% and rising for this Triglav Protector for the side of Simplicity means that CrowdControl still has an opportunity to overtime it or even take this back. Let's see what happens as Hog Wild away, but it actually doesn't bounce off the wall, I believe.
Yeah, he just dodged the Death Shroud by Dayquaza.
Oh my god, that's a Durance of Hate, a Blessed Shield, the Sound Barrier from Lucio, so much damage into the side of Simplicity, but Tychus in the backline being shredded by Hogger, who hortipulted in, trying to Hog Wild into that. Tychus doesn't work out. Mephisto able to get some damage in, but can you believe it, Grubby? Everybody goes in, everybody throws damage into each other, but we all live, and the Triglav Protector goes over to Simplicity. Like, I cannot believe the series of events that just happened with no deaths. Like, I was expecting at least one.
That's triple heal for you, but as you know, I like that. Not everyone does, but that was some good defense. D-Shield was saved as long as possible. Sanctification even is still available. And Lutano had a sweet, sweet angle, Bahamut, on that Hog Wild, damaging Ana, zoning Tychus, and coming back to deal with the Malthael in the backline. Simplicity earns themselves the first Triglav Protector. They get a whole wall on top, they get a wall in mid, and a wall in bot. This is a strong first protector for an objective that has been much maligned recently. They can even get a whole mid fort.
I can't believe it. We got one actual structure from a Triglav Protector in HeroesCCL. I think this might be a Guinness World Record for us.
It's a Dukan clean play. Just
Right there.
Dukan like this clean play. One of the highlights. Triglav walked to a fort and punched it. The crowd goes wild.
We did it. Congratulations. I do wanna address this because we talked about it a lot. The whole Triglav Protector going into bottom and avoiding the top and mid. I had a conversation with Epic Player recently, and they were pointing out to me that the reason some of these teams are looking at this is that Control Point B really isn't a win condition per se. So if you win Control Point A and Control Point B and take that Triglav bottom, you're setting yourself up for that third one, which is a lot of people consider to be a game-winning Triglav because it scales so very late into the game, and that makes a lot of sense. I do see the value in that direction, but you are banking off the fact that you are winning first and second, and you're kind of setting yourself up to win off of the third. It's a very momentum-heavy style, but I do kind of like it. And there's different ways to obviously play this. It doesn't have to always be the same way, but it was just an interesting thing that one of the community members came up to me and wanted to kind of inform me about, so I wanted to at least get that knowledge out there as well, and maybe take it into your own games. You don't have to always play the Triglav standard. So there you go. You can all learn a little bit.
So you can take it literally anywhere in Storm League. You can even go take a turret camp with it. You can take the siege camp.
Turret camp with your Triglav. I don't know what you're doing.
Meanwhile, there was a one-on-one between Hager and Malthael, Dayquaza and Lutano. Lutano actually won that duel against Dayquaza, who walks away with his tail between his legs. Lovely hortipult there with the loot stash as well in front of him. The very clean stun. Lutano's Hager looked great last week. It's looking great this time around again. Of course, this was a 5 versus 1. Those tend to go quite well, but he still set it up.
But I agree with you. The body blocking and the setup are really, really key in that. You know, having the hortipult and then that loot stash to create the body blocking value that you needed was just Lutano, as you said, they're playing this Hogger really, really well. Does CrowdControl have an answer for it? It seems like we have the members of Simplicity starting to win out this map with a solid level lead, and they'll approach that 16 talent tier first. With that 16 talent tier, I would expect Simplicity to play aggressive. I don't think that they're a passive team that's going to be like, oh, we'll wait for the objective phase. Like, I think they take this 16 and they say, hey, CrowdControl, what are you able to do against this?
Yeah, that's what a team like this definitely can do, especially when you get that experience, even talent advantage. A 5-man team like what Simplicity has is absolutely meant to group up, no longer passively soak, and then use those synergistic powers of being together to push in hard. And that's what they're doing here, playing the comp to a T. And Cure, he opens every fight with Strafe because it's a 60-second cooldown and Strafe comes back quite quickly and fights go quite slowly with double triple support. So he actually typically gets to use Strafe twice per fight, as we saw on the previous objective.
40 seconds left onto that. The Hortapult in. Sound barrier from the Lucio. Durance
Nice.
connects, but the Ana still goes down on the side of CrowdControl. Simplicity looking to make this a double kill, make it a triple kill. Really well played from Simplicity with that 16 talent tier advantage. They will find the fort through top lane and a little bit of this keep front wall. Very, very well played from Simplicity.
Yeah, really, really nicely done. Getting the triple kill there as CrowdControl was still trying to mop up the water from 3 different leaky faucets. And then the top one was actually more of a deluge as Simplicity walked forward, got the triple kill. Not just the fort, but a keep as well. And
That's
now
insane.
we're in a crazy situation where control point B is a potential win condition, Bahamut.
I love this. Even if Simplicity takes this trigger off and goes bottom lane and just gets a keep front gate, or if they go and get a buy to committer with it or whatever,
It's
what
fine.
they've created is they've created catapult pressure and they've created not catapult pressure, they've created map pressure through the consistent catapults that will be coming through that top lane. So when control point C rolls around, if this B objective doesn't end the game, Simplicity can play bottom lane insanely slow. They could let that overtime sit forever because we're so late into the game for control point C that those catapults are game ending if the members of CrowdControl can't back. So this is just amazing macro play and micro play consistently from Simplicity in this game number 1. Wow, Labra misses the blessed shield right there. I'm just blown away by Simplicity's execution so far in today.
Oh, they're looking so confident. We have Endurance of Hate here on Uther. Lutano gets the D-shield as he's last righted. Hager survives. He's still very low, though, after those shields are gone. But double support camp here for Simplicity available. They use one of them. They're healthy. They're getting healthier. Hager going forward with the Hawk Wild, getting residual damage on Johanna as well. He goes down, misses the stun on Tychus and X-Ray. But that's 1 kill, and they can continue to push onwards, Simplicity.
This is the Simplicity that I was expecting to see, but not this kind of Simplicity. Like, their aggression levels are insane. Like, we have already Hogger in there underneath the keep, going for a kill onto Tychus and confirming it. Lutano is just out of their mind today with Cure as they find a kill into the Mephisto as well on the side of Simplicity. And this is Simplicity going for core 13 minutes in. They said, we let you have your player back. We didn't want to beat you with a bot. We didn't want to just take a DC win. We wanted to win this properly and through our own skills. And Grubby, we are in for some games today if this is how we're kicking things off on Volskaya Foundry. I cannot believe the outcome of this. Simplicity, who was the number 6 seed, is now beating the number 1 seed in HeroesCCL, at least in our game number 1. GG, well played to Simplicity. Are you muted, duh?
Well played indeed. Simplicity looking really good in game number 1. And I mean, I think the first word that jumps to mind when I look at their play in game 1 on Volskaya is just clean. Their defenses were extremely clean. The way they kind of fended off the engages early on, that because the executions on X-Ray's Ana were super clean. Like everything was just so well executed by Simplicity. Like that looks like an unstoppable team right now. I know it's only 1 game, but that was a really impressive performance right out of the gate by, like you said, Bahamut, originally our number 6 seed.
They did get everything they wanted. Vala double support is one of their favorite comps. Uther is one of their favorite healer and double healers. And then they have Hager as well. And letting Lutano, who played Hager great, have his Hager is maybe something CrowdControl wanted to try. They said maybe it works against those other teams, but not against us. But I think the draft went really, really well by Simplicity. They got what they needed. They played it out beautifully with Cure doubling almost anyone else's damage. And in some way, this might, if you believe in karma, in cosmic karma, this might be karma for their good sportsmanship as well. Or maybe it's their confidence shining through. This is how good we are. We don't need a bot on enemy team. We're going to donate our free time here.
Yeah, and I mean they totally don't need to either. That's the thing. There's no requirement that a team needs to donate time like that. That was something that Simplicity did out of the goodness of their hearts. That was just good sportsmanship, and it was it looks like they were gonna be fine either way. So maybe karma. I'd say just great play, but we'll see if they can keep it up. One map is just one map. Small sample size. Crowd control, you could argue, maybe just kind of shaking out the rust a little bit. So we'll see how they look on map 2.
Yeah. And
let's
see where the map pick goes. So Simplicity has been given the map pick, which means that Crowd Control can first pick once again. It's going to be on Dragonshire.
All right. So Bahamut, what do you think of the pick?
I like Dragonshire because it's much like the conversation we were having going into Volskaya Foundry. It's a map where there's a lot of macro and micro decisions you have to make, and Simplicity looked really, really good on that type of map in Volskaya Foundry just now. So choosing this map, I think, is just it's right in their alleyway. The solo lane is more on an island on this map than it is on Volskaya Foundry, but you do have those moments of rotation from like Genji, like Lutanos played Genji to kind of rotate up on Dragonshire and find those picks here and there. Really quickly on the maps, I wanted to point something out. We actually had a ban onto Battlefield of Eternity from Simplicity, and Doe and I were talking about this beforehand. Battlefield is the only map that teams have found a win against Simplicity in the later half, especially even in the gauntlet run. So I like that Simplicity is saying, we lose on this map the most, let's get rid of it, because that's really the only place they've looked lackluster per se. And even then, like, that's not even the right word to describe them on that map. So it's just exciting just to consider in the way that the Simplicity is playing this going into Crowd Control. I really think Simplicity is just, they're not showing everything, but they're really all in for this. They want to continue in this upper portion of our double elimination bracket.
Well, they've got a good start towards doing that. Grubby, in your opinion, what is it that Crowd Control can do in map number 2 to, maybe tie up the series?
Crowd Control always rallies powerfully. At any time I've seen their players play in various leagues, including the Community Clash League here, the HeroesCCL, they just tend to rally and do what's needed to win. They play fundamentally strong without much of the creativity in draft that we see from teams like WildHeart and Oxygen.
Sure.
And Simplicity as well. What they do just works with good fundamentals, good rotation, and overall just not many mistakes. Now, they got wiped here. Might be a shock. They might just know exactly what's lacking, and they're going to show us what they need to do.
Find out. Time to get into the draft for Dragonshire. Crowd Control versus Simplicity game number 2. So players get in. We'll see what the bans are going to be. Is removing the Hogger going to be a priority here? It did seem like they struggled against it, but you could argue as well that if you take away some of the Hogger enabling tools, it effectively does the same thing. So how would you approach this one, Bahamut? They're a tool ban, obviously. Like that's. I think we're just going to see that all day. Yeah.
I think you're right. Actually, well, you don't have to ban it against. Apparently,
there you go.
Simplicity does not value it on this map, but I think you did make a really good point in that. And if it wasn't banned out, I wonder what Crowd Control would have done to answer that. But now, this is going to be the Uther ban, forcing the members of Simplicity to ban out that Medivh. If not, I would expect this to be a first pick instantaneously on. Okay, well, there we go. A lot of our ban picks or first picks are already being removed here, but Chromie's up and available. That could be the snap for the side of Crowd Control.
Cassia makes it through too.
True.
Another high priority pick. Maybe not as much on this map, but still a decent hero overall.
Yeah, important pick for Dino. Very good for Lutano as well. So we have different options. We can also see the Chromie, very important for both teams. You either see long range heroes on this map, or you see heroes with a dash, as everyone needs to like pop in and out of the shrine in the lane very, very frequently.
All right, so Tychus, the first pick again from Crowd Control, so confident in that same first pick they used in map number 1.
You don't want to pick Diablo into Tychus, and so maybe Johanna to reduce his damage a bit on whoever your tank is going to be.
I'm just looking at the draft from the Dragonshire map last time, and I was just curious. So far, it is reminiscent, because I was actually about to say Simplicity could run what they did last week up against 30K. They could go Cassia, Johanna, Brightwing, Sonya, Genji. It looked really strong. It checks all the boxes they need. We'll have to see here, because so far they have that opportunity, and
we saw it in the Duke Cannon clean play. That was when Cure got that phase shift from Legacy, and they leaped in, and they had like 2 slivers of health, and the Cure should have died sometimes, but it didn't. And it's just like, I feel like you could run that draft again. I think back to the 30K matchup, and it just looks so strong overall. Obviously, CrowdControl is a different team, but I don't know. Simplicity just looked very comfortable on that when I was watching it back earlier. Zarya, though, to be banned, as Retso is going to be targeted out on that one.
Yep, seen it a lot throughout the course of the season. When Retso gets his Zarya, it's a scary thing for the other team for sure. There's that Brightwing ban that we've been discussing a little bit. Does leave a lot of strong picks open, but we'll see what Simplicity decides to go with.
We're waiting for that surprise to show itself somewhere, because nothing so far is surprising. When there's Tychus, you want to get blinds. You don't want to get Diablo into Tychus, but you do love Diablo with Tychus. Stukov is one of the top healers, so everything so far is standard, and that's fine. We're not looking for Murky on the first picks. We're waiting to see if there's any surprises that teams prepared for one another. And this is, again, fairly standard stop and Deckard engage with Stay Wild Listen, and then Chromie, who can stay out of Diablo's range.
Yeah, I like this a lot from both sides. The adaptations are all there. I do like the way that Simplicity's drafting, just to note as well, as they've held their solo lane this entire time, so that way they kind of have the opportunity to see what they're going up against. And CrowdControl will be the one to take away the Sonya, and this will be a pick onto Hanzo. Synergistic value into the Diablo. Sonya has the spear, so there's a little bit of CC. Could see a leap from Sonya. So more AoE, CC potential from the side of CrowdControl. What does Simplicity wrap things up with in their solo lane?
Malthael seems to make the most sense. Diva is also possible. Malthael can help kill Diablo and Sonya.
Gonna be Dahaka, okay. A champion, or a hero rather, that we haven't seen for a little while now. But definitely one with a lot of global potential.
This, in my opinion, is one of Dahaka's top maps, due to the fact that you have a lot of good bushes to be able to rotate between top to mid with the baseline agility that you have, and you can even go into enhanced agility at level 1 to buff that up to 140 movement speed total. But even then, you can take a 4v4 in bottom lane and make that a 4v5 with that Dahaka brushstock. I actually like Simplicity's draft a lot here. I would lean into Simplicity for a win.
Well, Simplicity continuing to show us some new stuff, and when we talked to, I believe it was Masquerade after their last match against 30K, and all the players we talked to in Simplicity after all their matches, every single one of them said, we haven't shown everything yet. We're saving as much as we can for the playoffs, and now from here on out, I guess the question is, how much are they going to need to reveal? They're 1 game up. If they can go 2 games up, maybe we're going to need to wait even longer to see everything, every trick in Simplicity's bag. But first, we have to see if CrowdControl can come back, tie the series up here on Dragonshire.
On the left-hand side, as Doe was just mentioning, we have the members of CrowdControl trying to put one on the board in this best-of-5 series in our playoff weekend. For the right-hand side, we will be having the members of Simplicity, and they want to just go up 2-0 in the series and continue what is starting to be a trend of these kind of 3-0, 3-1 games. I've called for a Simplicity win because I like the Dahaka. I like what they put together here. What do you think, Grubby, going into our mid lane?
Yeah, I like Simplicity's draft as well. Diablo, Sonya are a strong front line, and we don't have a terrible amount of Giant Killer-esque value. Armor ignoring, percentage dealing. But with Dahaka allowing Simplicity to make 5v4s happen very consistently, I like Simplicity's draft.
If Cure can land a tongue drag, there's just so much dive and burst that can come out from the side of Simplicity. Like, you have Cassia Fen, Chromie with the Sandblast and Deep Breathing, and right there is going to be first blood from the side of Simplicity. Make it a double kill for Simplicity as they have killed the Diablo and the Stukov. Tongue drag will connect onto Tychus. Make it a triple kill to kick things off on our Dragonshire map.
That was interesting because you see the lower Diablo. He's sitting at something like 19% health. And you see Cassia walking away with a sliver of health. But it's into everyone. Every Diablo has made that decision before to do it and not to do it. And I didn't think he should do it. But Lauer clearly, he thought that he saw an opportunity. He went in and the whole team of Simplicity just converged on him and distractinated him. So... first big mistake by CrowdControl, by Lauer. Was not necessary. He did do it, and they paid for it. That's 3 kills to Simplicity. Now looking to maybe get a 4th. Can we have a 5th?
Dayquaza comes in with the flank. X-Ray is trying to walk out of here, is able to disengage with a couple hundred health right there. Sonya able to do the same, and the read from Simplicity into crowd control is insane, Grubby. Masquerade being able to step in and find the invade onto the Siege Giant camp, but not only that, just the mechanical prowess and knowledge to know that Lauber is coming in with that Shadow Charge and to be able to Iron Skin to deny any of that Diablo value and shut down Diablo. Super good play from Simplicity, starting out on our Dragonshire map. And here's the thing, Grubby, we are 2 minutes into the game with a level lead and 4 kills in Simplicity's hands.
Yeah, it's 1 kill per 30 seconds. That means in about 20 seconds we'll have another one, statistically, literally, definitely. And we have a little bit of a bush meeting here. We got 10 seconds till the final destination for crowd control.
We have 5 seconds until someone has to die here. No, I'm just kidding. I love the idea of that. Just like every 30 seconds, there's a kill. That'd be a very interesting Heroes of the Storm game for certain. As Hanzo is, I'm just watching minimap trying to channel the middle, but Kira is denying that for now. Bottom lane is being held by Simplicity, but actually there's a lot of pressure onto the Dahaka, or excuse me, onto the Dahaka and mid. I'm trying to watch both these fights right now, and bottom lane is going to be held over by the side of Simplicity, forcing crowd control away. They half mark the shrine in bottom, so that denies any sort of Dragonite value into crowd control.
Yeah, and so how can crowd control get a little bit of control back here of the game? We have a time trap there in that bush that Hosty is guarding. He's not just guarding the shrine, but also his friends taking this bruiser camp. Meanwhile, crowd control is actually sending Diablo alone as they go get a bruiser camp. Lauber gets that double laser channel, is looking to die for this. Absolutely a hero for his team. He will die, but he gets the Dragonite to crowd control. And will he die though? Wow. Lauber, you redeemed yourself, buddy. It's okay. The shame of your first death is gone. That was heroic.
I can't believe that crowd control is able to sneak that out from underneath literally Simplicity's nose in that bottom lane engagement. Dayquaza getting low here. The kick from the Dragonite was onto Cure and pushes them into top. But Cure actually brush talks into bottom lane, and in bottom lane, do we actually have a fight? There's going to be... Simplicity was mad that they didn't kill Lauber before, so now they made sure that they did. Tongue Drag will connect from Cure onto X-Ray, but unfortunately there's not enough CC to follow up or damage to find a kill into said Stukov.
Very nice drag tongue there. Cure has been lethal with the accuracy of those drag tongues. Now trying to get away from trouble. He hits the drag tongue before he can get speared by Sonya into the triangle. Goes Dayquaza. He's out of healing for now. Another drag tongue. He's got that feeding frenzy cooldown reduction. Dayquaza goes down.
I gotta say, Grubby, one of the most satisfying things when playing Dahaka is that level 7 feeding frenzy where people are just like, there's no Dahaka tongue coming out for me. Oh, wait, no, and it's gonna happen again. Lauber's gonna get pulled back again by the members of Simplicity, but crowd control will continue to keep Diablo alive. I say this as Lauber is just getting chunked from 3/4 health down to nearly an 1/8 of their own.
Yeah, it's been pretty crazy, but you know, Simplicity doesn't have percentage damage. Bahamut, how can they kill Diablo? I guess just stealing damage. It's still a percentage of his total.
Yeah, I mean,
I think I tend to overrate the importance of percentage damage. Sometimes good control is all you need against Diablo, I suppose, right?
But you do make a point, because we've all been in those games, quick match, Storm League, ARAMs, whatever. Like, that Diablo gets up there in souls, you're around 10 talent tier, and it just feels impossible to kill in some of the situations without sort of that percent-based Tychus damage. Like, you sit there and you're like, if I had a Tychus, he would have been dead 2 times over, but, like, we just don't have that. Yeah, I absolutely agree with you. Like, that it's just that feeling is there, because we've all been kind of just overpowered, in a sense, by that Diablo just health pooling situations. Okay, I was wondering if you'd catch it. I was wondering. If not, you chat would have grown. But 10 talent tier was picked up by the side of Simplicity. Valkyrie pulls Diablo back in. Bless Shield comes out as well. And the root from Stukov, the root from Deckard will lock down Diablo enough for the members of Simplicity to kill them again.
Beautiful synergy. The blind on Tychus as well to stop the dissuasion damage peel that was attempted to be made there by Dino, and Dino leaves in search of greener pastures as bottom lane has become incredibly inhospitable towards the CrowdControl team.
I kind of like what Simplicity's doing at their top lane. They're giving this over a little bit. Like, Kier isn't playing it super aggressive. They're just letting Sonya push up a little bit. Meanwhile, the core 4 is in bottom lane pushing out with the unexpected threat into CrowdControl of the Dahaka Brushstock. I don't think, Simplicity really cares about the top lane, because now it's that death bridge zone, and we all kind of know that you don't push past the death bridge, because it's the death bridge because you just not turtle up, but you get clumped up and the enemy team just destroys you. So it's interesting macro play. I just wanted to point it out as I'm watching this, and Decker Kane will get one interrupt, and it looks like Dahaka does stop the channel through top.
Nice. Yeah, you know how they say you never forget your first time? I never forgot my first shock and awe Hinterlands blast by Falstad on all 5 of us on the Death Bridge. It was really special.
That's just, okay, so there was a wombo that came out a second ago. The tongue drag connects, and now CrowdControl trying to turn this around with the Apocalypse. Stay well and listen. Build Tano alive. Everybody taking a nap except for Sonya, because she's still rotating in from the top lane. That's going to be a tongue drag that locks down the Stukov. Lutano, with a sliver of health, gets that healing pathogen from the Stukov, but from the Decker Kane. They got a potion for the Decker Kane. I'm flipping everyone around because the fight was absolutely insane right there. We're going to even out 1-to-1 in kills. No Dragonite, but there is something to be said about that camp through top lane pushing up.
Yeah, how much is it doing? It's taken down half the wall already. So any 1-for-1 while you've got a Bruiser camp pushing the enemy wall, that's an advantage for you. So that's good for Simplicity. On the other hand, getting kills when you have none is a bolstering motivational effort for CrowdControl. So that's 1 point to them. And when you're lower level than the opponent, the XP of a kill is worth more. So both had something going for that one-on-one. It's the first blood for CrowdControl, getting the kill on Cure there. And it brings them just infinitesimally closer to level 13, which they've almost reached.
Another invade onto this camp right now. Massive shove from Stukov, and this is just the side of CrowdControl disengaging. There's that threat of the Brushstock from Cure as Cure... Oh, wait, Bless Shield comes out from the John. Cure is able to get the tongue drag. Hanzo rips an arrow just to try and slow things down. Diablo will go down. First Stay Well and Listen will come out from Legacy as the Valkyrie will pull the Stukov back in. Chromie does go down. Diablo's souls were reset. Apocalypse raw pulled from the core, and that works out for a kill into the Dahaka. I believe, all in all, it's a 2-for-2. Here's the thing that I wanted to note, Grubby. You were saying late game experience versus early game experience. Before that team fight, it was 900 experience to 3,600 experience, but just in heroic kills. After that engagement, we have 3,000 experience to 5,000. Like, this late game heroic kills is closing that level lead that we saw earlier, and you can see it right now. We're looking at maybe a quarter of a level for the side of Simplicity. CrowdControl, if they can get some wind beneath their wings here, they can really fly with this composition. Yes, I did it. Yes, I did it. Yes, I did it.
But it's true, and even though CrowdControl has much less XP from heroes, they've got much more from minions, and in doing so, they've created a rubber band cancellation effect of not being that much behind. They have just been soaking a lot. CrowdControl has been slowing down the game, even though they get picked off time to time. And I've seen this so often when CrowdControl actually did the open division in HCC. They just need one victory. Lauer's team anyway. Anyway, the fight is breaking out in all earnest. Sorry about that.
Oh, you're fine, as Diablo will get picked off. That's going to be a triple kill for the side of Simplicity, shutting down this top lane. The dive into Sonya was really, really good, and I think a little unexpected in the eyes of the Sonya. You typically don't get that big of a rotation from the enemy team, but that's obviously, we say that and we're comparing, Storm League to competitive play, and competitive play in my eyes always is just a different tier, because it's 5-stack, you've practiced together, there's ins and outs that and right now we're seeing that from Simplicity. The communication very on point for this game number 2. A little bit of a kind of a stagger in the middle of the game for them, but now this late game, this post 15 area, especially around the 16, they're looking a lot more comfortable again.
Yeah, and they're just 2 levels away from Chromie reaching her heroic ability as well, so that's a little bit of an extra power spike that Simplicity can be looking forward to. Dragon Knight kicks Tychus away as he is the biggest threat. They're starting to peel away the outer layers of this onion, is Simplicity. Mid-forward. Wow, that's a big blessed shield on Hanzo. But they go with the spear on Lauber. He goes down as well. He's having a terrible game here. 7 deaths Lauber on Diablo. Of course, besides Sonya, in the 4-man, he's never had a diving buddy with him. With 2 backline ranged auto attackers, Diablo is getting picked apart here by Simplicity's safe artillery draft.
I can't believe that. Like, do you remember it was a few weeks ago? I think it was not a few, it was massive weeks ago. I mean, I think it was like week 5. Wait, tongue drag from Cure. Sonya gets the spin, she's able to disengage. But there was a week when there was a Hanzo on one of the teams that just kept getting Valkyrie'd every single team fight, and I feel like Lauber has just experienced that exact same moment from that week. I also want to point out here, Grubby, the last game was like 13 minutes, 30-some seconds. We're 12 minutes in, and Simplicity is threatening bottom lane right now. If Simplicity gets the next Dragonite, they could potentially run it through bottom and end game. Do you think that the death timers, though, are long enough that if Simplicity finds a big team fight here, that maybe they just run it down bottom lane still?
Yeah, I think it's possible, Bahamut. I mean, you've created that opportunity, that thought in our minds now, and I think it's absolutely possible. The way that Simplicity is just playing amazingly tonight, they probably only need a 5 versus 4 to end, especially if one of them is in the Dragonite. And such a situation is easily created. They can just continue to pick off Diablo. Not saying it's Lauber's fault. It's a draft thing, you know. There's the Valkyrie, there's the Blessed Shield, just really reliable multiple engage opportunities. Always pulling someone through the slowing sands. Simplicity needs a single pick off. As Lauber has had it, he throws Masquerade over his shoulder into the woods. Masquerade tries to run away, but there is that window, that silver lining on the clouds that had been gathering above the collective heads of CrowdControl with that combination there. Lauber starting things off, arrow to chase him away, and even the fanaticism for Johanna for Masquerade was not enough to get him out of there. That's a single pick off. The beginning of the reversal, or a small band-aid on a much larger wound, Bahamut? We shall see.
That's a good point to make, because yes, you got that kill onto the Joanna, but what does that mean for your team? You have the shrines activating. If the members of CrowdControl can spread across the map, they're going to be able to get themselves this Dragonite. But if they spread themselves across this map, Simplicity will find a single target pick. That is where Simplicity has been firing on all cylinders in this game, is they see the opportunity for said single target to be out a little too far. Even the Sonya, who was at their front gate, that's technically too far out in Simplicity's eyes, and they're able just to dive. Like, that literally was that triple kill in top lane because of that. Like, Simplicity, really good opportunities right here. Really good burrow from Cure, but the overpower Shadow Charge will be there. Time stop from the Chromie, I believe, reduces armor as the Apocalypse comes out. Cure is just taking so much damage trying to live through all of that. Will not be able to. Blessed Shield, Hanzo rips an arrow. Stay a while and listen came out. Diablo Souls a reset. Dayquaza goes down a 2-for-1, and Diablo now back from death. So technically 1-to-1 in deaths, or at least dead right now. Dragonite is available for one of the teams if they're able to hold these control points, but I think you're too spread across the map, Grubby.
Yeah, it's really tough, Bahamut. In these cases, the team that is somewhat behind wants to play a game of cat and mouse, grab a shrine, walk away, and then grab the other shrine. In this case, you would see someone from CrowdControl trying to go top and get ready to take that one. As Simplicity, you know, they would go together to take bottom. It is a bit risky, though, and it's not the only way to do things. Any team can set a trap for one another in one of those shrines. You can see even Legacy. He's not rushing to bring his Decker to take the bottom shrine. There's a careful scoping out of information by Simplicity, and that gives CrowdControl time to get experience they need to close the 20 gap. It's only now that finally Simplicity is in a position to take the bottom shrine, but even they know that's not going to lead to an eventual Dragonite. By that time, the mouse will have run away and we'll be nibbling on the cheese in the top shrine, and that's what's going on. And now, 20s have been reached.
Really good read from CrowdControl, as you were just mentioning. They saw the side of Simplicity invading that camp, so Simplicity is probably moving into bottom lane. CrowdControl runs top, Blessed Shield, tongue drag, so much used into Diablo, and by the way, Diablo Souls are reset, so they are down. Tychus does pop the Commandeer Odin with the big red button, but we were talking about this earlier. Can Simplicity end with this, or do they want the Dragonite? Cure is kind of meandering their way towards the minion wave. I'm just watching the mini-map on that. Dahaka actually doubles back, and maybe... I don't know what okay, what are you doing, Masquerade, bud? I'm just watching this. I'm watching minimap, and I'm like, Joanna, what do you're in mid lane. You're going to double back, but no. Okay, we do have Dragonite availability for the red side, but they read this on the side of CrowdControl, and they are able to jump onto this point in time. Actually, Cure rotating down into bottom lane, trying to continue this fight in favor of Simplicity. Not the case.
There is Composite Spear on Dequata. He's got the longer range on the spear to try and grab Chromie or anything like that. But without Lauber, without Diablo here, he can't go in. And now we see by the movement of the Dragonite, the goals of Simplicity are betrayed. Bahamut, they're going for it. Level 21 versus 20. They're going to threaten, at least, have the option of going for core, if they can get a pick off. If that doesn't work quickly enough, they may just circle around and work on mid-gate of the keep.
The Dragonite deals 810 damage according to the display pop-out for structural damage. So, and that's per auto. I believe it's like 400 something for just the autos into anything else. So we'll have to see if Dragonite can end right now. 80% onset Dragonite moves over to the core. Apocalypse used by the Diablo. A lot of control onto Lutano on the left-hand side of our screen. There was a Wrath Berserker from the Sonya. Dino getting very low on the right-hand side. Kira's going into the core, and it seems like the members of Simplicity are going to take the second map and continue what is the most crazy run right now, knocking another map off of the number 1 seed. GG, well played.
I can't believe it. I'm kind of speechless because right now Simplicity is up 2-0 over CrowdControl. That game, certainly, they had to work for it a little bit harder than they did on Volskaya Foundry. CrowdControl having some good fights in there. But overall, Simplicity still looking like the better team today. And, you know, going into this weekend, we were all saying, no way we're going to see any 3-0s. These are all going to be close matches. All these teams, they feel about even right now. But, you know, with that caveat that we hadn't seen 3 of these teams play yet in a while. And you know what? Simplicity might be able to actually pull off the 3-0 after all.
It's crazy because I think we were all in agreement, very colloquially, very unofficially, about 2 weeks back when we were all chatting together. We thought probably the top 3 that we have now are going to be knocking down anyone that comes up through the bracket, sure. Even if it's 30K. That, you know, that was our honest belief, and we take in new information to learn.
Well, hey, it's always exciting, right? I mean, the best parts are the parts that you're not expecting when it comes to sports, right? So when we come back from our break, we will see if Simplicity can close out the 3-0 victory and move on, or if CrowdControl keeps themselves alive in this series. I believe we could go longer than 3 games. I want more than 3 games. But hey, you know, if Simplicity can do it, can't really fault them for that, right? Don't go anywhere, guys. HeroesCCL presented by Roll20 is going to be back just after this.
Roll20 provides the tools you need to game in person or online for all your favorite TTRPGs. This is a service that we endorse so hard that we actually use it in our games. It's not even like we straight up use this stuff. We're talking clickable character sheets, 3D virtual dice, awesome maps, tokens for PCs, NPCs, characters, and creatures of all types. It's the stuff you need to play the games you love. You want to know how cool Roll20 is? We partnered with them to make all of our amazing battle maps for this current season of The Unsleeping City, Chapter 2, currently airing every week on Dropout.tv. Go to Roll20.net and create your free account today for all the tools, tips, tricks, forums, and community you need to make your games better, easier, and more fun. Roll20!
Introducing the X-Sleeve. The patent-pending X-Sleeve has been specifically designed and developed to be the ultimate gaming accessory by increasing the user's performance.
Helps me keep my arm movements at peak performance.
The underside of the X-Sleeve is completely covered with a specially engineered and developed PTFE.
It glides on it super well because it just has zero friction.
Adventures in Grubby! Player 1, choose your supply! Dry ice, cooling, antiperspirant! New power! Cooling, stamina, wetness, and sting! Finish them! Choose your weapon! Dry ice, cooling, antiperspirant! New cannon! Adventures in Grubby! Let's go!
Welcome back to HeroesCCL presented by Roll20. Right now, we have a match that could end very soon. Crazy enough, Simplicity, one map win away from winning the series, moving on in the playoff bracket. And that would frankly be wild because Simplicity, again, was the number 6 seed due to their results in the regular season. We were saying even back then, right, Grubby and Bahamut, that they're maybe better than their record suggests, but I don't think any of us accepted this result that we've seen from them so far in the gauntlet and then again today.
Yeah, definitely didn't expect that. In fact, I was watching one of the players' streams, one of the players that got eliminated just this morning, and they were chipping in about Simplicity's run through the gauntlet, and they were like, well, we had good chances against them, even some of the games we lost. So actually, they do have weaknesses when you consider that we're eliminated, and they're not that strong. And so well, here they are, 2-0 against number 1 seed.
Mm-hmm.
It's definitely there is a lot to be said in that, and even storyline wise, like just the storyline of Simplicity, who this run through the gauntlet, like this is why I personally, and I think both of you agree, like we love this tournament format. Like we get to see this team who had a kind of shaky season in the regular portion, and then come to the gauntlet and look like a brand new, beautiful, synergistic team. It's awesome to see. Like I love this kind of growth that we're getting to witness throughout the weeks.
That is definitely the benefit of this tournament format, is that you do give teams that improve a chance to really show it at the end of the season. But let's see what map they're going to try to show it on as we look forward to the next one in the series. It's going to be Infernal Shrines, another pick for Simplicity, thus giving CrowdControl the first pick in the draft. But, by letting Simplicity pick the map, in our last few series, Grubby, why don't you speak to this? Like, I feel like picking the map is starting to be pretty strong, actually. Maybe a bit stronger than players are really admitting at this point.
Yeah, actually, that's a great point, and we literally have had like 15 to 20 straight up first picks, and that's roughly around the time that we, the casters, also started to become aware that first pick of the hero is actually really valuable because of these dangerous picks like Hager, Medivh. But there's been this interesting development in Hager that he's not really first pick material anymore. He's first pick on the duo with a protector like Uther, or he's second pick on the triple of that first team, but not first, because together Diablo Tychus will make his life hell. So with that development, and now Tychus moving forwards to an actual top pick, it's all about the amount of OP heroes. Add one extra OP hero, and suddenly second pick is best. And it's kind of just down to how many heroes can you ban, and then what are you left with? And once you've done all that maths, all those theories, all those models, you realize, okay, first pick is best. But add just one new threat, and suddenly second pick is best. So I think you actually sounded the alarm on that pretty well, and maybe teams haven't caught up to that yet.
I mean, you cast MOBAs for years, and you do start to notice trends like that, right? It does go back and forth. Sometimes first pick is more important, and you hit the nail on the head too, where it really is determined by how many big threats there are in the meta. And I think with the addition of Hager, the meta is definitely wide enough right now. Compositions can be strong and varied enough that first pick doesn't really mean what it used to. Bahamut, as we get into this game, what do you think on all that?
It's hard to say, because a lot of teams will come into these maps with, if your first pick, you're like, I just want to run this. And the bans can literally just throw that to the wayside in a sense. But even then, like Simplicity, I feel like has multiple game plans per map. Like they have a playbook, as I was kind of mentioning last weekend. And any team just hasn't been able to figure out the read on this, on these plays from Simplicity consistently. So I think there is a lot to be said moving into this map pick, where first pick is very much like, we want to do this, and it kind of things have to fall into place, whereas map pick might benefit them because there's a deluge of different options that you have for the team that went that route, because you're establishing this from the start. I really, really like the direction that Simplicity is heading with this in the control that they've had with these maps. Infernal Shrines in general, though, I think it plays, just to talk about the map, it plays into what we've seen so far. Macro around the map, camp timers, objectives, rotations, but then also the micro play around these objective phases where it's going to be full 5v5s. This is exactly where Simplicity has been enjoying themselves, and this is, I think, a very smart map for them to go to.
Yeah. It's interesting because as you look at it, you can kind of make the choice where first pick gives you more direct control over the individual champions that you select, whereas map pick gives you much more control over the style that you get to play in the game. And for a lot of teams, I feel like style pick is more important than hero pick now. So Simplicity getting to play the style they want to play on all these maps, and here we go into the draft for Infernal Shrines. We will get to see if that style pans out.
I'm calling a crowd control win. Sorry to cut you off, Grubby. I'm calling crowd control win right now.
Sure. I think we're all kind of secretly hoping for more games, so not to be biased or anything like that. But at the same time, the story doesn't get much better for Simplicity to storm their way through the gauntlet and then look dominant in their first actual playoff bracket match. So it's going to be good either way.
Tychus ban. So Tychus did indeed move up in the strong cast of characters. Before, Tychus was not seen as a top 5 pick. Nothing on the double first ban, and usually not first picked. He was picked second or picked third rotation of picks. And Tychus has moved up. And wait. Okay. What CrowdControl is saying is we're going to pick a hero that gets countered really hard by Diablo Tychus, which is Hager. Simplicity already banned that. Who else?
Well, what I'm looking right now is that Zeratul isn't banned. And I mean, I don't know if that's maybe a reflection of the map, but, maybe it's something you need to worry about. What do you think? You think Zeratul's still okay on this map? That said, it could be a trap, right? They could be saying, we're going to leave Zeratul open because we think we have a good way to counter that.
Oh, absolutely.
Then you need Varian. Cassia Varian.
Good point.
I definitely think that there's something to be said with that. There's also something to be said about CrowdControl playing when their backs against the wall. Like I think this is really where, not where they like to be, but this is where they thrive in these situations. And that's why I was kind of joking at the start that I think CrowdControl could win this, because they really coming off this break. I think that they're going to say, all right, we need to turn things around. We need to play a little bit more into our standards. But okay, I was about to say, do we actually get that Varian Chromie single target lockdown? No, but it will be Joanna, which is insanely strong for this map for rotations, the objective phase, and then Chromie we saw in the last game and we'll continue to see in this game is just strong to be able to kind of dump in that artillery from afar.
We
Diva,
can see
Zarya.
Leoric Deathwing. Yeah, we can see Diva. We can see that Zarya.
Yeah, there's that Diva. And Dequaz's Diva has been pretty strong all season long, and this is a great map for it. So not a big surprise there. Deckard Cain obviously able to throw a lot of healing onto the shrines during those phases.
The tank is the interesting choice here for CrowdControl because they remove 2 tank killers and then proceed not to draft the tank. What does that mean? Stitches? Varian? What does it mean? They're hiding it.
Well, Varian's been the default for, the quote-unquote, when we want to just get in there and pick people.
Isn't Garrosh someone to talk about right now into a Diablo Tychus? Garrosh really step into the enemy team, and that's where Tychus just pushes trait and then watches as the Garrosh just walks towards them. They're just sitting there chunking health. So, and then, Garrosh likes to walk into the enemy team, and that gives opportunities for Diablo to control. So that's at least my reasoning going into this. Crowd control. Oh, go ahead.
Garrosh is sometimes known as someone that counters Diablo, so that would lead a little bit less credibility into that route, but Diablo can still threaten someone else. So.
Right. You do, and the other thing I was thinking too is you have that ability to throw the mech around too. You can kind of just really displace and throw things off, and throwing the mech is something that's usually a defensive tool, but you can use it aggressively. As on the right hand side for Simplicity, we are going to be seeing Anna and myself coming into this game as we have false set.
Right.
A lot like
you gotta get those head tattoos though.
I did a whole cosplay stream of it. Yeah.
Hey, I'm sure if that was some paint, I'll give you that. But I'm saying go
I had
all,
a muscle shirt and I got muscles for it and everything. I lost them now. They've just fallen off. But Grubby, I heard what you said. I'm so glad I've converted you to the Church of Cho'Gall. Welcome everyone. But no, Anub'arak and Zool, you have really good wave clear in your top to mid rotations from the solo to kind of catch mid with the Zool. Anub'arak is good aggression. Actually, no, excuse me, mid to bottom. Sorry, Diva's probably going to be the top laner. We don't see extra soak out.
It's triple bruiser by CrowdControl with the hypercarry Cassia. We have a lot of CrowdControl by CrowdControl, obviously. Cocoon, Burrow Charge, Impale. We've got the Root. On the other side, once again, triple Assassin, this time by Simplicity, with Ana, with Johanna. Very similar draft to what CrowdControl had in game number 1.
Right. Well, I'm excited to see Legacy's Ana again. He played a really mean Sleep Dart build last week, and that's going to be a big threat too. Talk about picks, we will see. But the big story here, of course, going into this game is that this could be CrowdControl's last game in the tournament, which is mind-blowing to think about, considering that they went 6-1 in the regular season. They had the best map win rate. I don't even know if there were any series that they even dropped 2 maps in, and they've already lost 2 today. Maybe there's 1 or 2, but not very many. But here they are on the verge of elimination. So the real question is, can CrowdControl dig deep, summon the ability to win, to stay alive in the series? Let's find out.
On the left-hand side, as we go ahead and get on into our Infernal Shrines map, we are going to be having the members of CrowdControl. We have Deckard Cain played by X-Ray. Lauber's going to be on the Anubrak, Dino on the Cassia, Retso on the Zul, and Dequaza on the Diva. For the right-hand side, we are going to be seeing the members of Simplicity. We'll have Masquerade on the Joanna, Lutano playing Falstad. We have Legacy on Ana, Hosty on the Chromie, and Cure to wrap things up for that team on that Malthael. Grubby, I jokingly said it, but I was absolutely serious. We are going to be having, in my opinion, a CrowdControl win. What are your thoughts going into this potential last map of our first best of 5 of the day?
Well, this draft looks fantastic for CrowdControl, in my opinion. Ana counters healers better than she counters a bunch of bruisers, in my opinion. Though I did bring up very correctly last week that an Ana grenade into a clutch of bodies of bruiser can be absolutely devastating. And we've seen the value of Cure's Malthael. Nonetheless, this looks like the best draft so far for CrowdControl. So let's see if they can do it. Do they have the execution to do it this time around? Or will Simplicity just have too good of a teamwork and skill of playing Hearts today? We shall see. But I agree with you. CrowdControl's draft looks good. I'm still going to call Simplicity though.
Burrow charge forward from Anubrak, only connecting onto Cure. Lutano is going to be going into those wingman stacks, so I'll keep you all up to date on how many stacks they end up utilizing and what that % increase on the lightning rod bonus damage will be, because unfortunately we don't have a little marker for that one. The one thing that I'm actually looking at this right now, Grubby, and I wanted to ask you as we were kind of getting into this game, do you feel, or at least do you think that there's so much bruiseriness on the side of CrowdControl with their composition that they can kind of step into the what would be backline Chromie like Malthael? Like, do you think that they can kind of just force these fights with how thick they are as a team?
Yeah, not a lot of mobility on the side of Zul. Anubrak and Diva will have to set it up with Cocoon, with double stun, and with some pushes. So a large burden is on the shoulders of both Dequaza and Lauber. They can set it up. They can close that distance. Of course, both Ana and Chromie are artillery distance, Sergeant Hammer level of artillery distance. Falstad has Gust, so there's plenty of disengage. But a lot of this may start with perhaps a Cocoon on Johanna and then move past. It will be Dequaza's job then to bring up the rear and flank from behind.
I like that a lot. It's a good way of just kind of how the members of CrowdControl need to find kills. It is also going to be it's going to be full W build so far for the Falstad. I've always talked about how much I like this, and we'll see at level 7, because obviously level 7 that's the big kind of determining factor if you go into Boomerang for more wave clear, or if you go into more static charge strikes to allow you to have increased damage, because you can pair that into some later talents as well, I believe at level 13. But right now, we have our first objective phase of the game, going to be a Frozen Punisher in bottom lane, and Falstad hanging out in top lane does have Flight up and available, and just as we're getting ready for this, Falstad has 5% on that Lightning Rod bonus damage, only bribing 1 unit thus far.
Nice. Time trap. Lots of value. That's 8 seconds of freeze time. 2 times 4.
Okay, all right. I mean, actually, you know what? You are right, because if you do look at like the CC stats, that would actually count for all of those people being, well, CC'd for that long. It also, I do want to note as well, it is going to be, I think it's chronic conditions. Time troubles. I always flip those two. But the time troubles will reduce the armor of enemy members and buff the armor of friendly members caught in those time traps, as it is going to be 7 talents here up on both sides. And seemingly, CrowdControl going to avoid this first Punisher. It's Frozen, which really sieges in well, but it is also first Punisher, which some teams just kind of don't give much value.
Yeah, Simplicity ignored it, perhaps not just because, I know what you meant. Not just because they don't want it, maybe because they can't have it yet. They're very level 10 oriented. They don't have Mighty Gust yet, which is very key. Cure, actually, sometimes, he's kind of a genius. He's almost going to die. He goes back in to heal. This time, it was still too much. He did make it last, though. Question is, was that valuable? Because there was a Punisher pushing at the bottom at the same time.
I feel like that actually would have worked out if Emerald wasn't a factor, because there was that negative 75 healing coming out from. I saw that marker the entire time, and I knew what Cure was trying to do. But you only are getting 25% of the healing that you're doing into this massive cluster. Like, Cure should have lived there, absolutely. But the pickup on the Decker Cane Emerald is such a smart idea, and I love the healing mitigation that came in. Both teams have a healing mitigation tool. Ana's, though, will be 100% versus Decker Cane's activatable, which is going to be 75%. And for anyone wondering as well, Emerald is a 30-second cooldown.
Yeah, nice shot there by X-Ray. Got them their first takedown. In conjunction with the Punisher, it gave them a wall. Just one wall. So definitely mitigated disaster for Simplicity. As Cure comes in with the flank, tags X-Ray, goes in, gets rooted, has the healing debuff from the Emerald. Doesn't take a lot of damage during this time. Legacy still with the healing. Cure survives, and the teams disengage.
I wonder if Lutano was the... Oh, X-Ray might get caught here, bribed through the camp, so that's going to be, I think that's like 15% on that fall stat. Let me actually double check that real quickly, as there was the web wrap 20% on the fall stat, as I can totally caster math. Lutano, where are you going, bud?
I mean, he kind of got zoned out, right? And Nubarak and Zul were on his right. Cassia came up, got emeralded. Why would he get emeralded? He has no healing.
Wait. Wait, is flight off a cooldown? Sorry, that's I should look. 16 seconds for flight. That's what it was. I was like, why isn't he just flighting? Okay. Oh,
Yeah.
flighting. Yeah, why isn't he flighting?
Kill the game.
Oh my god. Invade onto the camp, though, from CrowdControl. Unfortunately, going to be just a touch too late, as Simplicity is able to still grab this. We are 2-0 in kills in favor of CrowdControl, and we were saying in the draft a little bit, this is where CrowdControl starts to really kind of fire on all cylinders when their backs are against the wall, and obviously they have to. If they lose here, they get 3-0'd by the number 6 seed, and they go into the lower bracket. They still have an opportunity to continue their playoff run, but that's their last life in this case. Excuse me.
Yeah, CrowdControl needs 3 back-to-back victories now to come back and stay in the winner bracket. And this time around, CrowdControl doesn't just have more kills; they also have more lane XP. So basically, repeating the thing they did the last game to mitigate their losses. CrowdControl now manages to get all the advantages, and basically by this time they got pretty rolled in both games so far, so just that not happening, it must feel pretty good already.
I like the way that they're playing this. It's almost, in my eyes, they're playing off of the mistakes of Simplicity on the side of CrowdControl. Kier being the one stepping in consistently, that Falstead who's just making some choice maneuvers. I think there's just a little bit to be said with just how they're controlling the game on the side of CrowdControl. They want to make sure that they have the lanes pushed out, these experiences just slowly coming in, they're not missing anything. And it's good Heroes of Storm play, as Dequaza and Lutana will 1v1 over the Shrine right now. Dequaza picking up a few of those skeletal defenders with the members of Simplicity disappearing on minimap. Dequaza plays it safe and will back off. Does have the mech explosion, though.
Love what CrowdControl is doing here, even though Dequaza won that, even though Lutano won that 1-on-1 against Dequaza, CrowdControl sent 3 members to kill the entire bottom fort, which was 100% health. So that is one result they have now. Can they still make it on top, eat their cake, and have it?
That's going to be a Valkyrie from Cassia, not connecting onto Lutano. 60-second cooldown to that. Micro missiles almost off cooldown as well. Everything on the right-hand side is off cooldown. Also to note, no last right. It's going to be a Tormented Souls Malthael with that nano boost potential. Meanwhile, in mid lane, it seems like the members of CrowdControl continue to siege, and they don't care much for the second Punisher of the game.
Yeah, they were just going to do the same thing again. If Simplicity didn't respond, CrowdControl would take out fort after fort, and Simplicity went for the objective. But now the objective is here. The time of reckoning has come. The ignoring of the Punisher by CrowdControl, now it has to be dealt with, and they are here with the defense. Blessed Shield on Deckard's Gain.
Tormented Souls go in as well. I believe there's a nano boost onto this Malthael. Mech explosion out from the Diva. Lobber tries to burrow charge into lockdown. Malthael does not connect. A lot of just threat coming out from both sides. Neither team losing a member, and the fort through top lane on the side of CrowdControl will drop to about half HP. Meanwhile, in bottom lane, Falstad is continuing to soak things out with 53 stacks. Actually, they just bribed 2 units, and so they're going to be at 30% lightning rod bonus damages. Falstad has 1 more unit to kill in that bottom lane camp, grabbing that for some extra pressure. Now, I believe the next Punisher technically should be mid based on like statistical values and stuff, not anomalies, but values, because we haven't had one mid or anything, but there's a possibility to go back bottom, and actually that's going to be the case. This is huge. If CrowdControl can grab this next Punisher, that's going to threaten keep front gate, and it's Arcane.
Good damage. The Arcane Punisher, good team fight tool, basically. Mortar, a little bit better against buildings. Arcane, a little bit better against heroes. Hard to dodge those spinny purple lines. Small XP advantage to CrowdControl.
Blessed Shield comes out from Masquerade. Stay a while and listen will slow things down from Rutso. Web Rep connects onto the Malthael, who was using the Tormented Souls, if I'm not mistaken. Micro Missile slows down Legacy. Anubrak, they're looking to chain CC onto Cure, and Cure is able to... Oh, I thought Cure was able to dive away through Lobber, but the gust was not enough. Legacy will go down. Nano Boost went on to somebody. I did not see correctly. It might have been the Chromie who goes down as well. Triple kill over to the side of CrowdControl. This is looking like they want to really make some moves, and wow, this is a quick rotation to bottom lane, but it's a really good one. This is really cool. We don't see this in our Storm League games because we don't communicate as a team, but with 3 dead and with the Punisher coming in through bottom lane next, this is a great call from CrowdControl to say, let's soft push, maybe even get a keep. Well, they could get a keep, actually. They have good siege.
Yeah, absolutely. They've been showing that as well. Those Anubrak Beetles to remove the focus. Oh, I say absolutely. A lot of respect given. Are they too scared here? They still have talents, but they really didn't have a minion wave. So I guess they were going to have to fight like 4v5 maybe, even though they have a talent and against the keep. They still had Zul pushing top, so they want to see a response against that first. And then they could just go for it again. The moment, keep in mind, think of yourself as CrowdControl for the moment. What do they see? They see Falstad recently. Everyone else is missing.
The members of CrowdControl try and catch the Joanna for a second. It's actually a great split fight in favor of CrowdControl. Masquerade, though, able to back off. There was a Blessed Shield that was utilized from them to just stay alive. Nano boosted Malthael dives in, but the members of CrowdControl full disengage, and that's going to be a 70-second cooldown for the Ana.
That was a scuffed ambush if I've ever seen one.
I agree.
By CrowdControl. They were there to have the option that if anyone showed up, top or mid, they would go for the keep again. Alternatively, they can try to do a gank. They were completely unspotted. Janna walked by. They should have just let her go. Go for the next person. But they did this semi-engage. Now, Cure with Tormented Souls takes poison over to the face. There's the triple dart by Legacy.
And
keeps him alive.
Yeah, everyone stays alive right now. Our next shrine, the 3rd one of the game, is up and available. Falstad actually does have a lot of bribe stacks. Actually has 3. Could actually bribe the camp in the top left, and will do that. You can see that on the minimap right now, as Falstad should have like 45% increased lightning rod bonus damage as the fight in this bottom lane continues. Lutano rotated down with that flight burrow charge from the Anubrak onto Cure, but Cure continues to live in this backline with no mana. Cure goes down. X-Ray so very low. Can they live with 100-something health? somehow Kane lives. A double kill goes over to the side of CrowdControl. Nice sleep dart from Legacy, but Dequaza continues the damage as Hosty gets nano boosted. Legacy goes down. It's a quad kill for the side. Make it a pentakill as Zul found a kill in mid lane. The members of CrowdControl move through bottom lane and potentially, now I don't say potentially, they're looking to end this game and put one up on the board.
Come on, Zul. Let's go. I guess they're looking to have the Punisher pick up the slack if they die before the end.
I don't think you need it.
Well, they get one minion wave out of Zul, killing these, and then, yeah, I don't think they needed it too. This is going to be in the Ducanon stanky place. Russo didn't need to finish that Punisher, or did they?
Retso is going to get low, does go down, but the Punisher now arrives to the core. Stay a while and listen from X-Ray comes out. That's a Valkyrie out from Dino, but they're displaced. That's a double kill. Unfortunately, though, the core goes down on the side of Simplicity, and CrowdControl will go up 1 in this series.
All right, it got a little bit crazy at the end there, but CrowdControl, most importantly, winning a map, staying alive in the series, avoiding that trip to the lower bracket. But that was CrowdControl. I think you guys called it against the wall. You know, when the going gets tough for CrowdControl, they really seem to be able to find a way to sort of like get crazy, get scrappy, and win team fights, which is kind of what they've been known for all season long, is just being really good at pulling out team fight wins specifically out of situations you wouldn't expect them to find one. And they did get that big map win there. So we're still going in this series.
Yeah, and the Punisher is the one that finished it off in the end. But Zul was also late because of it, but they were low health, so it was probably the safest way to do it, since Punisher's still alive, most likely would finish the core with a jump or so. But pretty clean victory by CrowdControl, just basically winning from start to end. Not in a massive landslide that Simplicity did it with, but just solid in true CrowdControl fashion.
So it does make you wonder a little bit, and Bahamut, maybe you can speak to this too, where when CrowdControl has won their game, it's looked fairly close. I felt like Simplicity definitely looked shakier that game as well. I think CrowdControl brought a level of aggression and a draft they were maybe not expecting as much, but it seems like if Simplicity is able to get a lead in a game based on games 1 and 2, they're able to carry that forward easily and kind of snowball that victory. So do you feel like CrowdControl's found some stability, or do you feel like that was just kind of a shaky game that they were able to sort of scrap out? What do you think?
I don't think it was scrappy whatsoever. I think the members of CrowdControl, like they saw what map that they were taken to, and instead of saying, we're going to play around the first pick value, we're going to play around the map value. And I really, really like the way that CrowdControl opted to play that third game. Instead of playing aggressive and trying to take the team fight to Simplicity's face, they played and had tools that if they fell behind in experience, they could just turtle up and soak with Zul. And there's just a lot of answers for very awkward situations that CrowdControl could utilize. And I think they really, really knew how to deal with everything that Simplicity threw at them in that game. There were some shaky moments as you mentioned, but I think there's nerves from both sides in these playoffs. I'm just ecstatic from that last map and excited for our next one.
Yep, let's find out what that next map is going to be. It's going to be a map we haven't seen as often this season. It's going to be Sky Temple, and this was CrowdControl's choice. Simplicity going to be getting the first pick for the first time in this series. What do you think the effect on that is going to be, Grubby? We're finally going to see map pick and first pick swapped this time.
Yeah, we see that, but the theme of the loser team choosing first pick actually continues in what must be something like a 20 times streak. So the belief in the first pick in shaping the best draft is still alive among all teams.
So, yeah.
Sky Temple, of course, is an incredibly powerful objective, a stark contrast with Volskaya Foundry.
Are we going to see the ETC Karazim combo from either of these teams with the, cleansing dash and mosh pits and all that? Because I believe, if I'm not mistaken, CrowdControl really likes to bring that out on the Sky Temple map. As for the side of Simplicity, I think they like to kind of go for a very gas heavy, if you will, composition with those Genjis. I think in like week number 2, we had that outstanding Lutano play with Genji, if I'm not mistaken, on Sky Temple, where they really cleaned things up. There's a lot of like ifs and questions that I have going into this map. I really want to see how this is played out. It's just really, really cool. There's so many different compositions that they can run.
Yeah, we've seen we've seen ETC Uther by CrowdControl and Sky Temple. We've seen ETC Karazim, and we've seen Zarya. So they do like to double up on support in some of the games. They like that mosh pit enabler combination as well.
We are definitely getting into the stage of the tournament where all the teams we're going to be seeing from here on out do have that flexibility, right? Where it's hard to predict what comp we're going to see because they have a wide variety of things they're comfortable playing, which is always a little bit more fun. Getting into the map now with Sky Temple, we'll see what the bans are going to be as soon as the players finish loading in. But I'm really curious too. I feel like we're getting into territory that's going to be a little bit tougher to predict.
Oh yeah, I don't. It's just, yeah, it's going to be really, really difficult to predict because there's not only just the playoff, I wouldn't even say nerves, but just excitement and energy, but it's also just, there's a lot of, these games are taxing. Like I played in a, best of whatever series in the past for fun with friends. And like, we were, as much as it's for fun, the moment you go into the game, it's all seriousness. And like after like the entire series, I was like shaking because I was just exhausted because you put everything into this, and it's really, really cool. So we'll see what happens with all that. I was thinking about this really quickly. Have we had a legit reverse sweep? Have we had a team go up 2 and then lose 3 games in a row? Because I cannot remember off the top of my head. I know we've gotten close, like we've had that like 4th game, but. Okay.
We've had it a couple times where we've been 1 map away from the reverse sweep, but then the team that won the first 2 maps won the series anyway. So that's the closest we've come. We've never had an actual reverse sweep in CCL yet this season.
Correct.
Today could be the day, and I don't want to call a team to win. I just want 10 maps of Heroes of the Storm. I got to cast 8 last night. Let me cast 10 today. Like, come on.
You got to be careful about that caster curse, though, man. If you say something's going to happen, then it's probably going to be inevitably the opposite.
Hogger and Medivh are not banned, just to point that out really quickly.
Hogger's picked, in fact, by Simplicity.
Diablo's gone, so Tychus is up, but Diablo's movement manipulation will not be as much of an issue. So they're okay with Tychus.
I feel like Tychus ETC here would be great, actually, I still think.
Or Tychus Johanna, one of the main counters to Tychus in Johanna. You pick that up quickly.
That's a good point, too.
I'd agree there.
I want to know, CrowdControl. What are you leaning into? What's the flavor we're going to get? So it's going to be Stukov Cassia.
Oh.
The Cassia's been consistently good for them, though. The Valkyrie pulls, I believe, in the last 2 games were on point. So, yes, excuse me. I was overthinking something, but either way, we go over to the side of Simplicity with this Hogger already. Uther's banned out, so no Divine Shield potential. Could we see that Brightwing for the global value, and then maybe just that Johanna for Masquerade?
Find out. Chromie Johanna. So indeed, the Johanna for Masquerade is chosen.
It's been a hero they've looked comfortable on consistently, and Hosty's been great on Chromie as well. This is looking reminiscent of that first game for the side of Simplicity, though I don't think they had Chromie. I think it was a Vol instead.
Brightwing's going to be the ban. On the crowd-control side, not going to want to let Legacy have access to that. And the final ban for Simplicity will be... Do you ban the Medivh here? Can't remember how good Medivh is on Sky Temple.
I think it's okay. He cannot solo occupy a temple forever, but he can do it for quite long. Medivh is always very powerful. But it looks like crowd-control wants to just rely on, like... they are going to remove that. The Ratso Medivh was quite powerful. Sure. Good call, Doa.
So this means the Zarya is open. If that's something that crowd-control might be thinking of, it's always a threat that Ratso's capable of bringing to a map.
I would love it, actually. You have good burst denial with the Zarya shielding into the Chromie and the setup from Johanna. I was leaning a little more into the ETC myself for just still more control and setup, but the Muradin, you still have Stormbolt to the face, and Sonya's going to be able to spear you in the face as well. It's a lot of in-your-face moments from the side of crowd-control right now, even with that Cassia fend.
You know what goes great on those diving, bruisery, tanky champions, though? Zarya bubbles. That's what goes great on them.
Exactly. Like you mentioned that Zarya, but it's not enough to just have a tank, especially Muradin. You don't want to shield him, but with Sonya, it's just perfect.
Malthael Deckard are going to be the picks.
It could still be Hanzo or Falstad. It is possible, but it does feel a bit Zarya-ish. They might want more burst, though, to deal with Malthael. Maybe healing denial as well, and I'm not sure they have it yet. I don't think so.
No, there's no healing denial out from the side of CrowdControl, but I agree with both of you that Zarya could be strong. They could go into Falstad. Maybe they could go Vikings. I doubt that they should do it.
Whoa.
Okay. Interesting.
Rutzo, I think, has played a lot of Genji to a very strong fact in that. Like, I want to say that Rutzo's had some good showings in the past on Genji, so I think both teams kind of got whatever they wanted. Like, I don't think really anyone got denied too hard here when it comes to their draft, looking at it at the end.
Well, I think if I'm Hosty playing the Chromie, I'm going to be a little bit concerned about the back line. I'm going to have to be avoiding Valkyries from the front and Genjis from the back and Sonya and Muradin jumping on you. It's going to be tricky to keep that Chromie alive. We'll see if they're able to do that. Once again, Simplicity finds themselves in the situation to end the series, to move on in the playoffs. CrowdControl still fighting to stay alive, fighting to avoid the lower bracket. We'll see if they can do it. It's gonna be tough. Like I said, we all expected these series to be close. I think we're kind of seeing that start to come to life. CrowdControl, have they shaken the rust off? Is it gonna be another map win? Let's go to Sky Temple and find out.
As we go ahead and get on into Sky Temple, our fourth map in this best of 5 series, we are going to be seeing the members of CrowdControl on the left-hand side.
We'll see them soon anyway.
We'll get there. But either way, we are going to be having CrowdControl on this left-hand side, trying to win Sky Temple to take the members of Simplicity, who are on the right, to a game number 5. But even then, Simplicity, who sit on this right-hand side in the red, are going to be looking for a map win themselves, which will move them through this upper bracket and push CrowdControl down to that lower bracket, as Doe was mentioning. Let's get into our first engagement. Personally, Grubby, even though I want more games, I'm still actually going to lean into CrowdControl. I really like their draft here.
Even though you want more games, that's exactly how we get there. You just said even though we like more games, they are down 1-2. So, because you want more.
I mean, but like, if we were to take scores away, I actually still would think that CrowdControl is a strong draft here. I really like what they put together, is what I was trying to kind of get at.
Okay, well, I am a Hogger fanboy for life, so I'm going to call it Simplicity 3-1.
Okay,
we'll see how it goes.
You're not the only one. We've had, as we mentioned from week to week, Doe and I kind of have these meetings with a few people, and we all kind of just poll everyone's thoughts. And there was someone actually in the meeting saying like, I think I could see a Simplicity win with a 3-1, and I don't think it's out of this realm, especially after what we saw in game 1 and 2 from Simplicity. But we are here on Sky Temple. Our first objective phase will be announced at 2:30 into the map. So until then, it's just soaking as quickly as you can for level 4, getting some of those questing talents going, and grabbing some siege giants for bottom lane, as Masquerade was unsure of whether or not to Hearth really quick.
Yeah, sometimes he changes his mind very quickly indeed. Suspicious. We should ask him about that if he makes it to the winner's interview. Bahamut.
Definitely.
Yeah,
but right now, Cure will get saved from the rotation, and a counter engagement comes out from Simplicity. Simplicity finding first blood of the game, and no, the stickiness from Cure. I was about to say it's just one, but now X-Ray comes in. Lobber is so very low. Can Cure find what? Oh, the snipe from Hosty! Chromie coming in with the Sandblast to confirm a second kill.
Very, very nice. The accuracy under those conditions are so key, and he mind-gamed the position correctly. Lower goes down. Hosty gets the kill, and that's going to give a prime position for Hogger to go here and get this bruiser count with the perfect. Hey, that took pretty long. It took him like 8 seconds.
But it's so funny. Like you line that up and you just see on the minimap just Hogger just pinballing back and forth. It's just oh my god. Either way,
it's like billiards players. You know, they aim, they measure twice, cut once, and like okay, that's it.
Staggering blow into the wall. Chromie getting a lot of burst into the Sonya, and that's a third kill for Simplicity. Simplicity trying to show us that game number 3 was a fluke.
Yeah, game 3 was free. 4 is par for the course. Sorry. Moving on.
Grubby, bless you, Grubby. You're the best.
I got it. Don't worry. I got it, Grubby. It was great. It was a great joke. Love golf jokes. Carry on.
Thanks.
Sorry, let me just give you a very small golf clap on that one. Yeah, thank you. I couldn't even think of the word.
Let's move on!
Yes, I know. We got Hogger on the top lane temple. We have got Sonya on the mid lane. These will be traded out by these teams. But here's the thing to talk about. Top lane is going to focus on top lane, and there was already a little bit of pressure from the side of Simplicity. So this top lane laser will threaten taking down the fort, whereas mid is just going to be threatening this front gate. Just a little bit of a note onto that one. Siege-wise, Simplicity kind of winning out during this objective.
Yeah, it's a dream, Bahamut. What Simplicity is getting here is the maximum reward from the early game. Just getting the entire fort. There we go with the final pew, pew, pew. 1, 2. No, there's more than final. It's going to go mid as well. Yeah, it's just amazing for Simplicity. And Hager's going to make a quick rotation to the mid. It's going to be a 5-on-5 all-out brawl for the final lasers from mid.
Lauber gets caught by the Scroll of Sealing, gets low. Genji tries to dash away. Cure tries to pull them in. Actually, Masquerade was there with the pull. Hogger throws the Loot Horde out, tries to Hog Wild off of it. X-Ray is going to live because the Hog Wild did not connect onto them for that last little bit of damage, but the members of Simplicity still get the kill in Murden, find their way into this mid lane, and get, I would say, a solid third of this temple into mid lane, which will remove the well, the front gate, and a little bit of health on this fort. Insane momentum coming out from Simplicity on Sky Temple.
Yeah, this is incredible, and you know the only downside so far is that Stukov that goes away with 111 health. X-Ray nearly biting the dust, but somehow magically staying alive. You gotta think that Lutano and Hager, with his relatively defensive Hog Wild, would have believed that someone else on Simplicity would finish off that Stukov, but didn't work out. Small victories for CrowdControl. Nonetheless, Simplicity still with a big advantage. And Bahamut, you and I both know Sky Temple is not forgiving for the losing team.
Not at all. It's a very heavy momentum-based map as Hosty almost goes down, but the time stop will save them for now. They do have those time troubles at level 4 as well. Armor reduction onto the enemy members as 10 talent here comes through in just a second for Simplicity. Same kind of thing we kind of discussed in, I believe it was the Volskaya Foundry map, Simplicity. Once they find some sort of advantage over the enemy team, I would expect them to utilize this into some sort of aggressive chase, and we're actually kind of seeing this in top lane. This is a Last Rites Malthael, but doesn't get Dequaza low enough to apply.
Yeah, it was close though. It was really close. He barely survives, and yeah, Simplicity is just inundating CrowdControl with aggression and effectiveness, but here a little bit of a down gaskers. No, it's good job by CrowdControl. Obviously Malthael dove pretty far, and CrowdControl is scrambling for scraps here. They need what they can, and Malthael happened to be the lowest hanging fruit. They went for him. They got a takedown that gives them level 10 slightly faster. We had just an infinitesimally short moment where CrowdControl thought, do we do the boss? Or I wonder if Lauber was just stepping up into Chromie's vision to pretend that they were going to be doing the boss, to pull Simplicity to an ineffective, inefficient place.
Simplicity won't be baited by that whatsoever. I was honestly giggling because I was watching the way that Kira was playing that, and there was a point when I was like, yeah, he's done. He gave up. Like, he just walked in the bush, he's like, hands off the mountain, or just like, you got the kill, I can't do anything. Like, I can spam all the abilities I want, I'm still gonna die. Maybe I could pad my stats, but right now the members of CrowdControl are gonna hold this bottom lane temple, getting shots into the bottom lane. It's gonna be fort right after they take down this well. Dequaza does have leap, so we'll see what Dequaza does right now in this bush. Hogger coming in the flank-ish position. Dequaza might have vision on that as well. This is a tense setup for a fight, but no actual engagement as Hogger is going to be able to scout out the Sonya in that bush.
Leap has been uptrending. He goes for it. Nice dodge by Hosty with the timeout. Does not get stunned or damaged. Meanwhile, Stukov gets absolutely blasted by the Loot Horde, by the staggering blow and the amounts of damage gratuitously so from Simplicity. That's a double kill. They could immediately make a play for the boss. 5v3, no problem. Giving up momentary laser charges. As Rutso Genji notices this, he should actually grab a few charges of the laser as he has Swift Strike to get away, but he does not dare or attempt to do so yet. I feel like he's been slow to do that. Now he goes on it, but that's a good, I don't know, 8 laser shots missed.
This Hog Wild, I love this. And right now, we actually have Joanna who stepped back onto the point, invade from Simplicity onto the Siege Giants. Simplicity looking to build out a massive wave through bottom lane as Retso is scouting that out with the Shurikens. as well. Lauber comes in with the Stormbolt into the face of Hogger, who hog wilds into the backline. Meanwhile, Kier steps onto the point, forcing the Murden Dwarf toss away. Leap came in from Sonya. Hortipult in from Lutano that blocks a few members of the CrowdControl stepping into this as the hog wild is really going to get really good angles right there. Yeah.
Damn, that was sick. Using the loot hoard he used from Hortipult to sequester Sonya into his own team, finding an angle with basically 3 to 4 planned angles that were effective at chasing. Of course, Genji was able to swift strike away, but sick Lutano Hogger play. He's clearly been applying himself to learning this hero to the max of his craft.
Almost going to invade onto that camp, but I agree with you, Grubby. The members of Simplicity, specifically Lutano on that Hogger, is just playing out of their mind in this game and in the series in general. It's very well done from them. I mean, macro-wise as well, they during that entire team fight, the boss was pushing onto the bottom lane fort, got the fort there. After getting a couple kills on the side of Simplicity, make a quick rotation to mid for another fort. Structurally, macro-wise, they are playing their game. It is on CrowdControl to make the aggressive plays as you're seeing this invade, but Time Walker's pursuit from Chromie will show this rotation from our entire blue team.
And Hosty has just been playing incredible on Chromie and in general in the tournament and today. Time trapped, always in the right position, slowing sands, never wasted, and great accuracy. He, just with that one hero he has there, with the time trap and with the pursuit, was able to scout out the entire desperate Hail Mary play by CrowdControl, looking for creative invades as they still held on to a tangible equality, equal talents at least. Their final chance before this map spirals out of control in the double laser phase, which is sure to cost CrowdControl some keeps if they don't get like a really rapid destruction of the Simplicity team.
I love this right now. We can't swap the vision over, but if we could, we would actually show you that Simplicity is kind of hanging out in the fog of war. Maybe they pop up here and there, but they're just waiting for the trickle experience for the 16 talents here before the objective phase. And now that they have it with a just about 2-level lead, the leap comes in from the Sonya, but the self-cleanse was there. Hortipult in from the Hogger as well. Bless Shield comes out from Masquerade, setting up a lot. Dayquaza gets the last rights applied to them. Doesn't go down, does end up going down actually to the Joanna. The Stukov got picked off as well. Murden on the top right of our mini-map actually is going to be able to get away from all of this, and that'll be 2 kills in favor for the side of Simplicity, who actually split their assets and rotate Kier into bottom lane to try and get double temple phase. Ooh, but Kier's going to 1v1 the Genji in bottom. Can they actually get any...
He's done the damage. Rutso is trying to bait out Lost Rights with deflect, but Kier didn't fall for it. He just ends up... Oh! Oh man, all those blinds actually saving people on the brink, but finally both go down.
Hogger is in mid and does finish out that objective, but in the bottom lane fight, Lauber and Dino are doing their best to just make some plays happen. Unfortunately, Lauber goes down, Hogger comes in, and that's a double kill. Triple overall for the side of Simplicity, only losing their Malthael, and now Temple through bottom lane will focus on bottom lane shots into that keep. And let me see, it's actually, the gate is still kind of up. It's about half the gate's up and available for that bottom. So this bottom lane Temple should get a lot of value for the side of Simplicity.
I don't love Simplicity taking the lasers right now. There are a lot of them, and maybe that's why they figured that's enough. That is going to take down the keep, most likely. Just normally, you hope for a team to like do a bit of structural damage to the keep to guarantee that the lasers finish off the hardest to reach health normally. But in this case, I guess it is totally the safe thing to do. There are other hobbies on the map. Simplicity is taking a bruiser camp. The lasers will just about finish off this keep. And the only thing that Simplicity doesn't get is like bonus damage on mid keep, which doesn't translate yet to a keep kill anyway. So this is the safest way to play it. Not the greediest, but pretty damn near to it.
What do you, we're talking about the map, but I actually want to talk about Chromie's level 20. What are your thoughts on this Blessing of the Bronze? Because we don't see this crazy often, but it is kind of crazy of the value that it gets. Activate to cause Chromie and all allied heroes to gain 20% movement speed, and their basic abilities recharge 35% faster for 8 seconds.
Honestly, it sounds like the best one, and no one ever takes it.
That's the crazy thing to me. Oh wait, leap in top lane? Hello? Or was there a leap? I swear to God, no. It's just maybe it was a Cassia Fend or something. Okay. I saw somebody just go on in, and it doesn't seem like we actually have any sort of kills, just some cooldowns used.
Yeah, but it does sound like the best Chromie level 20. It's just not the one that you individually use. So Storm League, even some of these pros who play in Storm League, they're not used to picking the Blessing of the Bronze. But it feels like what a team that is destined to win CCL should pick. It's 35% ability recharge for 8 seconds and movement speed for the whole team. It seems really nice.
We have a potential fight over this. Bobber is going to jump in, leap from the Sonya as well. Cassia with the Valkyrie, everything being thrown on top of Simplicity. And the members of Simplicity kind of come out on top, only losing their Deckard, but finding the kill into the Sonya, the Stukov, the Muradin, the Genji. Dino's the only one alive trying to outplay Cure, manages to do so, but that is all 5 members of CrowdControl going down, and it looks like Grubby, with the death march through bottom lane, Simplicity has knocked the #1 seed in HeroesCCL down into the lower bracket. They've taken the first life away from CrowdControl. Now CrowdControl needs to make that run through the bottom, or they are out of HeroesCCL Season 1. But we'll determine that later on. This right now, we gotta live in this moment because this is massive. Simplicity, the #6 seed, comes in and destroys this best of 5 series, in my opinion. Very well played. GG's go over to the side of Simplicity. Amazing map. Amazing.
Simplicity does it. I can't believe it. In their last 4 matches, Simplicity has lost 3 maps. They are looking like the team to beat right now in CCL. And it's now the conversation isn't just, is Simplicity good enough to hang out in the top 4 bracket? The conversation is Simplicity the favorite to win the tournament? Because they just, I would say, with ease, took out the #1 seed. I think you gotta name them the favorite at this point.
Well, WildHeart and Oxygen, the question is, they were right up there with CrowdControl, and CrowdControl looks like they soften up a bit in the 3 weeks. It's not easy to keep yourself in peak performance over 3 weeks. You got to keep your eyes on the goal. It's a bit longer term. It doesn't have that feeling, that sense of the deadline. Right. And honestly, they weren't as sharp as we've seen them. I think it's fair to say that, even as Simplicity looks stronger than ever. It's a plus and a minus from both sides, right? So the question is, have Oxygen and WildHeart been able to keep themselves in prime position, in prime shape?
That's the big question. Looking forward, Bahamut, Simplicity again looking dominant. If you could pick any weakness though that they possibly showed in this series, what is it that the other teams, the 2 teams that we're going to see in this next best of 5, that one of them are going to go and face Simplicity in the winners bracket finals? What should they be looking for?
It's really hard to say because there weren't a lot of massive mistakes from just like one individual player. It was small miscalculations here and there, like Masquerade stepped forward sometimes. Hosty got, picked off because they were dove on. Hogger was a little too far forward. Malthiel tried to 1v4. It's a lot of those things, but it's not like one person was just, you can punish them consistently. And that's like, I like, as much as I would love to give you an answer, I really don't know. Like, I'm sure that these teams, they have a game plan in mind, like ban Hogger from Lutano probably, maybe ban Hosty's Chromie. It's just, there's just so much to kind of unravel in the side of Simplicity because they had a lot of really, really good plays and not a lot of unforced errors per se.
Yeah. Well, speaking of Hosty, we're going to bring him in just a moment for a post-match interview to kind of get some thoughts on that last series, because it certainly was a good one. Hosty, can you hear us? Are you with us yet? Maybe not.
Hello.
Oh, there he is. Hey, Hosty. All right. Congratulations on the 3-1 victory. I mentioned it earlier. In the last 4 series now, Simplicity has only lost 3 maps. So you guys have been looking dominant. What's the key? Like, what's the key to this kind of transformation over the holiday break that you've shown us now in the playoffs?
Honestly, like, just the entire season was kind of off for us. We didn't put in the time required. We just didn't have the synergy. Not even like 5% of what we have now. And it's not even necessarily the players, like Wit and Collusion. Shout outs to both of them. They're both incredible players. It's just for some reason now with Legacy and Masca, we gel really well. We've also changed up the drafting, cure drafts. And before like Lutano drafted on Freedom, he's an excellent drafter. It's just the few changes we made, it just all clicks.
If it works, it works. You guys have been playing great. Your score did seem low for what seemed to be the level of the players, 2-5 in the regular season. Now you've lost, like Doa pointed out, just 3 maps in 4 best-of-5 matches. Just phenomenal. And do you think now that you are the favorite to win the whole thing?
I mean, I always did, even in season, even if it was 2-5, like I knew as soon as we clicked and played to even close to our abilities, like I knew we could win. I'm just happy it happened. So
nice.
I'm curious, because we're not able to jump into your comms because of just Discord issues. What are your comms like now? You were talking about the gelling and the synergistic value that you've all kind of built together since the holiday break going into the playoffs. Is it one loud voice? Is it kind of, are there a lot of in-game shot callers? Can you just talk about how you kind of maybe go through even just a basic team fight?
So Kieran and Lutano, I'd say, are the 2 main voice callers. Lutano would be more towards the macro side of things, and then Cure is more towards the team fight shot calling. However, we're all looking for our own plays. If Legacy's on Deckard and he's looking for a big sleep, he's calling it. I'm calling the damage I could hit. And it just works out together. So our comms gel really, really, really well. And I think, that's about it.
Yeah, no, I was interested in that insight. It's really, really cool. Congratulations again on that victory.
Thank you.
Absolutely. We've got one more question before we let you go. In your opinion, how long after Christmas is it appropriate to have your Christmas tree still up? What do you think about that topic? I'm just curious.
Oh my God.
Until we win, baby.
Okay, all right. The tree's straight up. So there's one last present under the tree, and it's a CCL championship. I get it. All right, enough said. Any quick shout-outs you want to make before we really let you go?
Kieran Lutano finally beat the number 1 seed, which is Big Pog. So I'm really happy for the whole team. Shout-outs to the bathrobes, the hostages, who are my subs. I'll clarify right now. And shout-out to Zugrug, specifically our coach Zugrug, and also our analyst Zugrug, and our scrum partner Zugrug, and just all the Zugrugs out there. Thank you.
A man of many talents. All right. Well, thanks for joining us, Hosty. Congrats again on the win. Looking forward to seeing your matches in the next best of 5.
Thank you. Take care, guys.
All right, there you have it. Hosty from Simplicity. Yet another win for that team as they storm their way through not only the gauntlet, but all the way into the top 4. They are going to the winners bracket finals, and they are looking like a very difficult team to beat.
Yeah, you gotta love that. Never lost confidence that they should be the winning team, even when they were 2-5, and just changed up a few things, found the formula to have a much better synergy, and they certainly showed it. So confident words from Simplicity.
Exactly. Well, there's our playoff situation right now as of that last best of 5. You can see CrowdControl going down to the lower bracket, and that means we are going to get to look forward to a WildHeart Esports versus Oxygen Esports best of 5 coming up soon. We're not done yet today, so don't go anywhere. Obviously, Simplicity getting that 3-1 victory over CrowdControl in our first best of 5. Don't call it an upset. And then WildHeart Esports versus Oxygen Esports. When we come back, it is going to be a great series. We're going to take a quick break, guys. But when we return, another best of 5 here in the HeroesCCL Playoffs presented by Roll20. We'll see you then.
Hey friends, welcome to another In the Weeds presented by Roll20, the official CCL halftime show. I am Gilly, and this time I'm joined by Pit Kid, aka, or as I know I'm Jesting, a warrior player for WildHeart Esports. Hey Jesting, how's it going?
Hey Gilly, it's going pretty good.
Good, I'm glad to hear it. You had a little bit of a break, so I'm excited to see you back in. Are you excited to get back into playing this weekend?
Yeah, it was nice to be able to start practicing again too, because didn't really play took like 2 weeks off. I think pretty much everyone, with the exception of maybe Simplicity, took like 2 weeks off to just have holidays and stuff.
Yeah, for sure. And did you have a good holiday break?
Yeah, it was good.
Good. Awesome. So, looking back at the CCL season, how was the CCL season for you and the team?
It's been really fun. It's probably exceeded my expectations in terms of just how much fun I'd have doing it. I think I got pretty lucky with the team I got. We all work really well together, and we're all like, there hasn't been really any major team issues or anything like that. So I think I'm blessed to get the team I have. Like we all get along and stuff. So it's been fun.
That's amazing to hear. Was there any worries for you and Buds, like, oh, what if we're not on the same team, or was it generally accepted that, like, no, you guys are gonna go together wherever you go?
I mean, obviously I wanted to be on the same team with Buds, and I pretty much figured that we would get on the same team. Especially with how there's trading and stuff. I think it would be sort of risky for another org to have tried to like snipe Buds anyways, just because like I don't know how much more motivated we'd be if we were on different teams. So like there'd be some incentive probably to try to like trade if that happened.
Yeah.
Because obviously like we were talking all the time and like hanging out, like playing the game together. So
yeah,
it'd be a little risky for them.
Yeah, for people who I don't know, maybe didn't watch HGC, you guys have been friends since middle school, right?
Yeah, I've known Bud since like 7th grade.
That's amazing. And speaking of HGC, I really like talking to all of the former HGC players about, like favorite memory, favorite highlight maybe from HGC. What would you say yours would have been?
Definitely, it's probably BlizzCon 2017 for sure. When we probably beating Tempest, I'm pretty sure that was the team that we knocked out, the Koreans. I think that series was probably like my favorite HOTS moment ever. That was like, it was just so hyped for us. Like it was the first time in a really long time that NA beat Koreans internationally. So that was definitely it.
Yeah, that's definitely a good one, especially on the BlizzCon stage too, when you've got the home crowd advantage for sure.
Yeah.
All right, so jumping back into CCL, what'd you make of the ladder last weekend? Did you expect Simplicity to come out on top?
Yeah, I think I did a power rankings thing from before, like right after the draft, and I think I got them all right. Besides, I had 7th and 8th mixed up. I had Granite and Chili Mountain in 8th and 7th instead of 7th and 8th. But the rest was accurate, and I posted it assuming that it would be the same. Simplicity also I don't think took as much of a break as the other teams, so they were really charged up for the gauntlet. I think most people expected them to win.
Is that, I guess, concerning at all, looking at the top 4, knowing that they've been like really just putting the pedal to the metal and making sure that they could make it to the top 4? Or do you think that you three, who have been sort of at the top for so long, are still a level above Simplicity?
I think Simplicity is looking really strong right now. I think they have good momentum, and I think they have they have a good setup going with Cure doing drafts and stuff like that, and Cure centric comps where he's like the focus, where he's trying to carry with like he's enabling himself to carry and stuff like that. I think they're definitely looking strong right now. I kind of expect us to play them in the finals.
Oh, really? All the way in the finals?
Yep.
Who has to go through the lower bracket?
I haven't seen much of CrowdControl, so I don't know too much. Like, I don't know what their power level is right now. We scrimmed Simplicity a lot.
Gotcha.
This last week, so we have a pretty good understanding of how strong they are and like their playstyle.
Okay.
Oxygen and CrowdControl not so much, so it'll be one of them, I think. And I'm gonna assume it's gonna be. I don't know. Tournament's always different, so it's pretty 50-50. I'd probably say Oxygen though.
Okay.
We'll come lower. And, yeah.
Oh, at the start of the season, would you have expected this to be the top 4, looking at the teams that were drafted? I mean, obviously there are a lot of changes, swaps and trades and that kind of thing. But would you have expected these 4 teams to be the top 4?
Yeah. I mean, they were so 4th place was a little iffy for me, but
Okay.
And I guess now, if I think that Simplicity is 2nd, that kind of changes things. But initially, I had us, CrowdControl, and Oxygen as the top 3. That was my assumption going into it, and that's pretty similar now. The only thing is, I didn't really 4th place. I thought was going to be like a toss-up between mostly 30K and Simplicity, but Simplicity's kind of powering up, so I think they'll either get 4th or they'll get 2nd.
Gotcha. So you mentioned Oxygen, and this interview is going to air before your first round match versus Oxygen in the playoffs, and you're actually facing a former teammate Prismat in that. So do you have any words for Prismat?
Watch out, Prism! I'm coming for you. I want the rematch. I think we'll I think we should beat Oxygen.
Okay.
We haven't played against them in a while, but I think we should do really good against them. The last time, I don't want to go into too many details about it, but the last time was not under optimal conditions, as players would say. They definitely had a very large advantage going into that series, so I think I want some payback.
Well, best of luck in looking to get that. Do you have any spicy strategies? You know, I've got to ask because it's you. Any spicy strategies maybe you can like give us hints to for this weekend?
I can't give too many hints, but I will say that depending how cheesy it gets, Bahamut will get real excited over some maybe one or two of our picks.
I'm so excited to watch this air and then watch his reaction coming back now. That's gonna be good. Thank you for that. All right, so you know, you talked about how you had the couple of weeks of break. Since coming back, what has preparation for playoffs been looking like for you guys as a team so far?
Well, we scrimmed a lot against Simplicity last week, and then we've been mostly scrimming like I think some like academy teams for the most part, because I think most of the other teams are taking a break now, obviously, because they're knocked out, so there's not like incentive for them currently. And then it's we don't really scrim CrowdControl and Oxygen right now, so we're mostly just scrimming against the like academy teams from the orgs, and just trying to mostly just theory craft like what our drafts will be for playoffs, because that's obviously it's all still changing.
Yeah, that's got to get hard, right? Where you're wanting to hide stuff from the other three teams going into this last week, like knowing that it's the big week, but then also you're having to hide stuff from so many of like, you know, your top potential scrim partners. It's got to be tough.
Yeah, it makes things a little awkward because you can only practice against each other, really. So you're either hiding things or just not scrimming them, basically.
What would success for you in the CCL be? Is it, have you already achieved it? Is it only first place?
I mean, I want to win. Otherwise, I probably wouldn't have signed up. So, yeah, I'd like to win.
Short and sweet. I love it. Final question before I let you get to shoutouts. What's been your favorite game or moment in CCL this season?
I think both of our game 5s against CrowdControl and Simplicity are probably about a tie for like most hype. Against CrowdControl, like we put a lot of prep into that, and like we figured that was going to be like our biggest match. And I remember like when we were hitting core, like I'm like almost like shaking like back in the day from like it was fun because it was real hype, and that was like the first like real hype match we had.
Oh wow!
And then Simplicity too, like because those were close series, but game 5s weren't close at all, and that's just like really hype. We just I don't know, we don't lose game 5s, so those are both pretty fun to just stomp the last games.
Do you guys get crazy in comms as a team?
Yes. yeah. People are just like making noises and stuff in comms when we're winning, and yeah, our comms are pretty silly.
Can I ask you to put someone on the spot? Who's the nuttiest in comms?
Definitely Zerg, because if we start winning, he just goes like we won't even call things anymore. Like if we're winning, like he'll just like jump in with URL and like knock everyone back and be like they all die. And like that, like if he starts doing that, then like we know the game's done. Like everyone just, and it's like cruise control for like the game after that. Like he starts making those noises and no one has to think anymore. We're just gonna win.
I seem to remember a certain phrase that Zuna would yell for Tempo Storm per Dreadnought. That was similar. I won't say it here because, you know, it's maybe not safe for work, but, you know, I know those feelings, right? You hear about those feelings of just like, all right, we know we're going to win because we're feeling it. Well, that's awesome. Yeah. I hope you get many of those moments throughout playoffs. Best of luck to you, Justin. Are there any shout outs you'd like to give?
Yeah, shout outs to my team, WildHeart. They've been good, Goon, and all the WildHeart folk have been good. Shout outs to my team. They've all been great. And also, shout outs to BBJ for putting like half my team in like C and D tier so that we got like a super stacked roster. And shout outs to Fun's mom, of course.
Of course. Awesome. Well, thank you everyone for watching In the Weeds, presented by Roll20. And finally, thank you so much, Justin, for taking the time.
Yep. Thank you.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to HeroesCCL presented by Roll20. Doa here along with Bahamut and Grubby. One best of 5 down, one more to go on the day, and it's going to be a good one. Let's take a look at the bracket, though, first to see where things are at right now in our 4-team double elimination playoffs. CrowdControl dropping a series to Simplicity just now, 3-1. They are going to the lower bracket, and that means we have to look forward to WildHeart Esports versus Oxygen Esports in our second best of 5 of the day. Let's check out WildHeart. Now, when you look at this roster, when you think about WildHeart, the first thing you think about is Pit Kid and the crazy drafts that they tend to bring. Bahamut, any insight into this? What do you think we can expect to see from this team after not seeing them for so long? Because we haven't seen either of these rosters for a few weeks now.
I really think that I would not really think. I would expect that the members of WildHeart would be, in the laboratory during this winter break per se, putting together some interesting compositions to showcase for all of us. I caught a little bit of the Justing interview during the break, and it seems like they have something up their sleeves going into the series. So we'll have to see. And to correct you, Doa, when I hear WildHeart, I don't think about Justing and Bud and all that. I think about Cho'Gall and Murky and.
Oh, of course you do. All right. You had me going for a second there. I was really? Yeah. Now I get it. I get it okay. Now.
But looking over at Oxygen, it's just it's. Oxygen's gonna have to come out and counter a lot of what WildHeart brings to the table, I think, today.
Oh, absolutely. Grubby, what do you think about Oxygen? Now, they were a team that started off the season very strong, but seemed like they started to slip a bit as the rest of the teams in the league caught up. Do you agree?
Yeah. Oxygen started with the 4-0 score. Now they're sitting at 5-2, and they have a lot of flexibility. They had a lot of macro understanding, but they also showed the other teams how the game is to be played. Other teams copy that, and now they suffered, of course, 2 losses, one against Granite Gaming, which was their first, then CrowdControl. Both a 2-3 loss, though. So it's not like they got wiped ever. Like, never been 3-1. They've never been 3-0'd. So this is a team that fights tooth, nail, and claw every match. They've got a nominee for Best Tank in Red Robot. They've got a nominee for Most Flexible flex player in of course, Prismaticism. I mean, he played Lily, and he played Orphea, and he played Mephisto. Can't get much more flexible than that.
And I believe Madara is also like up for MVP or like Best Range Assassin or something like that. Like, I was doing the awards or my own voting a couple days ago. Doa, is that still open? Can we still vote on that?
I believe it is. Yeah, you can still type !awards in chat and do it. See if you can pick. Well, not see if you can. You can help to choose the best players in a lot of different categories, the best players in a lot of different categories, teams, etc. Go and do it, and it'll be fun because that award show is coming later on in the season. Should be neat.
On a 2-second note of that, it's all just like point and click. You don't have to type anything in. It's all the options are there. So just if you're like, I don't want to sit there and think about it, you just push buttons. So go vote. Go. It's easy.
Wow. You don't even need to think. It doesn't get much better than that. Let's check out the map that we're going to go to in the first part of this best of 5. It is going to be Gardens of Terror. Wow, I did not expect that, actually. Interesting. The WildHeart pick. Huh. What do you think about that, Grubby?
Yeah, Garden of Terror, we see it a little bit less. It's a map where we have what used to be called the specialists being extra good. Abathur, Gazlowe, Vikings even. And we do have a Vikings pick before from Oxygen. They played Vikings and Abathur, in fact, on Towers of Doom against Sidestep Kings about 6 weeks ago. A lot of different picks possible for both teams coming out here. These are 2 of the special drafting teams, especially WildHeart. It's a wild map. I'm so ready for it.
Right. Well, here we go. Into picks and bans for map number 1 between WildHeart versus Oxygen. And it's going to be, I believe, Oxygen's pick first, as WildHeart did choose the map. But let's see what the bans are before we get there.
Coin flip, as you were mentioning, did go over to Oxygen. And just for anyone to note really quickly, we had a ban from onto Tomb and Dragonshire, so we will not be seeing those maps in this best of 5 series. This Tychus ban, okay, all right. Getting rid of that hero that has been kind of really the rage as of late, and WildHeart not wanting to deal with a Hogger. Makes sense.
WildHeart, a team that doesn't always run what most teams consider a main tank, and what Blizzard considers a main tank. They've run... Blaze tank, they've run Leoric as a tank, Zul sometimes, so a lot of interesting decisions. WildHeart also runs a lot of double healer. So that Uther is a very diligent removal by Oxygen.
Right. Well, just like any other MOBA, just because a hero or a champion is labeled a certain way doesn't mean it always needs to play that way.
Yeah.
I don't.
Medivh Bear.
Okay. Well,
all right. Here we go.
I'm a little worried about the first pick Vikings because, and maybe this is just me and I'm falling into the mentality of this, and this might be wrong, and please correct me if it is. But I feel like such a Viking so early, there's just a lot of things like, all right, now they can, and all memes aside, like they could Butcher to farm off those Vikings, they could Tracer to farm off the Vikings, Greymane, a more realistic pick. Like, do you think this is too early?
Good. I don't think Butcher's that good against Vikings, but Tracer absolutely good against Vikings. It's just Vikings players can scale down their effectiveness at soaking if the entire enemy team counter drafts them. And your team understands it. So say a team goes like Tracer Valera, because these people have very good experiences killing Vikings. And then the Vikings just stand behind gate. They miss out 50% of the soak that they could get, but they're still getting more than the other dudes. And then like the 4-man just slays people like Tracer Valera because like they're unkillable. So that's something to keep in mind. It'd be sick if one pick required 5 counter picks. Sometimes it is almost to that point, like with a Medivh or with a Hager with a Viking. So, but you gotta caution yourself from overcommitting to countering something, especially when it's first picked as confidently as this.
Whoa! Insta pick on the Sonya Mephisto. All right, there you go.
I think Grubby made a really good point as to what I was kind of saying. Like I was falling into that trap of like we have to counter the Vikings.
Sure.
What WildHeart, in my opinion, is doing right here is they're drafting heroes that can deal with Vikings on an individual basis. Sonya can handle a Viking in a lane, so can D.Va, so can Mephisto. And all of those heroes also can confirm kills onto Vikings. I love the way that WildHeart's kind of adjusting their draft and just kind of playing against this composition as Oxygen rolls out a Brightwing with an Orphea and then No,
here we go.
Why?
All right.
Why is this a thing?
Why is this happening?
Stop it.
We are in for a very different series than we had in our last one, that's for sure.
That's gotta be Water Dragon. All right.
You took the words out of my mouth, Grubby. Yeah.
But still, okay. Orphea is a relevant auto attacker. So is Cassia, and so I have to say it is Eric. But still, though, like she has no wave clear against Vikings who require loads of wave clear. Mephisto is lackluster, Sonya is great, D.Va is great, but you've got 2 out of 5 heroes with good wave clear on WildHeart. Can you suppress Viking map pressure?
Well, we're going to find out pretty quick here. It's going to be a wild game. I think it's going to be a wild series, but no surprise with a team named WildHeart as one of our 2 teams in this best of 5. I suppose we shouldn't be shocked there. I wasn't even planning on saying that. It just kind of happened. Meanwhile, Oxygen looks so standard, so safe, so methodical early on. Can they bring back that early level of play to this map? Let's find out.
On the left-hand side, we got the members of WildHeart. We've got Zergling on the D.Va, Unaverted on Mephisto, Pit Kid on the Sonya, Funds will be on the Lily, okay? And Buds on the Stukov. For the right-hand side, we have the members of Oxygen, Banana on the Brightwing, Nasmus on the Lost Vikings, Madara on the Orphea, Prismaticism on the Cassia, and Red Robot on that Joanna. As much as I feel like I shouldn't say these words, I'm actually going to call for a WildHeart win. You know, that's it. That's my entire breakdown of my analysis. I just think that it's so crazy. It's
breakdown
gonna work.
Of your analysis or of your sanity, Bahamut? I am in serious doubt. Really? That could have been a Gaslow. Funds likes Gaslow. That would have worked.
Condemn from the Joanna pulls a lot of WildHeart members into a fight, but Prismatis is not able to find enough damage for a kill. Neither can Madara, so we just split off into our lanes. D.Va into top, Stukov and friends into bottom. Who's the real main? Is there no main tank, or do we have like a main, like a faux main tank here? Okay, mate, maybe? I guess?
Lily isn't just a faux main tank, she's a faux hero.
Oh, Grubby.
Foo Fighters, the pretenders, pretending to be a hero.
Well, let's have, I want to talk about this. Oh my god, do you see the Cassia fend in the top right of our screen?
Yeah, I saw that.
Around the corner into the Siege Giants.
After getting vision with a spear, that's cool, man.
That's a really cool tactic, but I want to talk to you on all jokes aside, let's seriously talk about this Lily. Do you think it actually impacts this draft for WildHeart in a positive way. Because as much as like it's a joke, I feel like it you kind of said like it could have been a Gazlo. I mean, it could have been a different healer, even like a Rhaegar would have been great too. Like, why?
No joke.
Why
no jokes here, right? Like Orphea is a mage, but she really requires auto attacks to self-sustain. And when her chaos imbued auto attack misses, she doesn't get the chaos healing that she requires. Cassia is a ranged auto attacker with relevant spell damage through her poke, but note the talent he picked, Charged Strikes. That has the higher ceiling of damage. That is empowered, Cassia is empowered by other blinds, which is Johanna. That takes 2 blinds off the table, not counting another foe hero in Artanis. Who's left? Lily. There aren't like that many reliable blinds. Lily, the 3rd blinder, basically, after Johanna and Cassia. So you've got these heavily auto attack based assassins. Johanna and Brightwing by themselves, not enough of a source of damage, especially against double healer. Now you've got double healer by WildHeart and damage mitigation on the primary source of damage by Oxygen. WildHeart might just be totally unkillable in any team fight, with D.Va just doing the Viking cleanup duty.
You make such a good point there, especially about the Orphea with those auto attacks, who Orphea tries to chase in onto Pit Kid. It's inside that bush, but it got a little hairy for a second. And as you kind of said, well, yes, Pit Kid got low. It's difficult to kill WildHeart, even when WildHeart's pushing face into a front gate. Oxygen, though, setting up for a catch in the rotation. I like this right now. Maybe Funds gets caught out. I'm just waiting, and no. Wait, yes. Funds rotates into the bush, and we'll see the enemy team, and this is just going to be a quick double back as those fast feet will get Lily out.
Yeah, the Oxygen just healed Funds. It was like a 3-man gank. He dropped to 95% and then actually felt better than when he woke up today. So that was great. A little bit of Lily power there. A lot of it comes down to actually Zergling versus the Vikings. Obviously, Vikings are going to soak more than Zergling on D.Va. But it's going to be down to whether Nazmaz on Eric can damage D.Va enough to disrupt the double rotation. And now WildHeart is like, we don't just want to rely on this passive Viking versus D.Va fight. Occasionally, we're going to bring in D.Va and get things that matter to us. We'll fall behind in XP. We'll kill a Viking here and there. We'll get objectives. And that's how WildHeart tries to stay in this game.
It's so insanely well played in that right. I also want to shout out Red Robot with just the due diligence to hold the Iron Skin during that mecha explosion. I believe if the Iron Skin wasn't used there, I think the Johanna would have gone down to that damage.
Correct.
Or at least been in the realm to maybe die to a big shot from the D.Va. Meanwhile, in bottom lane, phase shift from the Brightwing will connect onto Johanna as the members of WildHeart continue their pressure through bottom lane with D.Va doing double soak. Spear in from Pit Kid, but it's just going to yield a slam. And this is also going to be slam build plus spear, so maybe, just maybe, we'll see that leap come in. You get that leap, spear, slam. It's a lot of initial damage from Pit Kid.
Meanwhile, Vikings and now Prismaticism on Cassia as well, damaging and bullying D.Va some. And D.Va just got her boosters back, taking a lot of damage. Smart choice, liquid cooling on level 1, more fountain use, and don't need to touch the fountain to use it. That's going to give healing, and it's important and necessary. The experience has already spiraled out of control. You look at the XP difference now, and normally this is achieved through about 4 hero kills, or maybe 5. This is gained just off the back of Vikings on Garden of Terror and Nazmaz's prowess with that hero. Oxygen now also getting the first objective point, and no matter how unkillable WildHeart is, if they can't get control of these lanes, it's going to potentially get difficult for them.
Garden of Terror also has the objective phase on top of the Viking pressure on the side of Oxygen, so if they can get 2 more of those seeds, their overall map pressure and map push with the Vikings with the core 4 is immense on the side of Oxygen. I feel in some cases that WildHeart Siege could be a little on the lackluster side overall. We'll have to see, though. It's no real big objective just yet. It's 1 up on both sides, and 10 talent tier does come through. Sonya, don't make a liar out of me. Pick that leap. Pick that leap. Go for that single target damage. Eric does go down in mid lane. It's a Wrath Berserker. Okay.
You liar!
Flame me on Reddit, chat. I expect to see at least 13 threads about just like, I can't believe this caster doesn't even know. But we do have...
Be nice to the casters. Be nice.
What? Red is always nice to the casters, always. Bottom lane does have the Siege Giants coming through for the side of Oxygen and an invade onto this Bruiser camp. That's actually going to be the Jugs from Lily playing to the far side of this, but they're not going to be interrupted. And those Jugs, my friend actually used to call them back in the day the Jug of 1,000 Nopes, as the Flailing Swipe anti-synergizes with the Durance of Hate, and no connection from that one, but the camp invaded by the side of Oxygen will be picked up by Oxygen.
That just, these sustain ults, Wrath of the Berserker and Jugs, that really blows my mind that they have these slow heroic abilities to slow down a fight when what you want against Vikings usually is speed and burst. But I gotta give respect here to WildHeart and say they probably know that as well. They've got a plan here. It's not like they're new to Vikings. Whatever we know, most likely they do too. And a whole lot more to boot, most likely. Maybe later on, this will pan out okay. These survivability tools, when Sonya becomes a monster, we gotta say WildHeart still has all of their forts. Even though they're down in XP, they're just a few kills away from equalizing. That's how HOTS works.
13 talents here, though, will be found soon through the side of Oxygen, and much like how we discussed in our previous best of 5 between Simplicity and CrowdControl, do we see any, foot on the gas sort of deal from Oxygen? And I think it might be into this D.Va in the top lane, even without the 13 talents here. D.Va will be able to get the boost. The Blessed Shield will not connect from Red Robot. And I think it's just to hang out in through that top lane to get the 13 with 10 seconds on the objective. WildHeart trying to find that 13 talents here quickly. Fight's starting to break out, though. This is going to be Pit Kid with the Wrath of Berserker up. You can see that glow on the blades. Seems like they'll have to back off, and that Wrath will end.
Yeah, Wrath ends. Durance of Hatred misses. We had the Spear from Pit Kid missing as well. We don't see the level of execution yet that Simplicity showed in their match against CrowdControl. CrowdControl might have been fine against WildHeart. If you just do like a quick comparison, which is of course totally disjointed and everything, but Simplicity looked good. And we see some misses here by WildHeart, not really getting the engages they need. They will get that silencing arm to try and disrupt this objective. They're so close to 13, but not quite yet.
I'm literally watching on bottom lane. I'm seeing the Sonya down there just pushing things out, and they actually have to run all the way back up here, but the members of WildHeart have delayed things out for now. Can they stall out Banana?
I don't hear you anymore. I don't know if you hear me.
Yeah, it appears Bahamut dropped out of Discord there. We'll see if we can get him back again real quick, but for now we've got a team fight going. He's back! Bahamut, take over quick.
Discord decided to say, nope, we have the Jugs coming out from Lily, and this is just going to be an insane fight from the side of WildHeart, winning out against the Joanna and the Brightwing, but WildHeart still loses the objective phase and will have to defend.
Always nice when you can get a kill, even though you're destined to lose the objective. They couldn't cancel that anymore, but yeah, double kill, in fact, nice for WildHeart. Nonetheless, they are being deluged by planned pressure. And Vikings are still getting the best out of every lane, getting that experience. Funds very nearly goes down.
Funds, oh my god, Funds is so very low as the face shift comes in from Legacy. Or no, not Legacy, that was the last series we were just in. Face shift comes in from Banana, thank you. As sorry, the whole Discord thing threw me off for a second. I literally looked over and my Discord was just like, I'm rebooting. All right, computer, fine, sure, you do you. But 16 talents here is going to be nearing in favor for Oxygen, and we kind of keep saying this, but these Vikings, Nasmus is doing a great job around the map, just pulling in this experience. Is it going to be equalized in this later half of the game? Because late game kills really are going to kind of counter that Viking early game experience, in my opinion, if WildHeart can find those kills.
Yeah, and WildHeart is leading in kills. They're like the least behind you almost ever see a team be against Vikings without snowballing team fights. Mistakes are heavily punished when you make mistakes against Vikings. More than by any other hero. I think Vikings are the most punishing to fall behind against, and then Sylvanas maybe, or Hammer. So WildHeart has been doing really, really good to stay in lockstep with Oxygen in terms of XP, and they're reaching a very important level 16 talent here now, where Sonya can pick up Giant Slammer. We get Static Field by Mephisto. One Viking goes down, another team fight breaks out here. The important one, can WildHeart get ahead here? They get a big spear on Cassia. Prismaticism trying to run away. Banana H couldn't save him.
Crushing Jaws come out from Orphea, but it only slows things down as the members of WildHeart continue to fight underneath this keep. The Jugs come out from Funds to sustain the fight underneath the fort, as the members of Oxygen, they're still towing this line. There's going to be a Endurance of Hate connecting onto one big burst coming in to the Brightwing, and that'll be another kill for the side of WildHeart. The body blocking into Madara is very good as Buds is somehow surviving through this. The way that they are just microing the aggro from the fort and bottom lane is absolutely insane to me, Grubby. As we were mentioning just now, the members of WildHeart are keeping that Viking experience equal. I mean, it's 17-17 as the Vikings are just going to try and split off and do as much as they can to force the WildHeart members to back, but it's not happening. No one's backing. WildHeart continues to push.
Yep, they are letting D.Va take care of that. They know that their momentary advantage is very tenuous. They want to get that potential win condition enabled a little bit, that bottom wall going away. They're going to let D.Va deal with the Vikings. Nazmas, of course, has Nordic Attack Squad now, which means, nice defensive matrix there. I think he has the healing matrix, healing matrix, diverting power. But Vikings can absolutely kill a D.Va here if she doesn't use the matrix.
Like, 16 Vikings are a little terrifying. I think a lot of people undervalue what happens when 3 Vikings just sustain chase you. Like, there's... it's like, oh, it's 3 Vikings. They won't do much damage. And then all of a sudden, Olaf has a stun on you, and Eric is just sustained damage, and Balog is just chunking you with swords. It's just, it catches you off guards at times. But I'm sure that these teams understand that burst ability, that value that the Vikings can bring in a 1v3 per se. Right now, we are going to have another seed spawning in the top right of the map, and until then, it's going to be a bit of a push in through this top lane on the side of Oxygen. Members of WildHeart are slowly clearing this out. As you mentioned beforehand, Sonya did go to that Giant Slammer, so it's going to be a big factor going into these fights. Every time they slam, they're dealing an additional 1.5% of the hero's maximum health as damage, and will heal Sonya for that damage dealt. It's a really good sustain for Pitkid in the later game fights.
Yeah, and Pitkid was really good at interrupting Orphea's spells, which have a small wind-up with his spear. Let's see if he can do that again. He's taking a lot of damage there. Gets the unstoppable Crushing Jaws dodged. Nice whirlwind. Pitkid still alive. Gets the Jugs as well. There's his spear on Cassia. Poison spear to the face. Trying to run away. Dropping low. Going in with the whirlwind again. Chasing Nazmas. Using Slammer to heal up as well. That's one down.
Vikings do have the play it again available if Eric or Balog go down. Actually, Balog is just free pushing the bottom lane as Mephisto dives in with the Endurance of Hate, and Orphea will go down. Even though Balog's pushing in through bottom lane, it doesn't matter if WildHeart find a massive triple kill, actually. There we go. I was waiting for it. I was like, do they get the kill onto the Cassia? They will. Here's the channel coming out from Buds. The Nazmus is trying to interrupt with Eric, but this will be the Garden Terrors spawning in favor for the side of WildHeart. Unfortunately, Garden Terrors will spawn up as far as your minion wave, so the Terrors in top and bottom, they're almost near keep.
Yeah, that's true. At this point, these two are a deep push, and we are pushing for the win now, is WildHeart, through the mid keep.
Yeah.
And we've got 3 people still dead. We're looking at 30-second death timer the most. Starting to work on the keep. Let's say they're gonna have 8 seconds at the core in a 5 versus 1. That should be enough to win the game. WildHeart may have done it with this crazy Lily pick. That just shows that there's much I don't know, even about Vikings and counter-Vikings picks. WildHeart with the genius draft, can they do it? They're scratching the shields off. The panes are starting to get hurt. Now they're working on the infrastructure. Sonya on core is an absolute beast. WildHeart in the second semifinals, looking to get the win. 1-0, GG, well played.
WildHeart does it. They get the lead in the series, and I gotta say, a really well-played game, a hard-fought game by WildHeart, because certainly the Lost Vikings did prevent a bit of difficulty for them. They did have that XP deficit for a while, but I think WildHeart did what they knew they needed to do. You know, they broke off Nazmus to handle the Vikings on D.Va when they could, but more importantly, they knew the right moments to group up and fight as 5, where they would have the advantage, and I think they played that to a T, and that was a good win. That was a good game. Speechless. We're just speechless.
I can't believe Lily won. I can't. I'm honestly like it's not like I wanted WildHeart to like lose and get punished for picking the Lily. I didn't see how it worked out. But that level 16, that I think was the big empowerment that WildHeart needed, because post 16, we saw them pop off consistently throughout team fight after team fight. Grubby mentioned it as well, that static field from the Mephisto and as well as the Giant Slammer. I think those were big tools in favor for the side of WildHeart. Super Strain as well for the for that Stukov as well for some extra healing. I just like literally like I think you kind of as much as you're joking, like I'm a little bit blown away. I'm a little speechless after that game.
I mean, hey, it's not often you see something work out like that with the Lily pick, but I think it was just really intelligent for WildHeart to be able to pick that and know exactly how to use it. What do you think, Grubby?
Hey, you look at the team that Oxygen has, like, okay, is Orphea Cassia the right thing? They have really good damage, like 70k, 65k. None of them got like terribly picked off. And I think Orphea is always a risky pick, but I can't really point at any particular pick and say that's the problem. That should have been something else. We had a fairly classical team in Oxygen, and maybe Johanna could be a more destructive tank, but on the other hand, it offered extra clear and protection that was quite important. Overall, I think really cool draft by both, and just really good deconstruction of WildHeart of this Vikings pick. Do not forget that if they made one mistake where they lose one hero, Vikings just walks away with the game. They never fell down in takedowns. When that happens, it's over. Even despite winning all the fights, WildHeart still fell down to below keep walls. Like all their lanes got in. They were 3 keeps versus 5 forts. So it's just really well played.
Well, I think that's the really exciting thing about this series going forward is that, Oxygen, like you mentioned, looking really good and playing their comp well. It was just WildHeart's knowledge and execution in these little windows that they knew they had to take advantages and to kind of like press leads that they just did such an expert job of exploiting. But I think this could end up being one of our closest series we've had yet in the playoffs because both teams certainly look like they came to play.
Absolutely. I wouldn't say like game one is a determining factor as to who looks stronger. I think both teams showed off insanely strong skill sets and compositions. I like we still have like potential for like Abathur Samuro from the side of Oxygen as well. Like that's a great combo that they can bring out and potentially run away with, because we all know how oppressive a Samuro can be, especially with an Abathur hat. So we'll have to just see what the members of Oxygen are able to do here if they take that last game and say, okay, it's a game, it's a warm-up loss, it's no big deal. The Lily mains of the world will be rejoicing, but we will come back in game 2 and we're going to even things up. At least that's what I'd be pep talking my own team on the side of Oxygen, because
sure,
it was a good game 1, and I don't think like either team was just like, oh god, they just take it 3-0. Like it didn't look
that. No, you're definitely not feeling that bad if you're Oxygen, or at least you shouldn't be. Let's check out which map we're going to next. For this one, this map is going to be Infernal Shrines, another pick from WildHeart as Oxygen, like many teams, like all teams basically, values that first pick first. We'll see what the adaptation is going to be. But Grubby, it seems like Infernal Shrines isn't really a map that you can play the same way as you play Gardens of Terror. We're going to have to see something a bit different here.
Yeah, the camps aren't as impactful. The lanes do not pressure quite as hard. Vikings is not as popular. Here you're looking for great pushers, like what CrowdControl did last game was really nice last series, where they ran Anubarak and Zul so that they could actually push extremely hard when the opponent was clearing those skeletons. Or you can go for the classical, let's get Pacific Rim up in here and get like big monsters to crowd
always down for that.
The shrine. Some Odin action, some Alexstrasza Dragon Queen action, that kind of thing.
It's going to be cool to see. This is one of my more favorite maps to watch, just because you do end up seeing a little bit more team fight oriented stuff. It's fun. I like zone control style things. So.
Oh yeah. And this is also a favorite map for a lot of teams too, because like you were saying, like there's just, it checks a lot of boxes in the MOBA realm. Like you've got good rotations between the mid to bottom. You've got a solo lane that can get ganked. You have camp timings that are really, really impactful. And an objective phase that forces that full 5v5. So we get some great brawling between teams. I personally like this is, I think we talked about it in some of the exhibition weekends with Crone and Casanova. Like this is one of my top 3 maps. Like Towers of Doom and Infernal Shrines, I think they're really, really good competitively. I think there's just so much they offer. As we get into this with an Uther ban from the side of Oxygen.
All right, Uther ban. WildHeart responding with a Hogger ban, so teams just not wanting to deal with that pick in the series quite yet. And we did see what Lutano could do with it in our last best of 5, so can't blame them there. Cassia ban as well.
Okay. Tychus, Diablo, Medivh, big weapons. Can't imagine Medivh to get through here.
No. Medivh does get banned.
So do you go for the Stukov? Do you go, okay, it's the D.Va? And if memory serves me correct, Nasmus is historically a big D.Va player. Like even before, I believe D.Va had their rework and they were as popular as they are now. Back when they were considered a dumpster hero, Nasmus was still playing. I mean, it's to be honest, like I'm saying what we all kind of see in all of those tier charts. Like, I mean, D.Va was always in the bottom, and she unfortunately wasn't good. Now she's very strong, but I would say balanced.
Yeah, without digging up the stat charts, I wouldn't be surprised to see Nasmus being the top D.Va in the league. But we'll have to wait on chat to confirm that. But it's going to be the Stukov Mephisto picks for WildHeart for their first 2.
We've seen a sprinkling of Mephisto in CCL, but usually in the last picks. To see him coming up this early is super exciting to see, actually, because it's WildHeart saying, we know something you don't. Now, Unaverted had a great game, 65,000 hero damage, 0 deaths, some great roots, a lot of burst with that 10% damage static shield at level 16. But to see it come out that early, it's cool. It makes a little bit of sense too. As long as Mephisto's power level is high enough, he is an independent hero. He can teleport in from very far away. And he has good splash damage as well for the shrine. So he is that kind of hero that can be picked early. Just most teams don't think he's strong enough to do it, and WildHeart does.
Orphea ban for probably the first time this season. I don't think we've seen that before. There's a Malthael ban, a little bit more standard. I don't know what the picks are going to be.
I have a quick stat that I need to share, because I went to go check after Grubby was saying, you know, the highest win D.Va, or maybe it was Doa, but like, Nasmus, or at least the members of Oxygen, have played. It's a 9-4 D.Va. They played 13 games, at least based on my stats. They have a 69% win rate on that D.Va in Nasmus. So it's a very nice stat that I had to share with everyone at home, as we are going to be seeing, you know, Deathwing and Durell on the left-hand side. I do think, though, Mephisto, as you were mentioning beforehand, I think he's massively undervalued on a map like this. I seen him in the past, and I think he's just great here. Much like Chromie, where you have that artillery, you have the Shade of Mephisto and the Lightning Nova, just to be able to kind of dive into these shrines and put some damage into the enemy team. But Oxygen has put together a very strong composition. Like, this has everything you want for the map. And all right.
Interesting.
No main tank again.
Who's the tank? Maiev, Urel, or Deathwing?
Oh, Maiev. 100%.
Deathwing's the biggest, therefore he is the tank. I don't know. That's my theory. Yeah.
I've actually back in the days of Tespa Collegiate Series, there was a Colorado School of Mines game where there was a main tank Maiev, and it was terrifying. So I'm calling WildHeart. Sure, whatever. That's it. WildHeart wins this one. Whatever.
Sure. What even defines a main tank anyway? It's like it's not the words on the page. It's how you play the composition out, I suppose. So we'll see how it ends up working. WildHeart having a chance to go 2-0 in this series, but I've got a feeling we're going to see a close one. I got a feeling this one could go the distance. Let's find out as we get into Infernal Shrines.
As we get into our Infernal Shrines map, we are going to be having the members of WildHeart on the left-hand side, and as we see right now, Oxygen on the right. Honest to God, like, I really do mean it. I think that this is actually going to be a WildHeart win. As wild as their draft is, there's a lot of things that I think can be played off of each other in this composition. So we'll see what happens as the game progresses. Grubby, what are your thoughts as we get into the mid lane? Yeah, just what are your thoughts here? This is a bit of a crazy draft.
Yeah, I mean, I can see the synergy. She pulls someone in with Umbral Bind, Warden's Cage into Deathwing's little oven, and that feels pretty good unless you're in it as the enemy team. But then you look at Oxygen, they're just so cookie-cutter good, that draft. Tychus, Diablo, D.Va, Lucio, Sylvanas. There's not a lot of space for fun and games for WildHeart, and, you know, fun. He doesn't even get the shield plates against Tychus, which may surprise some. And, you know, I don't think Tychus is that much of a counter to Deathwing. For Tychus to actually be able to just torch Deathwing like he just did in a main team fight, it's very unlikely, usually. But, you know, let's see how it goes.
I was about to say, yeah, Funz was getting chunked right there and might not be having a fun time on this Deathwing. Overpower onto the Binev. That was a nice Vault of the Warden as Umbrobind pulls in Red Robot. Yrel coming in for the flank with Unaverted. The members of WildHeart trying to make a play. There is a bit of a slow from the push-off from Banana as Prismaticism is able to get out of there as well. A good disengage from the side of Oxygen from the aggression of the early game WildHeart plays.
It was a really perfect Zergling hammer, though, to interrupt the tail end of the, what's it called, the Haunting Wave by Mara. So he wasn't able to actually teleport home. Wasn't enough to kill, team lost faith or whatever, lost time. You know, those kind of 5-man bottom lane rotations, you can try for a kill for 5 seconds tops. Then you got to go back to your lane. You're going to miss a bit of XP maybe. Yeah, and therefore that's how long you can stay. You got to catch the wave. But that's so interesting that WildHeart would 5-man bottom lane at 1 minute into the game.
It's maybe just the unexpected rotation, and that's what they were trying to do. I saw what Zergling was trying to do with that Yrel, but Banana read the map so very well, or at least saw the rotation coming through and was able to get that push off slow. 4 talent tier on both of the sides, as our first objective will be Mortar and in top lane. Camp in the bottom lane over to WildHeart as the rotations between mid and bottom consistently... as the rotations continue through those lanes. I was just also watching minimap to see who pushes up, and right now, God, Funz is getting just harassed consistently. Deathwing will have to take flight soon. You actually can see that right now. That's the only way Deathwing can heal themselves outside of the well. There's no hearthing back to the Hall of Storms. The Hall of Storms literally does nothing but protect you from incoming damage. It doesn't even heal you on Deathwing.
Technically, he gets globes and he gets regeneration, and he gets the level 1 talent healing. And there's other ways to heal himself with talents, but he didn't pick those. But it's the only way for him to regenerate armor plating and to heal in a way that doesn't take forever. So you're mostly right. I agree with you. Yeah, he has to fly to heal. It's very important, and he did. And you're also right. He got absolutely harassed by Tychus. Tychus has had a lot of freedom to just run and gun into him and shoot. Note Tychus's build. It's very Deathwing oriented. With that bonus auto attack range at level 1.
Oh, there's a dive onto the Sylvanas, who gets away with 45 health, instantaneously hearthing away right now. If a Skull Missile from Unaverted just strayed through that gate, that would have just been one of those, that would have been a WTF moment. Like, oh my god. It was
like,
I had one of those on Dragonshire where I was like, oh, I'm just gonna rip this arrow into the Li Ming from bottom lane into mid, and I was like, maybe I'll get the kill, and it did, and I was like, I'm the best Hanzo in America! I'm the best Hanzo in my rank. There we go, that's the better way to say it. But our objective phase is kicking off, and even though there was the forced Hearth out from the Sylvanas, the members of Oxygen are holding over this first objective phase, and it looks like the Mortar Punisher will be in their favor and will be able to push in through this opened up top lane against WildHeart. Oxygen, a lot of good momentum here. What are they able to do with the first objective as well?
Well, they've got Sylvanas, got some Black Arrow action for you, shutting down the forts for up to, 8 or 10 seconds?
I believe...
They can be powerful. Deathwing pulls the Punisher, does not get CC'd, bit of dissuasive Hellfire. Look at Madara though, Black Arrow, Fort not helping, Punisher still alive. That's going to be a full keep.
Fort does go down, and I was wrong, excuse me, it's going to be 10 seconds, but Deathwing with the Cataclysm was way too aggressive. Unaverted tries to step in as well, and the members of Oxygen back off with the Punisher. No, they step forward with the Punisher, looking to continue to siege in as Prismaticism has found Zergling. I didn't see what Zergling's health was, but looks like they're at about half health right now, and just tap well. Punisher goes down with some pressure into the top front gate.
Yeah. I seem to remember another fun Deathwing moment like that before, where he cataclysms in with half-life and he's like, it's gonna pan out okay, I'm an optimist. Oh, nice isolation there on Red Robot. He got deleted. Nice little kill there. Righteous Hammer into the gate, and then the Umbral Bind to seal the deal.
Good chain CC onto one hero, 73 souls on Diablo, so no reset, no insta-revive. We have Unaverted coming in, but this is going to be Shade of Mephisto, so they have to return to their origin point. Banana getting dropped down to half health. I think did tap well. Going to amp it up as well on top of that, as Zergling is trying to harass Nasmus. Diva actually boosts forward. Might have been a mistake. I think they tried to use their explosion. Banana going to try and speed boost this Diva out, and it is enough. I can't believe it. Nasmus lives with a couple hundred health.
not punished Keckweight by the seeming mistake. I think you're right, but wow, that was risky. Lives though, so now he gets to do damage over the wall. Planned?
Maybe planned? Maybe intentional? No. I'm sorry. I'm also looking at the heroics. We have Draken Laser Drill for the Tychus. No Commandeer Odin.
Wow. Yeah, look at that level 7 talent that kind of foreshadowed it. Combat Tactician, aka lots of miniguns nearly all the time.
Apocalypse combo connects onto Pit Kid. There's the Draken Laser Drill. Mind Control comes out from Madara, but the blink away from the Maiev who drops the Warden's Cage. This is going so south for the side of Oxygen as 4 members go down. We talked about the 10 talent tier explosiveness from WildHeart, and right there we saw it. We didn't even talk about the Durance of Hate value. Like, you Warden's Cage people, and they all bounce inside of there. You throw a Durance of Hate, all of those people are going to get that spread. Insane play from WildHeart. I'm putting them to Cannon clean plays. Like, I'm going to write that down right now. That was so clean from WildHeart.
Well, I should have given my stream URL during that with how that was going to be a Duke Cannon clean play to be immortalized. Well, that was sick because it started with the mind control on Mephisto. He poured it out and his team was like, we'll take care of this. By the moment you teleport back, there won't be anything left to worry about. You're 15% life, no problem. Warden Cage by Maiev, the Hellfire by Deathwing, and more things. The Durance of Hate. It was just... Have you seen people get deleted that fast? 4 people together as they were basically waiting for their kill to come back in Mephisto? Sick.
That was so cool. We actually, I'm seeing a level 7 that I don't see very often. Bonds of Corruption. It's going to be armor reduction and speed reduction onto anyone pulled by that Umbral Bind, which I really think that helped in that team fight right there. I think a lot of people got Umbral Bound and were just shredded by the, as you said, Deathwing, the Durance of Hate, the static field, like not static field, the lightning nova. This is WildHeart. Like, they have these sketchy starts and then they have those moments and it's just absolutely insane. You can't even expect it from them in a sense.
Yeah, and you know, you look at what Maiev gives up and you see that true tank spirit in Pitkit, not that egotistical DPS mindset, nor maybe the practice with a hero like Maiev to be that solo carry kind of guy. The other talents for Maiev add damage. This one gives armor debuff. A true tank's way of looking at the game, enabling their damage dealers to deal more damage. And it's great with Deathwing.
Draken Laser Drill's out. Durance of Fate's going to go out and connect onto one. There's going to be the Warden's Cage on top of that. Sound Barrier from the Lucio will go out, but Deathwing is shredding into Prismaticism's health pool. Prismaticism will get away. The Skull Missile will not connect, but the Deathwing comes in with Cataclysm and is going to not... Oh my god, Madara is going to not go down. Diva is killed. Our defender used Mind Control comes out, and Zergling gets shredded. It's going to be a 1-for-1 trade. The Punisher, though, going over to WildHeart, which will threaten a keep front gate.
So sick there, actually, by Madara to drop again to 20 life before it was 40 HP. Just so little HP left, and then daring to melee Yrel through the gate where a hammer would have killed her or something, or an Avenging Wrath. Mind Control, finish him off. Very nice to take a little bit of the sting out of this push, but that's still an Arcane Punisher on an open keep. Overall, that's WildHeart's moment of glory as they push in with 3v4 here, looking to distract a bit and allow that Punisher to do maximum damage.
Looks like WildHeart will back off right now, not going to threaten any further onto this keep. I was watching the Deathwing health, which is a little bit low, but Deathwing drops into mid lane. There's also, during all of that, Skyfall coming out from Deathwing. Oh my god, Prismaticism and Deathwing were just 1v1ing for a second, and Prismat's getting very low. Unfortunately, no Cataclysm to chase onto them, so this will just be Funds backing off and continuing to siege through mid. Just the members of WildHeart trying to open up the map a little further for themselves.
Looking good for WildHeart here, especially looking good when Deathwing is able to solo Tychus. I don't feel like he should be able to with the bigger they are and the new steel coating, but the funny fact about bigger they are, you'll take Deathwing down to 30% stack, and then you've just got damage left.
Yeah.
Just normal damage, no sizzling attacks level 20 yet, which might be a nice pickup for him. And then he needs some help. He needs someone else to finish them. And that's Diva's job.
even then I was considering like the level 16, the conflagration from that Deathwing. If you looked at that matchup, actually no Warden's Cage, excuse me, Maiev just goes in with the Umbral Bind, reducing that armor with that Bonds of Corruption. Mephisto trying to find that damage into Prismaticism as Deathwing and friends destroy this fort. Oh my god, did they just shred through that, and that'll be down. It's not. Oh my god, really good root. Sound Barrier from the Lucio won't be able to save Diablo, and Souls reset unaverted. Gonna chase onto the Sylvanas, but I think that is gonna be the end of that one, unless Buds can find a crazy root combo.
Pitkid gets the Umbral Bind. There's a lot of cool versions of crowd control here by WildHeart. You got those long distance Stukov roots, the melee, but teleporting Maiev Justing roots. Pitkid, of course. A Mephisto with Durance of Hate from very, very far away. He's having an absolutely great game again, unaverted. 38,000 hero damage puts him at the top, and no deaths.
Fight's gonna break out. Umbral Bind pulls Banana in, who's able to shove Zergling back, and Banana lived with, like, I think, double-digit HP. I think they dropped that low. Now the members of WildHeart are doing what they did in game number 1, fighting almost underneath the fort, but now this is a different composition, so I think they're going to respect it. Yrel is harassing towards the backline as Diablo finds a massive shadow charge into them. Deathwing trying their best to deal with this, or at least offer some CC as Ardent Defender is pulled. Mind Control goes out onto one, Durance of Fate comes out onto Reverse Conflagration is going to melt the enemy team, but Deathwing gets melted themselves, as this is going to be a 2 for 3 in favor for the side of WildHeart.
Yeah, nice 3 for 2. Fun's again going down. He was trying to spread his wings, but he fell. It was worth it, though, just to see that flame. Durance of Hatred combination with that conflagration. A little bit of a push now. Nazmas, Prismaticism gonna try to defend. The best thing that WildHeart can get out of this, though, even though their death timers are longer, they've got that small 3v2 situation. Get on the objective as quick as possible. And they'll get about 10 seconds before Oxygen's heroes will be near from the respawn. Make use of that time. It's the best thing they can do.
Diablo and friends are back, rushing in through top lane. Members of WildHeart will start out on this objective phase, beginning just to get a few of the skeletal defenders, while Zergling forces back Nazmus and a Prismaticism. Respecting the enemy team, WildHeart backs off, waiting for Maiev to join in. Most of the heroics are off cool. Actually, no, there's a couple heroics that are still on cooldown, so it's a little split between both sides as Deathwing does drop down, opening a lava pool. Pit Kid, they're going to be the main kind of setup in some of this. There's going to be the blink forward, a lot of damage onto Red Robot. No souls onto Red Robot. Nice Righteous Hammer from Zergling. Gonna actually try an Avenging Wrath in, but Zergling gets run over by the Diva Mech. Diablo goes down. It's going to be a trade so far from the side of Oxygen into WildHeart as Nazmus loses their mech, unaverted, trying to shred through Nazmus, but the good to go gets them further away from that Mephisto dive. Oh, by the way, bottom lane has 2 catapults, and that keep might go down. That should go down.
Yeah, there's so many Archer minions as well. That's absolutely going to go down. Nice little victory for WildHeart on the proxy lane. While Fans, of course, secured that... never mind. On to the fight. 24 versus 23 in Skeletons. We're in a 4 versus 4. Prismaticism doing loads of damage. But it's hard to get a... Oh, there we go! With the Mind Control Madara. That was so key. Mephisto is so hard to lock down. But that was a great Mind Control. Now, full route by Fans, by WildHeart. 1 tick of damage. Boom, there we go. The auto attack.
Really well played from Oxygen right now. That was, a forced sound barrier. Pit Kid was threatening enough damage that Lucio tried to sound barrier, and I actually don't even think it hit Prismaticism, as the bottom lane keep did go down during all that. We did have the announcement overall, and Deathwing down for 44, Mephisto down for 30. This will be an Oxygen defense against a Frozen Punisher that might... Oh, they're 39ing this so that way they can control the map a little bit more on the side of Oxygen. This is the kind of the counter argument I make with this, is because yes, you're putting stuff on the map, but you are giving an opportunity for your opponent, WildHeart, to respawn the 2 heroes that you just killed, allowing them to have a better defense. I'm so 50-50 on this, Grubby.
Yeah, it's a tough call, but I think in the end, the final decisive matter was that WildHeart came into their 20s. So more than lane pressure, more than death timers, they just wanted their 20s.
What is Maiev holding for 20? Is there anything like unique that you can hold and pop at the last second?
Well,
I'm trying to remember her 20s off the top of my head, and I'm starting to kind of like. I'm is there a Warden's Cage upgrade that really?
No, you get 3 different orbs. Some orbs you get back through auto attack. Some orbs you get back through teleportation. Some through Umbral Bind, and I guess he's just trying to hide that information until no one has time to look at it anymore. He's gonna go
Spirit of Vengeance.
Yeah. Teleport resets. Okay.
Righteous Hammer from Urel forces back the Diva mech. There was a mind control out from Sylvanas, and it is going to be that upgrade, so look at that cooldown counter. 9 to 6 seconds on that one right there, as Sylvanas will lock down the keep in this top lane for 10 seconds with her black arrows. And the fort in mid lane actually went down during all this. Punisher will go below 50%, so it looks like Oxygen respects. No, Oxygen rotates quickly in through mid to try and soft push this one. Another mind control, not going to connect.
Okay, 2 mind controls missed, but what a short cooldown, 15 seconds, pretty crazy. Diva mech now coming in, gets pushed back a bit to reduce its damage. And that's 1 keep for 1 keep. Very similar to game state, actually. A mirrored, symmetrical... oh, another mind control! And he Wait, how does he teleport away when he's mind controlled?
Who? Sylvanas? Probably the Hunting Wave.
Oh, never mind. Unaverted teleported in. Then he got mind control.
Okay.
Yeah, that's how he got teleported away. I was like, I didn't think he could do that. They knew Oxygen was hiding there, so they came in with guns blazing.
And guns continue to blaze as this fight breaks out with Red Robot trying to control Zergling. That is going to be the Ardent Defender used. Apocalypse comes out from Red Robot, and the Bellowing Roar is out from Funds as well. Nasmus will lose their mech, but Deathwing goes down. That's a trade that Oxygen takes every single day of the week.
Gotta love how Oxygen and Red Robot played that. By sacrificing Diva, a forfeitable death, knowing she'll pop out in pilot mode. Red Robot using his blink to get away, meanwhile hitting Apocalypse while WildHeart was clumped, dealing many hundreds of points of damage and providing a lockdown that led to Deathwing's isolation. Madara dropping low, gets away with that Will of the Forsaken.
Oh, that was such a hairy moment for them. I was watching, I was like, okay, WildHeart, you're looking for a kill. Unfortunately, Will the Forsaken will deny said kills. Tychus and Friend step into this keep range. Righteous Hammer to throw a few members back. Mephisto jumps in as well with the just the Shaded Mephisto, and this seems like the members of WildHeart are keeping their keep alive, but Sylvanas locks down the keep with black arrows. The Draken Laser Drill comes out. Madara once again very low on this Sylvanas, as there was a wonderful root combo out from Stukov. Mind Control came out as well. There's going to actually be the Summer Anthem onto Red Robot. You saw that Unkillable for a couple seconds. That's the 20 talent tier from Lucio. The only other time we saw this was actually during, I believe, our Icebreaker tournament. One of the members of Sidestep Kings took that. This is like the first like actual, like quote unquote real game in CCL where we're seeing it, which is just crazy. Like it's like 75-second cooldown, but you give someone. You activate to give an allied hero unkillable for 1.5 seconds. Like, that's
all allied heroes under crossfade. All allied heroes.
Oh my god,
all other allied heroes. So everyone except Lucio, who is within his circle of healing, be it healing or speed. Very powerful, but it's just for 1.5 seconds. So you have to be quite precise with it.
For like, there's always that, like, whenever I see that, like, there's like the 1.5 second of myself being like, Zul'Jin's in this game? When did that happen? Like, just because I don't think Unkillable pops up over anyone else's nameplate or bar.
Yeah, I believe you're right.
Jin, yeah. So whenever you see that, you're like, wait a second, and then yeah, Summer Anthem. But another fight breaks out. Mind Control was used, but Unaverted is utilizing these Shaded Mephisto teleports in to kind of eat that mind control, so that way they get back to a safe spot. At least that's how it's gone for the past couple.
Yeah. Red Robot doing a good job staying alive. He still has Apocalypse. When is he going to use it? Tries to charge on Urel. Uses this Seraphim Unstoppable. Again, can't get Urel. Nice disengage there by Butts. The Durance of Hatred comes in. It hits. It connects. Diablo goes down. Lucio goes down. It's a massacre. Nasmas running for his life. Counterattack, though, getting Deathwing. Diablo's souls come back. Even as Nasmas goes down, it's still a 4v3. Oxygen may feel like they need to fight for this. Even 4v3. The Desperate across the map. Tripocalypse. As Red Robot comes in, we'll be looking for an angle. They cannot afford to give up this Punisher, Bahamut.
This is a really strong Punisher for WildHeart if they're able to get it. Mind Control comes out from the Sylvanas, a lot of damage into Pit Kid, who gets the Vault of the Warden. Madara is just living with 200 health consistently in these fights, but unfortunately, the damage isn't there, the control isn't there, and the members of WildHeart find this Mortar Punisher through mid lane, and they'll quickly jump into top lane to de-escalate the pressure that has been coming through with the Shaman Camp and these catapults.
Very important to practice de-escalation techniques for any Heroes of the Storm player for many reasons. As WildHeart gets their Punisher to move in, a Mortar Punisher on the mid-keep. This is a 20-minute Punisher. Enough time was bought by the brave 3 members of Oxygen to get back most of their heroes. D.Va's coming back. Diablo, can he survive until D.Va is back? It looks like he will be able to.
Banana's gonna go down to half health. Zergling gonna use that Seraphim to keep themselves alive and un-CC'd. Deathwing drops down as they're back as well. Nazma's getting very low. Durance of Fate's gonna go out. Sound Barrier used by the Lucio. There's gonna be that Summer Anthem onto a few players. Unfortunately, Diablo still goes down. Might have been out of the range. The Punisher still working over here. I think there's another jump soon. I don't remember the last time I saw a jump from the Punisher, but look at Funds just kind of going back and forth with a couple hundred HP on that Deathwing. There's the jump from the Punisher towards the core. Mind Control out. Vault of the Warden once again, and this Deathwing is so worried about dropping low. Sylvanas will be traded out for Deathwing. Prismaticism getting low here. D.Va boosts through a lot of members, but WildHeart finds another kill into the Tychus. The damage from the Mephisto is so strong here as the Punisher jumps again onto D.Va, losing their mech. No mech explosion available. The Umbral Bind pulls Nazmus back in. Buds is unsure if he needs to Hearth, if he needs to Flailing Swipe, but Buds will actually go and just eat some damage from a keep while the members of WildHeart go up 2 against Oxygen. GG, well played.
That was such a cool game to watch from WildHeart, and it was really back and forth too. Like, honestly, Madara was on the verge of just kind of putting that game on the back and carrying it back himself. Like, his mind controls were great, his positioning was really good, his escapes were awesome, but WildHeart just that little bit better. It almost looked like they were playing like a World of Warcraft dungeon because they were just like, all right, AoE everything down. That's the plan. There was some crowd control in there, but it's more just like damage all over everything and doing it at the right time. Did a good job. They're up 2-0 in the series.
Yeah, some lovely roots, and look at that Mephisto unaverted. Now we know why they pick it in the first dual pick rotation. 115,000 hero damage with 7 confirmed kills and only 1 death. Very, very valuable. Similar to what Prismaticism did on Tychus, but not as many last hits to secure the kill.
Yeah, very interesting. Bahamut, what was your take on that series? Or that game, rather?
I love the Mephisto play. I mentioned it in the draft. I think he's massively undervalued for this map, and Unaverted is showcasing how strong this hero can be. But it's not just Unaverted. It's not like Unaverted, carried this entire game. There was a lot of setup from Maiev. There was the damage from Funds. Like, even though Funds was like halfway down the board on damage, Funds had critical moments, as well as Zergling on that Uro. Like, it's a team effort, but Unaverted really had some of those standout moments with the Durance of Hate, with the dive ability with the Shade of Mephisto. Just amazing plays from WildHeart, and we'll see if Oxygen can turn things around and maybe give us that reverse sweep potential.
Well, for the second time today, we have a team going up 2-0 in the first 2 games of the series. So that means after we come back, it is do or die as far as surviving in the upper bracket, going to that winners finals, or going down to the lower bracket to play against CrowdControl. We'll see if Oxygen has what it takes to keep the series alive. Until then, though, we're going to take a quick break, but we will be back with Game 3 of this best of 5 here on HeroesHearth CCL, presented by Roll20, right after this.
Roll20 provides the tools you need to game in person or online for all your favorite TTRPGs. This is a service that we endorse so hard that we actually use it in our games. It's not even like we straight up use this stuff. We're talking clickable character sheets, 3D virtual dice, awesome maps, tokens for PCs, NPCs, characters, and creatures of all types. It's the stuff you need to play the games you love. You want to know how cool Roll20 is? We partnered with them to make all of our amazing battle maps for this current season of The Unsleeping City, Chapter 2, currently airing every week on Dropout.tv. Go to roll20.net and create your free account today for all the tools, tips, tricks, forums, and community you need to make your games better, easier, and more fun. Roll20!
Introducing the X-Sleeve. The patent-pending X-Sleeve has been specifically designed and developed to be the ultimate gaming accessory by increasing the user's performance.
Helps me keep my arm movements at peak performance.
The underside of the X-Sleeve is completely covered with a specially engineered and developed PTF feed.
It glides on it super well because it just has zero friction.
America, it's me again. After a long day of playing with my children and killing animals, nothing makes me feel better than a cold beer and a hot shower. That's why I use Duke Cannon's big ass beer soap. This big ass brick of soap is actually made with old Milwaukee beer, and guess what? It smells fucking delicious. Not like some douchey other shit that you can't use to clean your balls. Be a man.
Welcome back to HeroesCCL, presented by Roll20. Doa, Bahamut, Grubby, back with you once again. And guess what? Right now, Oxygen Esports fighting for their life in the upper bracket. If they lose the next map, they will go down to the lower bracket in our 4-team playoffs, and they will have to play CrowdControl, and whoever loses that is out. So you don't want to be in that position, but it's tough. WildHeart has played a really great series, and both teams, I think, have honestly played very well. But WildHeart, both games so far, have just been able to find that little extra something to take the map.
Yeah, and WildHeart is our second team that went 6-1 in match score in the group stage, CrowdControl being the other one. CrowdControl disappointed, Simplicity impressed. But WildHeart is on the way to continue their legacy of not just the weirdest drafting team, but also potentially, until so far, the most successful team.
True. So Bahamut, like, usually I'm like, well, what can the team that's losing do to come back? But honestly, at this point, I feel like Oxygen is playing well. I think it's just very minor things in game that are, causing the losses to happen. Minor decision making, just missing the wrong person at the wrong time. It's little things. Let's take a look at the map, though. We're going to Towers of Doom. Does this help at all, do you think, for Oxygen's situation?
Oxygen has had some really good games on Towers of Doom. They understand how to kind of control the map and potentially control the enemy on said map. The unfortunate factor in all of this is that you're going up against WildHeart, who I don't feel like you try and control WildHeart per se. I think you have to play your game against WildHeart, if that really makes sense. Like, I think Oxygen in that last game, I don't think they had a bad draft whatsoever. That was, and you even mentioned it, Sylvanas, Madara, Madara, almost carried that entire team in the latter half of that game, especially with the level 20 upgrades. So I think Oxygen, it's maybe a little bit of nerves, maybe just a little bit of that, coming off of a loss and really wanting to take that win. I think that this game is obviously the most pressure against them, but I really do think that they're strong and they can really take a game off of WildHeart. I don't think WildHeart runs away with this in a 3-0 fashion, personally.
I would be surprised. But then again, I've learned that surprise should be my default feeling watching SCCL. Hogger bans, Uther bans. Grubby, what's going through your mind right now?
Well, I was actually looking at the schedule, like, for tomorrow. They're playing the Lucius match tomorrow, right? So, like, if Oxygen is not able to close the deal today, and they have no time at all almost to prepare for tomorrow's match and to get back in it. Like, if this is like a sudden shell shock of like, oh my god, we thought we're good, but WildHeart is just something else, and we need to get in shape. They don't have that week anymore. Like, however the holiday break was used, that's what's going to come to a head here. So, sorry, I was not thinking about the draft. I was just thinking about the.
You're okay.
No, it's totally valid too, because CrowdControl is in the same situation. We are playing that first lower bracket match tomorrow, as well as the upper bracket finals for our playoff games tomorrow. And so, yeah, for the teams that lose the 2 matches today, basically 0 time to prep. So it's rough.
I would honestly expect that after this game, you take a break, you eat a pizza, you have a drink of water, and then you just come back to it. And I think you kind of, I don't know if you have to like scrim and stuff tonight, but I think some VOD review would be really good, coming fresh off of the games, discussing your mental state and ideas and just the calls that were made and seeing how you can make those changes. But I agree, Grubby, just talking about the implications of everything and going into tomorrow's matches, the prep time is really critical, and what you do as a team in between today and tomorrow will be insane. But we are on this Towers of Doom map, which could be our final map of the day. Personally, I love this map overall. It's my top map, and Oxygen is going for some things that they like. Now, I want to point this out. There was that week that Grubby mentioned beforehand where Oxygen played this Vikings Abathur composition with D.Va and all this, and they just tried to play their game and ignored Sidestep Kings, and Sidestep Kings said, cool, we'll ignore you and just run it down bottom with Sergeant Hammer. Does WildHeart consider that here going into this latter half of the draft with one more ban coming out? That is what I'm watching for personally.
Very good question, because that was not a one-sided game when the Sergeant Hammer came out. The Maev ban will be the selection for Oxygen. Wow, I don't know about that. I'm no expert, but I feel like maybe there's some other things that should have taken priority. But Pit Kids Maev was scary. I mean, they do have a reason to fear it a little bit, I would imagine.
It's pretty sick. You get this quote-unquote tank player. Oh, Zeratul.
Yeah.
What?
Ah, okay.
Is that Pit Kid on Zeratul, or is that going to be circling?
They could swap.
How talented is this kid? Like, he's a main tank. He plays another 15 heroes as main tank that was never intended. And then he's Maev. You looked him up, Bahamut. He's level 18 on Maev. He puts the practice hours in, but the synergy is there as well. And in just one game, he convinced Oxygen of his power and their power with it.
Wow. All right, Variant Tyke, it's time to get aggressive.
Okay. Cool.
I like
Going
it.
in. All right.
I like it a lot. I mean, you can go into Adrenal Overload at level 4 for the Abathur, hat the Tychus, and your shred into that Deathwing once again is really strong. Zergling is going to get a specialty into Dahaka. Now, earlier today, I didn't talk about it whatsoever, but Cure had an insane Dahaka play on that Dragonshire map. And in the past, back in Heroes of the Dorm, Cure is actually really, really known for their Dahaka. Zergling in the past HGC was known for their Dahaka, if I'm not mistaken. So I'm really, really excited to see what that what that does for this composition. But I really like Oxygen's composition. Like, I like what they put together, but I'm going to go with WildHeart. I don't know about you guys. I'm going WildHeart again. Sorry.
I mean, I think it's hard to, to really go any other way when all day long, Oxygen's drafts have looked pretty good. Their in-game stuff has looked pretty good. But like we said before, it's just been small things, small factors in-game that have helped WildHeart get the wins in the maps. So until they start losing, hard to pick otherwise. I agree with that. But the stakes are set. WildHeart, a win here would send them to the winner bracket finals. A loss would keep the match going. Let's see if Oxygen can keep this series going.
We're going to go ahead and get on into this, and let's reverse it a little bit. We are here on the side of Oxygen, so let's introduce our team in the red. We've got Prismaticism on the Tychus, Banana on that Lucio, Red Robot playing Varian, Nasmus on the Diva, and Madara on the Abathur. For the right-hand side, we have the members of WildHeart who are looking to close our Saturday games out with a 3-0 and move on in the upper bracket up against Simplicity. We have Unaverted on the Cassia, Zergling on the Dahaka, Funz on the Deathwing, Buds playing Deckard, and Pitkid on that Zeratul. I voted for a WildHeart game here. What are you thinking, Grubby, as we get into our mid-lane first engagement?
I'm thinking that if Blizzard had like a big esports team watching HOTS, no such, this is meant to be a positive comment.
Yeah.
They'd be watching, WildHeart would be like their favorite team because they're proving that the balance is so good that you can pick almost anything and make it work. It's like the best poster child for perfect balance in Heroes of the Storm, where all kinds of heroes are coming in, where all kinds of drafts are possible. This is like the marketing pitch for what Heroes was meant to be. Everything is different. Forget what you know. Drafts aren't what you think they have to be, and so on. So it's just really cool to see not just this insane drafting happen, period, but for it to be effective. Pretty sick. That's what I was thinking. Now, what were you thinking when you?
I was thinking about the fact that Zeratul might just hunt the Abathur consistently through the game. We didn't talk about that in the draft at all. Like, there's been, back in the exhibition weekends, I think we got to interview Mene, and Mene was saying, like, if there's an Abathur, I'm just hunting it the entire game. So I wonder if that's a little bit of the direction of WildHeart, maybe into the later half when Zeratul gets a few new talents. If they try and pop in, kill that Abathur, and then just sneak away, that's the one thing I've been thinking about, honestly, Grubby.
Yeah, let's see if Madara is thinking about it. I have trouble seeing Madara traipse into the lane and just body soak. Since bush soak no longer works, you have to show yourself since the XP globe changed. So that's interesting. Always a risk. We'll see if he dares to do that, or if he's going to be AFK slugged behind the gate for the most part, using Symbiote to soak.
Well, not AFK to the point to save a friendly member. Gonna get that hat onto Nasmus in top lane. No feeding frenzy just yet either for that Dahaka, so wasn't able to get the extra tongue drag cooldown reduction. Banana getting harassed by Pitkid, who's unable to solidify the kill. Varian with a taunt onto Unaverted, and Red Robot getting a little bit low. Good Earth Shatter from Funz to stall things out on the Red Robot's retreat, but this is going to be a back off from WildHeart and a rotation into mid. Maybe... I'm sorry, no, they're actually not going to. I was watching the Dahaka rotating, and then I was looking at camp timers, and those are about 1:20, so realistically, it's just kind of this little bit of poke at each other in between the rotations, and a faux rotation, if you will.
Yeah. Yeah, just teams are looking for an opportunity to get some kind of numerical advantage. As Lucio, Banana H, is doing a great job keeping tabs on Pitkid, protecting Madara with that kind of aggressive zoning. And Abathur is actually going to be taking these risks sometimes, capping shrines. Zeratul looks to go there, but look at Banana H. He saw that. He's scouting him. Abathur knows he's safe, so he gets the free cap. And then Lucio with the Amba Symbiote, if you look at the minimap, he might be able to interrupt Zeratul. We have Diva and Lucio harassing the Zeratul. Meanwhile, bottom does get taken by WildHeart. So now by Oxygen. So now WildHeart needs this invade.
Seems like Banana will just get this. I was wondering if Deathwing was going to take flight and just try and maybe drop down, but even then, as I say that, I'm like, the cooldown reduction, or excuse me, the cooldown timer on the actual drop from taking flight on Deathwing is too long, so it just doesn't work out, and that'll be WildHeart eating 8 shots total, and the members of Oxygen only taking 4 themselves. This Prismaticism will dash away But no, actually, it's a re-engaged. Zeratul has to blink further to increase that distance away from Oxygen. So far, Oxygen threatening WildHeart to the point where WildHeart not doesn't seem to be turtling up, but it seems like WildHeart is maybe playing a little bit slower, a little bit safer, waiting for that 10 talent tier where they can be more explosive.
Yeah, that makes sense. They get either Might of the Nerazim or Void Prison. Both is possible. Generally, it is Void Prison, so you can cleave and then lock them in and cleave them again. But Might of the Nerazim leads to some pretty cool triple cleave plays as well with the full cleave build at 16. Either one is possible. Wormhole tells me it is actually probably gonna be the Void Prison. Also, it feels more tank-like since PitKid is not main, melee assassin.
Oh, that is very true. And that D.Va with this, I love the turnaround bop. Just like, yes, I see you, PitKid. just catching them. Oh, and PitKid's actually going to find an Abathur mine. Nasmus gets the Abathur hat, but it will not be. Ooh, tongue drag onto the mech will mean that the D.Va as Explodes gets the Abathur hat once again. Unfortunately, the Dahaka is not getting any auto, so no cooldown reduction on tongue drag, and Nasmus will be saved by Banana with the sound wave right there.
Yeah, no bushes either to speed up the Dahaka. That's a quarter kill on the mech.
I always forget, is it half or, oh yeah, half.
It's half, yeah, and then the pilot is another half.
Now we have a single altar phase in the bottom of the map right now. Tychus was trying to put some pressure onto Funds. Banana going for the channel right now. Red Robot anchoring for the friendly team as Nasmus gets their camp back. Decker Kane interrupted with one Haragic Cube. Will interrupt with a Scrollless Ceiling, but I think that's as much as the side of WildHeart gets. Might actually get a kill on the side of Oxygen. No, Deathwing. Did they? Deathwing might have. No, it was a Skyfall. That's what it was. I thought I heard Deathwing land, but no, it's just the Skyfall value. As that'll interrupt once, but Red Robot on the opposing side, you can't really do that one right there. Decker. Oh my God, this is still delayed out.
Yeah, and there's a cube. Oh my God, Deathwing's still flying. He certainly has one or two Skyfall back by now.
Yep. And now Deathwing actually can land. Yeah, Zergling though. Oh, they tried to brush stalk and find the tongue drag onto Banana, but unfortunately Zergling is a pixel too short. And now we have PitKid coming back in. This is a D.Va dropping her Mecha Explosion next to Bud's Draken Laser Drill. Ooh, VP onto the Mecha Explosion, so it will still happen, which is a little awkward. Now the members of WildHeart are kind of stuck over on this right-hand side. Mecha Explosion does go out. Buds, to note, has no mana on this Deckard. We are looking at maybe a potion toss or two as Zergling will go down, unable to get really any value right there as WildHeart gets a kill for their first blood of the game.
Yeah, interesting Void Prison. I can see what he was going for, trying to get Buds out of that, but it just put this like very stressful presence standing behind you. The D.Va mech exploding anytime Zeratul hits the button. Obviously, yeah, they try to... It's too big of a radius, actually, to use as a disengage. So Buds was still kind of locked in there on Deckard. But yeah, another 4 shots go to Oxygen, despite having Abathur not delivering in the early game. A monstrosity pick, by the way, by him.
Seems to always be the standard for our Oxygen players. Big Stale Wild and Listen, unfortunately, will be woken up instantaneously by the Molten Flame from Deathwing and a Haragic Cube to wake up that D.Va. I will say this, ZVZ, if we're talking StarCraft terms, the Dahaka, I feel, beats out a Monstrosity. I don't know about you.
Wait, are there monstrosities or Dahakas in SC2?
I saw an Abathur and I saw a Dahaka, and I was like, there's Zerg, there's ZVZ.
They're campaign characters. They're not actually... unless Dahaka is like a Ravager or something.
That is true. I never played those games competitively. I enjoy watching StarCraft 2, but I played those games for the story. I really like Heart of the Swarm story is just so good, bro.
Yeah, I really liked that campaign in particular. A very atmospherical feel there on that ship with Kerrigan, and she's like the most produced character, right, in SC2.
Just such a good story. Yeah,
she has like the best acting underneath it because they actually modeled her whole look based on a real person.
Oh, that's interesting. I didn't know that factor.
Yeah. But what's the robot called from the cyborg from the not Star Trek, Battlestar?
Cortana is what production just said. That one.
Cortana? Yeah, but the actress.
That one.
Kerrigan.
That one I do not know, but we do have an alter phase popping up here on our Towers of Doom map with 13 talent here in favor for the side of Oxygen as the bottom lane goes over to the side of WildHeart, delivering 4 shots into Oxygen's core, 28-32. Taunt goes out onto the Dahaka Draken, Laser Drill comes down, Molten Flame from the Deathwing, and that's Ball Lightning as well, getting a kill into the Varian. That's a good Cataclysm, from Funds. Sound Barrier used by Lucio. Zoning from Buds will be effective. No channel onto this objective because the members of WildHeart want to continue and maybe find another kill. Blinds onto this Tychus as D.Va drops the mecha off into a few members. Buds just literally eats the damage and heals up with a potion, and now the continued poke happens here, Grubby, with Zeratul blinking away.
Nice wormhole there. Prismaticism trading blows with Funds. This time he's got in the rhythm more miniguns and able to damage Deathwing when he drops below 30%. He felt that was sorely missing last game. Prismaticism with a talent adaptation. It works. He killed the Deathwing there with that bonus range. And now that that altar is still available. Meanwhile, Monstrosity is killing the top fort, the top bell tower.
I think the members of WildHeart, no, they're going to go in on this. Okay, they get one of the Singularity Spikes onto Banana, so I believe Pitkid could warp back in onto that, but Pitkid has no mana if I'm looking at that bar. And Deathwing stalls things out. I was just about to say, and they give it over, but no. Deathwing will stall things out, probably as another Skyfall. Varian's forced over here, and this will be still shots. Oh my! Exactly. It is very much in that is what I'm hearing in the back of my mind. But that will finally be the channel from the side of Oxygen, dealing 5 shots actually into the core of WildHeart. 23-32. Grubby, this is looking like WildHeart is starting to find their own feet in this game, or at least just their own footing, I guess is a better way to put it.
Yeah. You mean Oxygen is finding their footing,
Sorry,
right?
excuse me, Oxygen, sorry.
Yeah, WildHeart is losing it. They're going mad.
I wonder, but is there something to be said about, and I said 10 earlier, and 10 talent here has been good for WildHeart. Will 16 be the big thing, especially with that Zeratul, as Buds gets the taunt onto them. Funds is able to control the fight with the Earth Shatter right there, and Nasmus won't lose the mech, but it's getting very low. Tychus continuing just to supply sustained damage into this enemy team. Stay well and listen, 10-second cooldown.
Yeah, sick interrupt. Was that a Prismaticism grenade, I believe? Really important.
Right. Dahaka, though, does get top lane back over in favor for the side of WildHeart. 46 seconds on the respawn of Monstrosity for the Abathur, so until then, I think it will be continued pressure into this bottom lane, allowing Dahaka to maybe split off through the top and mid and find that 16 talent here equalization.
Yeah, that's what he's doing here. He's going for that Sapper camp as well. Gonna definitely take that. He was checking the bush momentarily. Could Abathur maybe gank me, slap me to death? He's fine. Gets a bit of XP from that the moment he gets it. And a little bit of pressure on the top lane as well. Meanwhile, Oxygen not minding top lane, neither here nor there. Gonna go in hard. Varian with the taunt. Cassia blown up with that taunt, removing her 30 innate armor. Pitkid going in, dealing damage. There's a stay a while and listen. Basically timing out the sound barrier. Void Prison on D.Va. Not really feeling these VPs here, Bahamut.
I agree with you on that. It seems like it's not so much panic, but oh my god, the dive in onto the not Zeratul, onto the Dahaka was insane. Their health bar just absolutely shredded right there. What I'm watching for right now is to see, does Varian go for, okay, so Varian gets the channel. Do they hold it before the bell tower gets converted? I do believe they get the 5 shots total. No, they only get 4. It's too early.
So here's how it works. When you're capping the altar, and I don't know the exact point, but if you're capping the altar as the bell tower dies, if you were nearly done channeling, you do not get the bonus shot. If you just started and it dies, but you keep channeling, you do get the extra shot. And I think it's somewhere in the middle, my feeling tells me. So he just mistimed. He mistimed it.
The timing, though, I will say, on that Abathur hat was just perfect from Madara on Prismaticism. That extra ball of lightning could have potentially killed Tychus, but the shielding immediately is so on point. I feel those Abathur moments, you see, I can save you, and you roll all your buttons, and then maybe they live. Either way, I was trying to close that up because I thought Prismaticism was gonna die there.
You had to talk fast. It looked dangerous for him, but he got
here we go. This is it. WildHeart's gonna find a kill, but no, they don't. And this has got to be so stressful for WildHeart. They've got so much damage, but they're not able to get the kills that they want with these with the abilities and with these heroes. Like Zeratul is full cleave build, and we're 2 to 4 in kills, Grubby. Those 2 kills were super early in the game for WildHeart.
Yeah. And they're most possibly pushing top Oxygen. They've got bottom fort still. Tychus, Prismaticism just looks like such an agile range DPS here. 57,000 in hero damage puts him 10k above Cassia, and by far the highest on his team. He's got that in the rhythm with 199 stacks.
It's like 6 seconds. I was just looking. It's like just shy of 6 seconds of bonus time.
Oh, 10 seconds of minigun straight. No, 9 seconds. That's crazy. And then he's got sizzling attacks, so Diva, Deathwing, they just get burned. Even Cassia.
VP onto 2. There's going to be the root underneath. Ball Lightning does go out. This is where WildHeart needs to try and find a kill. Stay Wild and Listen was interrupted. Lucio does go down in favor for WildHeart's kill. That will be a bellowing roar from the Deathwing, but the members of WildHeart are fighting underneath the enemy team's keep as the Zeratul goes down. It's going to be a 1-for-1 trade. Bud's getting low. Red Robot is... Actually, the Nexus Forces are going to be too OP and find that kill. Zergling doesn't get the tongue drag. Abathur's able to get the channel in the mid, and this is going to be so much damage going into the core of WildHeart as Tychus splits off. It's
a creepy game.
Yeah, both of these altars, and yeah, exactly. I was just about to say, like, boss was that key. So Nasmus is actually fine here. I thought Nasmus was gonna be way worse off, but no. And Tychus, where are you going? Oh no, Tychus is tapping well. I was like, where are you going, bud? Like, get over to the objective.
Don't you know maths? But this is gonna take a while. Skyfall is gonna interrupt during at least 15 seconds.
Okay, I was wondering if Deathwing took off way too late. So Nasmus will try and zone in through mid. Red Robot and Prismaticism are just doing their best to get this double channels. Diva's doing their best to make sure. Okay, good play from WildHeart. So they avoid the KO or the knockout position with that boss. And they stay alive. And I'm sure there's people in chat like, this is GG go next. Like, it's Towers of Doom. It's still anyone's game. I've seen enough Towers of Doom games from 5 to 32 really swap, but we'll see if that actually can happen here as, the taunt onto Zeratul shuts that down. And now the members of Oxygen grab the Sapper Camp through bottom lane.
Yeah, Justin should have known that, but it's like a small accident. He gets hit the nitrous, stunned for like half a second, and then he gets pushed in to Varian as well, which suddenly puts him into the stun lock, and he dies when he was looking to Wormhole. I get him trying to make something happen there because the road to victory is so far. Funds?
Yeah, I didn't want to cut you off there, but I was like, Funds, what you gonna do there, bud? 2 sappers go over the wall. I'd expect Oxygen to make the rush for boss. You can already see Diva's up there. Diva's going for boss immediately. They needed one sapper to go through, and it was a bit of a read. And not Oxygen. WildHeart knows this, and they're already moving Dahaka up here. But this might just be a sacrifice of a hero. Dahaka's isolation. Do they have any sort of? I don't think they have tunneling claws either, so they're gonna burrow. Gonna use their essence, but Taunt will stagger out of death and. Now they move over on the side of Oxygen towards this boss. This is looking like we're not going to be having a 3-0 today here, Grubby. It seems like the members of Oxygen are going to be able to go up in this series. Okay, we do have Funds coming back. Stay well and listen from Buzz. Bellowing roar, but it doesn't seem to do enough. Funds walks away. PitKid VP's the point. There is a sliver that needs to go over to Oxygen, and it finally get channeled. The members of Oxygen will not go down 3-0. GG, well played. We continue our series.
Yes, we do. Bahamut. Oxygen stays alive. Towers of Doom kind of feels like it's like a different game almost. So even when you're behind in a series, I think it's one of those great catch-up maps where you can kind of reset, play sort of a little bit different game than you've been playing on the other maps, and have a chance to get back in the series. And that's exactly what Oxygen did with some very solid play, really good rotations on that map, looking good just like they have all day. So the question is now, can they keep this momentum going? Grubby, what do you think?
Well, I'm just still thinking of that boss moment just now because the Stay Wild Listen actually stopped Deathwing from silencing everyone off the point. So that was a little bit unfortunate. That's why I think Bud self-deprecatingly B-stepped. But yeah, we suddenly don't have a 3-0. We have still our first chance for a total reverse sweep, though after a 2-0. If Oxygen wins the next 2 maps, it will be the first time in the whole HeroesCCL league play.
It is possible.
Will the members of Oxygen be able to do that? Like that was a pretty good win, but the one thing that I took away from that game was I feel like WildHeart not lost through, but was overwhelmed by the map pressure from Abathur. Like that monstrosity, that got so much value. Like Grubby pointed out at one point, like a top lane fort went down because there was just that delayed fight over the bottom lane objective when there was that whole Haragic Cube, there was a Skyfall, there was a Scrollless Ceiling. So Abathur, I think, was so critical for this win for Oxygen because of the split pressure. I mean, 24,000 soak and 154,000 in Siege. Just, I think Oxygen really played this in the macro sense and really shut down WildHeart through that.
So then I guess the question is, if you're WildHeart, what do you do as far as the next map pick goes to assure that this type of thing doesn't happen again? Obviously, banning the Abathur is one, but can you maybe send it to a map where the Abathur just won't be picked at all?
Well, that makes sense, though, because there are a lot of macro-oriented picks here by Oxygen. They love the Abathur, they love the Vikings. Tried Vikings on Garden, didn't work, didn't dampen their courage. Going with Abathur here once again, the macro pick, as it were. So, yeah, I do think you keep that in mind. You're going to probably want to avoid Sky Temple.
Well, Oxygen has always been one of the more macro-focused teams in the league right from the very beginning. You know, they were showing us some of the best MOBA fundamentals that we saw in HeroesCCL. And so that's kind of been their bread and butter. So if you can knock them off of that, you know, or if you can do it maybe slightly better, like WildHeart's been able to do, you know, that's usually the path to victory. But Bahamut, I guess we know what map we're going to because we're already loading into the lobby. We'll probably see it on the screen in just a second here. But I want to, okay, wait. Now we can take the conversation farther. There we go. Battlefield of Eternity. Bahamut, Oxygen, you know, it's their map pick, it looks like. So how'd this shake out for them? Are they happy with this? Is this the kind of map you want?
I don't know, actually, because you made a point to say, do you take the enemies from the side of WildHeart into Oxygen? Do you take Oxygen to a map where they can't play Abathur or anything like that? And I was in my head, I was like, well, Battlefield. But this is actually Oxygen choosing to take us to Battlefield, a map that, quote unquote, isn't good for Abathur per se. You could play it here, but there's a lot of areas where you can hunt the Abathur. If you know, the side, like the bottom and the top of the map have those kind of hallways, if you will, that you can kind of sneak and potentially kill those Abathurs. So I don't expect it. Like, I mean, we could.
I mean,
see
part of
here.
it too. Part of it too is just the mental reset you get from winning a map, right?
Absolutely,
where it's like now you feel like you're back on your game a little bit. Now you feel like you can maybe go back to what you were trying that nearly worked but didn't quite work and find more success with it too. So more than anything, it just feels like, you know, momentum wise, the match has been reset and now maybe Oxygen has a little bit more confidence in going to, you know, more of their original game plan.
It's a possibility.
It's all speculation, but just, you know, when you're in this kind of situation, that's kind of the thought process a lot of teams end up going through.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, there's always the chance, too, that teams kind of have a plan for which maps they do first.
Sure.
Roughly second or third, and roughly want to have be last, because concentration always wavers for teams. There's just no way to stay intensely concentrated for 2 hours in a row. So you got to take the mistakes in stride. Teams get less cautious. They think of all the losses that they've had, all the wins they've had, all the data. And you can just premeditate a kind of strategy for the later half in the best of 3, best of 5. We know this from RTS games as well, StarCraft, Warcraft. The heaviest cheeses, they happen the last. You can have big surprise drafts, you know, waiting for the playoffs, and you just do not intend them for the first map, maybe. So, you know, maybe the score so far has nothing to do with the Battlefield of Eternity pick now. And maybe it does. We just don't know.
Could be. Sure, we'll get some insight when we do our post-match interview later with whoever that ends up being. Bahamut, what were you going to say?
Oh, I'm just thinking here, what's the flavor, what's the spice that WildHeart wants to bring here? And I was just trying to like rack through my head, like, what's something WildHeart about this map? And I mean, we could see some unstandard, if you will, immortal racers, like maybe like Lunara with the Nature's Calling. You have Zul Jin, who scales fairly good throughout the game if you can get those autos into enemy heroes.
Sure.
But I feel like as much as want to show off. I wonder if you take that loss on the side of WildHeart and you were like, we came in today with the intention of a 3-0, and now we come out and we say all the shenanigans are done. We are going to really just force some strong team fights. And with them having first pick on the side of WildHeart, they're able to get this Uther that's been banned out consistently against them.
Wow.
Though a Hanzo Rexar for the side of Oxygen, those are great heroes to kick things off for the side of Oxygen.
Yeah, good amount of sustained damage, good amount of crowd control coming out of that as well. It's going to be Sonya, and what's the other pick for WildHeart going to be? Going to be a Mephisto. All right, Unaverted's been great on the Mephisto today, so any chance he can have to play that, I think he's going to go with. It's been very effective.
Yeah, it's basically Mephisto has been part of all of WildHeart's victories so far, and absent in their loss.
True.
Untraditional pick of BOE.
I was going to say it is a little untraditional, but the one thing I was considering is, I wonder if it's to be able to use the Shade of Mephisto, Lightning Nova, and Skull Missile all onto Hanzo. Just to be able to pressure that Hanzo to force maybe the agility and the disengage. So maybe Hanzo goes in for the race and is poking, you Shade of Mephisto in, you harass him a bit, maybe drop him down to 50, and then now this Hanzo has to worry about any sort of big dive from a Sonya that comes in with maybe Leap or even just a wonderful spear. As we get two more bans, an Ana on the right and a Cassie on the left, what does the latter half of our drafts look like? What's the main tank and what's the healer for the side of Oxygen?
All things like Diablo are still available right now.
Murden's a good option for this map too. If you go Stormbolt build, you at level 4 with that Sledgehammer scaling, you can really chunk into the Immortals and structures too. Like it's maybe a little memey, but it's strong. It's really strong.
Ooh, first the ETC. And no cleanse yet.
Final 2 picks incoming for WildHeart. Nearly all the information. Yeah, they do theoretically need a support.
Would he go for stage dive to follow up on the arrow to try and get Mephisto's original teleportation location? I don't know if that's too memey.
I see where you're coming from on that, but the other thing too is I wonder if ETC could play it just so aggressive that they literally power slide and get themselves back behind the enemy team and get literally to that origin point, just mosh that spot. Like that's an option too, but getting back there is, we're kind of looking at this. That's the difficult part because you're getting through a Yrel, you're getting through a Malfurion, there's roots, you got a Sonya Spear, you got an Uther stun. There's a lot to get through to get to this Mephisto. And I think that's what we're seeing right now is the members of WildHeart, they don't want to win the race. They want to win the team fight. Then they'll go back and win the race when it's all over.
Right. Final pick for Oxygen coming in right about now, and it will be a Li Ming. All right. So just adding even more damage onto this already arguably pretty high damage composition.
Yeah, I'm leaning heavily into WildHeart for this one. We have stage dive arrow maybe to penetrate towards the back half of the fight by WildHeart, but then Li Ming, Deckard, can they really chase?
Well, find out. I mean, that's kind of the plan. Is that where I feel like Oxygen is going to be moving backwards a lot this series. Yeah. And so, how effectively can they move backwards while also doing damage and staying alive? And most importantly, putting damage onto the Immortal. I think that's going to be a big part of it. Are they just simply going to be zoned off of all the Immortal fights completely? And it could still go either way, but you got to lean a little bit towards WildHeart in this one. We'll see.
That's true. That's going to be their strategy, though. You said it. They have to kite backwards. They cannot actually go for Mephisto. They use Hanzo and Li Ming to continually poke and just peel and defend. So face melt is going to be key. Keep your Yrel away, keep Uther away, keep Sonya away.
Right.
Tough job for Oxygen, but they're very skilled.
Even then, I'm looking at this, if ETC if the members of Oxygen want to play this aggressive and try and push face into WildHeart, you have 10 talent tier tools on the side of WildHeart to just shut that down completely. Divine Shield onto a single target, but you also have Divine Storm. So Rexar's coming in with the Misha, and let's say the members of Oxygen are pushing face into them. You can shut that down and turn things around on the side of WildHeart really, really well. So I think as both of you said, and I'm going to I'm going to piggyback off that as well, as we are just trying to get into our Battlefield of Eternity map here. I agree. It's very much WildHeart wants to push into Oxygen, and Oxygen needs to kind of pull WildHeart in a little too far and then turn on them and find that counter kill. I think that's going to be one of the most critical plays for the side of Oxygen going into this Battlefield of Eternity map.
Yeah. Game's taking a suspiciously long time to load, so we'll see if we get in there. Now we're starting to get some loading bars, but kind of waiting to see if that goes through. Either way, it's just building the suspense. WildHeart with a chance with a map win here to punch their ticket to the winners bracket finals. Oxygen again wants to take it to that map number 5. Let's see if they can do just that. Time to get in the game.
On the right-hand side, we are going to be having the members of Oxygen. We will be seeing Prismaticism on the Li Ming. We will have Madara on the Hanzo, Banana on the Deckard, Red Robot on the ETC, and Nasmus on the Rexar. Misha obviously playing Misha. On the left-hand side, we got the members of WildHeart who are looking to just close out today's matches and continue in the upper bracket of our double elimination bracket. We've got Funds on the Uther, Zergling playing, Zergling playing Urel, Unaverted on the Mephisto, Pitkid on the Sonya, and Buds on the Malfurion. I mean, I'm going to say it for all these games. I honestly think here, Grubby, I am leaning WildHeart. I kind of gave my hand a little bit when we were getting into the game. And what are your thoughts? Or did you already kind of give your hand as well when we were kind of waiting to get into this map here?
I'm with you there. I think WildHeart has a really effective draft there. Once again, eschewing that usual main tank pick with the double bruiser, Uther a third if you count it, double healer as well if you count Uther. And he's gone for the support build, Wave of Light, not going for like super stun gun Uther build, not going for the Holy Shock poke build. He's got that bonus armor and the extra heals from the Wave of Light. Bonus armor duration, I should say. So really gonna try and keep Urel and Sonya alive as they power through the waves of damage that Li Ming and Hanzo can harass them with from afar.
So with all of that, we get into our initial fights, and it is just going to be our solo lane, Misha Rexar on top, but our bottom lane is going to be a full 4v4 with Red Robot taking. I was like holding my breath here. I was like, is Red Robot taking a lot of damage? Are they going to live through this? It was so scattered as to the direction as that's going to head. But members of WildHeart put a lot of pressure into that ETC. Li Ming, though, is very far forward right now. If the members of WildHeart can find a stun onto her, she might not live. Unfortunately, I think the members of WildHeart really just want this camp and just to disengage and go back to soaking.
Yeah, they got that Contra Impaler camp. It's worth 270 points of experience, which honestly, it's decent. It's a little bit less than a minion wave, but it's bonus, right? Meanwhile, Oxygen, they bring the 2 players to top to get the top Contra Impaler. But Li Ming leaves so early that I wonder, can Nasma secure it? Okay, Li Ming comes back.
Li Ming is able to come back. I also do want to point out a level 1 for Zergling went into the Light of Karabor, which is going to be increase the Vindication radius by 15%. And you also get healing hitting those heroes as well. So it's no Dauntless for that 35 armor. As there's a root, really good damage into Red Robot. It just feels like WildHeart is dumping all their damage into Red Robot, maybe because of the fact also that they really can't step into Banana or Madara. So Red Robot just getting threatened consistently as both teams split off for their Impaler camps, and we have Bellefen Alarian announced right about now.
The Funk Soul Angels.
Yikes. That was so...
Just...
I loved it. I absolutely loved it. I don't care what Jack said. I adore that
You're a true friend.
I mean it. No. Yeah, I love that absolutely. All right, let's continue into this.
Yes.
Bellefen and Alarian do spawn here 5 seconds in, and the bottom lane is really opened up for the side of WildHeart. Stun onto Prismaticism, but no follow-up damage to be found as the spear will not connect from Pitkid.
Yeah, didn't connect this time. Meanwhile, the desperate defense by Oxygen continues as WildHeart does not look at the Immortal. They're pushing in here, looking to get that Moonwell, the healing fountain at least. Now damage on the ETC. Nice root, Hammer of Justice, Power Slide away. He's hurt. He's gonna have to take a chill pill, maybe port back. Meanwhile, waiting for potions, looking to see if anyone oversteps, trying to desperately defend this. And the Immortal barely gets hit at all. Prismaticism is trying to decide between unloading on the players or just poking the Immortal a bit.
We'll be able to poke that Immortal. Pitkid isn't going to go for the spear. I thought they were lining up for that spear into Prismaticism. And now the fight continues, and the Immortal fight will be here. Nice blink from Prismaticism. Good read into the Mephisto as well, actually stepping into them. Unsure if they can Hearth during that team fight. Fun fact, you can't Hearth if you're taking damage. So maybe Prismaticism, when you watch that back, you can learn a little bit something as we have the Righteous Hammer knocking ETC out of the root, and that might have saved them as the double potions were around the corner from Banana. And this is a defense from WildHeart as Rexar comes into this. No, okay, Rexar is still just kind of hanging around their own Immortal.
Yeah, he's soaked, so now he's trying to deny the XP that collapsed on the gates of WildHeart. He garnered a bit of experience advantage.
A lot of damage. No, I was just gonna say a lot of damage into ETC for a second, but it wasn't yielded. I do want to point out though, Hanzo did finish their level 1, so they have
nice.
the, I believe the extra scatter, no, the extra arrow from the scatter, because you create 2 additional arrows. But Hanzo gets picked off by Urel. I actually kind of missed exactly what it was. Was it just an auto?
Yeah. No, I also didn't see it. I was following the cam, and he just got he got bursted by something. Not sure what. Quest complete, and well, you know the rest. Robot there with the pure and prismaticism. Looks like a very solid advantage here for Oxygen on the Immortal, but they can't get that last poke.
Zergling is just 1v4ing in a sense. I mean, the rest of the team's around the corner, but still, that was a little scary, especially without any sort of Ardent Defender. And now Zergling, ooh, that Vindication from level 1 is really helping out. Or excuse me, the Light of Karaborg with the Scatter Arrow is just on point from Hanzo. Very well played. Those are the Scatter Arrows that I wish I could hit.
Yeah, really important one. Monora gets a kill there on Urel. Funds trying to run away in pursuit of justice was useful. Getting that 25% movement speed after a stun, but didn't quite get away. Note, by the way, no cleanse by Uther. He's gone for Guardian of the Ancient Kings. 50 armor for 3 seconds if he heals anyone that is stunned, rooted, or silenced. Plenty of that.
And there's a lot of readable abilities from the enemy team to be able to see that. Like ETC's Power Slide is very, you can see that coming. You might not be able to hit your buttons quick enough, but like Decker Kane with the Herodric Cube or even the Scroll of Sealing, those are very, very telegraphed abilities. So I would expect Buds to be able, it's not Buds, excuse me, Pitkid to be able to, oh my god, no, Funds! I can't believe, I misread the name 3 times, dear lord. I was trying to watch everything else on the map as well, but Funds just trying to be able to read these abilities I think should be fine in that, and I'm excited to see what kind of denial it does bring for the side of WildHeart as Prismaticism is harassed and is able to back away.
Pretty even game so far. 4 damage on the bottom lane by both teams. Very even on experience. 1 and 2 in takedowns. A very close game here. If WildHeart wins, they go into the finals against Simplicity. The loser, of course, goes to as ETC Red Robot. Finally, he does get up. It was finally enough. This time, all 5 members, which it's interesting. WildHeart had many collapses on ETC, and he always got away with 20% life. Sonya, Urel was the missing link. Oh, nice dodge by Madara on the Durance.
Durance goes down. Wrath of Berserker was used by Pitkid. So this will be our blue team still sieging in through bottom lane.
Stage dive. Arrow.
Wow. So it is exactly as you were talking about. I didn't think they would go for it, but at the same time, I kind of convinced myself during our explanation loading in that like even the power slide is just so hard to get back beyond. So
yeah. How do you get through Sonya Urel? Just ignore them, lol? Like, okay, now he has stage dive. This is a good time to use it, maybe.
Hanzo rips the arrow, Malfurion goes down, stay well and listen from the Decker Kane will go out as well as Mephisto gets picked off. Divine Shield goes on to Funds as the Righteous Hammer connects onto Nasmus. Pitkid is going to go down to the Li Ming, and that is a triple kill over to the side of Oxygen. Make it a quad kill. No, not yet. I'm calling that too soon. Absorption, our defender used by Urel, but there's going to be your quad kill as Rexar chases Funds. Can they make it a pentakill on the side of Oxygen?
Well, he's got the Hammer of Justice. Nice dodge. There's the heal with the armor. Now he's got the movement speed. Madara says no.
Technically, we did have some respawns during that, but overall, it's going to be a pentakill for the side of Oxygen, and I would expect this to be Oxygen's Immortal as well. I think still with 10 seconds on Uther, it will be just way too long, and the positional advantage has already gone over to the side of Oxygen, even during the second phase. Well, actually, no, second phase still has to come.
Yeah. So the question is, if they had let Uther go, they would have reached that point earlier. Mm-hmm. Would there still be death timers now of the other players? Probably not either. It's probably still a good kill, because Uther's now out of position for this Immortal.
Bottom lane does have the Shaman camp as well to note in favor for the side of WildHeart, so that does have some pressure through that. Top lane has a massive minion wave onto that fort already in favor of Oxygen, so bit of a split. Look at the top lane though, or not top lane, above us. We had Li Ming with the Twilight Dream and the root. We didn't really get to talk about this at the start.
Use the root. He didn't need the root. Oh, so it was Buds' root that hit Li Ming? So he finally got punished for his aggressive positioning. Because Li Ming Prismat has been very aggressive.
Oh god, yeah. Like I was surprised in the earlier factors why there weren't just stuns coming out from Uther into the face of Li Ming, but maybe it was just to give them that false sense of security. I'm not sure. Zergling dives in onto Nazmes. Half health Misha tries to come help Rexar. Meanwhile, Sonya is on the left-hand side, and we have that Sapper, excuse me, not Sapper, we have the Shaman camp still coming in through bottom lane. Just overall good control from WildHeart, but now Pitkid needs to come back over here. They need to team fight. Members of WildHeart, oh my god, did Uther even have a health bar? Hello?
Uther, she can't just Prismatis like it's done. Yeah, he just took him down from 60, sorry, Warcraft campaign joke. It's like 60% that Prismaticism did on Uther, and yeah, that really hurt. I think Sonya was doing about 400 damage per second DPS, so he decided to come back because it would take him about 20 seconds to finish the Immortal. Pitkid realized that time isn't there. They came in to defend aggressively, but didn't work out. Immortal lost, Uther down. This is a very important consolation prize, though. They are all back again. They get the solo kill to prevent the XP swing. They get a bit of a wall. Now they come back in time to save their keep, probably.
Sonya is still staying in top lane too. ETC stage dove into top lane actually. So that was that to deny the fort get from Pitkid, right. I guess the fort kill.
Save XP.
Yeah.
But do not save the fort because ETC cannot solo Sonya. Wait, is he afraid of allies? Yeah.
Yeah, I was just looking at the minimap. Li Ming, Hanzo, Deckard, Rexar, they're all missing on minimap. So, yeah, definitely I think Sonya read it, and there was probably a call from the team like, you're far up there, ETC's just holding you. There would have been the chain CC and the blow up. So, good read, good communication from WildHeart. Oxygen trying to trying their best here and doing a good job. It's 4 to 8 in kills, and I would say even though the structures are actually pretty even. Like it's a very close game, but I think Oxygen's looking really comfortable as the Durance of Hate does not connect. That's a Hanzo ripping an arrow. A lot of damage out. Twilight Dream from the Malfurion only connecting onto ETC and I think the Misha as just a lot utilized, but no one going down just yet.
Much shorter cooldowns for Oxygen.
Stun on
for the heroics.
Yeah, that's very true. Zergling is going to just get chunked by Prismaticism's combos right there, and Prismaticism has to dive over the wall. Pitkid, woo, getting very low right there. Mephisto diving forward with the Shade of Mephisto. Prismaticism able to blink away from the Avenging Wrath of Zergling, and this fight is just constantly being spread around. Can they find the kill onto Misha through WildHeart? Not the case.
Pretty good damage game again for Unaverted, but not to the same order yet as in the other games. 35,000. Hanzo, his superior. Madara looking supreme with 48,000 hero damage. He's the key source of burst and sustained damage here for Oxygen at this time. Misha goes down. That means the fort should go down as well. Nazmas should be unable to save it, but they want more. Pitkid with the flank. Sonya coming from the right. Nazmas. Does he suspect? Yeah, he suspects. That Hearthstone was saying like, saw ya, or I know it. I know you're there.
Oh my god, the read coming up from Oxygen is so very good, but now we have our third Immortal phase of the game, if I'm not mistaken, and a 16 talent here in favor for the side of Oxygen. A whole level to be found through WildHeart, and I just don't know if they have the time to do so. Seems like Unaverted just wants to poke at the enemy team, but Li Ming's got some stray damage coming in that WildHeart needs to be aware of and needs to be conscious of coming into them, as Yrel and Sonya are split soaking. Boars are unleashed. So it's just a lot of
synergy.
Yeah, it's
kind
a
of
lot
bad synergy. They do the arrow and the Boars, but no real follow-up, but they still get damage. Poke, I suppose. Space. Oh, the Root Deckard caught by himself. Oh, wow. He's not just dead, he's so dead.
Zergling over here playing putt-putt with the with the Deckard Cain, like literally got the Righteous Hammer into the Immortal Sun. Very well played. Pit Kid trying to save the fort here. Might be able to do so. We'll keep an eye on that one through the mini-map, but those are the fights that you really want to take as the team down. I mean, that experience is massive for you. There's going to be a lot of damage going into ETC, who finds the power slide through Zergling as WildHeart sets up for defensive positioning. 15 seconds on the Deckard Cain. Buds takes a chunk of damage, heals up through that one. And now this is going to be race over from the side of WildHeart. But we talked about this in draft, Grubby. This is a very slow racing team.
Yeah, not the best at all. Sonya's okay. A nice hammer of justice down. Madara gets absolutely blown to smithereens. And that's a chain death. Deckard just came back. Madara was looking to be in a safe spot there, but not quite. No, and now it's 4v5. Potentially Immortal for Oxygen.
Endurance of Fate goes out, but the boars are unleashed from Rexar, and the members of WildHeart continue to stay on to this point. I gotta shout out that Benediction level 16 from Uther really got the double stun value onto Hanzo and set up that kill. Hanzo down for 15 more seconds. The Immortal is getting very low, and it looks like Belith falls, and Alarian will be the first, it'll be the first time Alarian spawns in favor for the side of WildHeart. This will be a top lane Immortal. Sonya, as I noted, did save the top lane fort, so there's no periodic catapult pressure against WildHeart. They themselves actually have the extra catapult, and that's now coming through wave. This is an exciting push for WildHeart. Can Oxygen defend more than just their keep front gate?
They've got good poke via Li Ming and Hanzo. Sometimes you've got teams that are based around Artanas. It's like, I got good Immortal damage, yeah, but you can't defend worth anything. Li Ming, Hanzo do a better job of that, so let's see if they can save their keep. Still pretty tanky Immortal. It goes melee momentarily. Keep is still alive. Nazmas coming in from the rear.
Immortal moves into melee range as it did lose its shielding. Boars are unleashed. Misha gets a massive just jump through. That's Endurance of Hate from Mephisto as well. I think Hanzo got an arrow in there, but it's still members of WildHeart finding the kill into this keep. Will they go to core? Pit Kid has the Wrath of Berserker, looking to maybe get a spear, but Wrath of Berserker does end due to the just duration running out of time. Not able to auto attack onto anyone on that Sonya. Immortal does go down, and I think this is full disengage from WildHeart. They got a lot there. Ooh, Pit Kid trying for the re-engage. Didn't work out, and now Li Ming chasing in. It's a lot of damage into unaverted, but that's unaverted just fine. Here's my scary thing, Grubby. Like, does Oxygen chase too far and WildHeart turns it around?
Or just far enough. Red Robot gets the stage dive. D-Shield down in 1 second. Will Red Robot slide forward? No. Maybe you're right. Maybe it is too far. Madara certainly looks too far. Not sure what happened there. I suppose circling with the hammer?
This is what, like, WildHeart does this. Like, they did it in, I want to say they did this in the first game, or in a previous game that we've seen. Like, they kind of like, oh, we're running away, please don't hurt us. And then the team's like, we're gonna get a kill. And then all of a sudden it's just like, you missed one skill shot, that cooldown's now out. We're gonna just play off of that. And insane. Like, WildHeart,
you have
almost
to change
score.
You're getting away. Oxygen, get him. You really think that this is like a trick they do? Because I was wondering, why are they staying with the Immortal and then walking back? They're doing this a lot?
I feel like it's a play from WildHeart's book, and a lot just went on to ETC, but the members of WildHeart don't step in, because keep in mind, there are those two towers by that gate that would have been giving free damage, or I guess dealing damage into the side of WildHeart. So I think they respect it. They say, okay, we get Endurance of Hate out. It's whatever. That's one heroic. That's actually, it's not even that long of a heroic in comparison to what's coming off a cooldown. Like 18 seconds on D-Shield, 25 on that. Not bad for WildHeart.
Durance 50 seconds. You see your D-Shield is on a 40 seconds cooldown. You're basically fine to use Durance for disengage, for poke, for a chance, and you'll still be in tip-top fighting shape once Uther is.
So double camp actually for bottom lane right now.
Nice.
Members of WildHeart are hanging around the Immortal, but they're not able to really step in without the Sonya just yet. This is going to be 19.5, so no 20 talent tier in favor for WildHeart. Zergling does have that.
You just go fight now if you're WildHeart, because ETC is indisposed.
Yep. ETC has stage dive, but you want to try and pull that out. Durance of Fate goes out. There's the stage dive from ETC. Rather Berserker used. Hanzo arrow narrowly missing through a couple members. Li Ming on the bottom of our map is shredding, but the Twilight Dream locks down the Misha, or at least gets the kill on the Misha, I do believe. Ardent Defender used on the top right. Red Robot's able to disengage. Prismaticism cannot find a combo to get a kill in favor for the side of Oxygen, and this bottom lane is still pressing out in favor for the side of WildHeart. The pull onto ETC was massive. Power slide from ETC connects onto Unaverted, but there's no damage. The damage actually goes into Red Robot from the side of WildHeart. Can WildHeart get this kill into the ETC? They do find it. That's a big moment for WildHeart. What happens next here, Grubby?
Keep goes down. WildHeart gets not just one win, but 2 wins at the same time. Now they have a double kill. Keep goes down. There's still catapult pressure. They barely need the Immortal. They can maybe just go 20v19. However, they are against double assassin duo of Madara and Prismaticism. So maybe just getting the Immortal is far safer than trying to force the issue with a small level 20 advantage.
A double stun lockdown, if there's the damage, could be big for Funz. Unfortunately, Funz wants to harass the Li Ming, or at least, stop them and lock them down, but the rest of the team's like, we're gonna go siege and go get this Immortal because the enemy team is still respawning. Is Hanzo and just Decker just hanging out okay, no, they were hearthing or something like that. Sorry, I was watching the minimap and I was like, are they just doing whatever? Oh, Prismaticism is gonna stagger out of death. You don't want your Li Ming dead here, Grubby. Li Ming has such good core defense. You just said that.
Yeah, but the thing is, though, this Immortal is actually unstoppable. Unless you're against Bronze 5, who would give you the full 5 team. I think at this point it was choose your death. Some people want to be chased by cheerleaders off a cliff, like in that movie once. Others, Li Ming, he wanted to fight 1v5 in mid. And in this case, it was really just the end. I don't think Prismat was griefing. I just chose his death. And WildHeart, man, 3-1, they did it.
WildHeart is going to move over to core. Wrath Berserker popped. That is going to be the Hanzo going down. Looks like Buds is going to be absolutely fine. Might actually get picked off as well. Immortal moves towards core as everyone else is still playing around trying to pad some KDAs. Literally Unaverted wants to go kill Nasmus. That's all it is. We're just padding stats. We're just literally Nasmus just wrote please as they were getting chased. Unfortunate. The core will fall, and this will be WildHeart punching their ticket to the upper bracket and forcing the members of Oxygen to the lower bracket up against CrowdControl. GG's.
Well played.
Padding the stats there at the end for WildHeart, but more than anything, just a really, really well played game. And I think Oxygen, you can't fault them for their draft at all, and it was working early on. They were doing what I was wondering if they were going to be able to do, which is poke effectively enough to win Immortals, to poke WildHeart off, and they were doing that. The long range poke was tough to deal with. They got the first 2 Immortals, right? But WildHeart did a great job of staying patient, giving up that little edge early in exchange for the knowledge that when the game got to the late game, they'd be tankier against that poke. They'd be able to go in and find those picks a lot easier, and then they'd be able to take Immortals, and that's exactly what they did, taking the last 2 Immortals for themselves, winning the series 3-1, and going on to the Winners Bracket Finals tomorrow. It was a great series. That was really, really fun to watch, despite the fact that we didn't get the 5 games we were hoping for.
Yeah, we got 8 out of 10, not too bad, and absolutely great series. Bahamut?
I have to say, it's WildHeart. They seemingly love this 16 talent tier explosion. We saw it in game number 1, if I'm not mistaken, on the Garden of Terror. Garden of Terror early was a little shaky, much like this map, and then we got that 16 talent tier and the Benediction, the Templar's Verdict. We have the Static Field, the Giant Slammer, the Nature's Balance. There's so many good tools for WildHeart, and I think they knew their condition to win, and they played perfectly for it.
Very true. We are going to have Zergling from Team WildHeart on the call in just a moment for an interview. And I believe we got him right now. Zergling, can you hear me?
Yes, can you see me?
Yes, we can.
Awesome.
All right.
I can't see that, so.
Oh, yeah, that's okay. Yeah, that's fine. Just listen to our beautiful voices instead. Zergling, congratulations. You guys are going to the Winners Bracket Finals. It looked a little bit shaky here and there, but you stayed strong. What do you think the key to victory today was for the team?
We're just better.
That's it. Okay. All right. Sure.
All right.
We'll give you that one. Grubby, what's your question?
What's the history there? I mean, we see some B steps. We see Bud's obviously very happy, expressing himself with his emotions, not the silent stoic type at the end of the games. You're just better. What's the story here? Has there been some bad blood between the two of you? a team?
No, I wouldn't say bad blood, more like a rivalry. We haven't scrimmed them, I think about like 6 weeks or something. It's been a long time since we scrimmed these guys. Our org owner, Steve, is really good friends with Steve on their side. They're both named Steve, so that works out. But we get along with them really well. We hang out with some of them outside of scrims. We trash talk all the time, beast up. We mess around, flame each other in Twitch chat, things like that. So it's just a rivalry. It was nice to get a little payback though, since the last time we weren't up to par for the last series.
No hard feelings, but you guys are just better. Got it. Now another question: you're facing Simplicity tomorrow. And Simplicity started off with a 2-5 score. Now they've won a whole bunch of games. You started with a 6-1 in the group stage. You're now 7-1. So you're the top seeded team that did deliver, unlike CrowdControl. Simplicity thinks that despite their score, they may just be the best team in the league. They were confident that they were going to win. Your words?
I think they have put forth the most effort. They have scrimmed the most. They practiced the most, and rightfully so they you guys can see the results. I think they've been doing really well. I don't think CrowdControl was ready for them. I don't think they put time in that the Simplicity did, and they deserve that win. Now, are they the best team? I think they're the team to beat. I think it's going to be us versus Simplicity, and then we may see that in the grand finals as well, whoever falls to the lower bracket. I think we have a better read on Simplicity than the other teams, and our draft has been pretty good so far, and we have a lot of things in store for Simplicity.
Cool. Thanks.
That was actually, I have 2 quick questions as well. And that was what I was going to kick things off. Like, do you have still a whole playbook, a whole slew of compositions that we haven't seen yet? I know you guys are WildHeart and you have these wild drafts, but like, have we even seen the tip of the iceberg of what you've prepared for these playoffs?
No. You probably won't see them until the grand finals, if I had to guess. Might throw some in here and there to get kind of people scared. Like, is that what they're really going to play? I'm not really sure. So we throw some picks in there that were like, we could try it, mess around a little bit. So as you can see, the Lily. So we just decided, maybe Lily looks pretty good here. So, that's just a little start of what we're going to do.
That's exactly what I wanted to ask next. I was like, the Lily. Can we talk about that for 2 seconds? Like, what? Like, was it the jugs? Was it like what? Why? Why?
Everything. She's just the best healer.
Oh God! All right. Well, there you go.
They had to nerf her last balance patch because she was winning too much in the lower end of Storm League. And these competitions, against Oxygen, it was too low for a skill level that we had to bring Lily in to carry the win.
That's it for me, Joa. Wow. Oh my God!
Wow. All right. Well, I don't know if much more needs to be said, but we'll give you the opportunity anyway. Any last shout outs you want to make before we send you on?
Yes. Shout outs. Sorry for forget anything. Goon forgot to give me the script of what to say. Shout out to WildHeart. Shout out to our Espionage for our supporting us. Shout out to my team, shout out to my girlfriend, and shout out to Funds Mob. And also shout out to everyone in Twitch chat and supporting CCL, because this playoff should be very fun for tomorrow and also next week.
Well, the playoffs have definitely been fun already. Thanks for showing us some pretty awesome games, and good luck in your match tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot. All right, Zergling from the winning team, WildHeart today, and great series. I love the attitude. I love the confidence. I think tomorrow is going to be a great set of matches as well. Before we go any further, though, remember, guys, type !giveaway in chat right now to have a chance to enter a giveaway to win some great Duke Cannon products. Definitely do that. And wow. What a day, huh? What a crazy day. Let's take a look at the bracket. Yeah. Simplicity versus WildHeart will be our upper bracket finals. And then the other match we're going to see tomorrow is going to be CrowdControl versus Oxygen. The winner of CrowdControl versus Oxygen moves on to face the loser of Simplicity versus WildHeart. And then that will determine our 2 teams in the CCL finals. It's hard to predict. I think WildHeart and Simplicity both look very strong, but I feel like we're going to see Oxygen again contesting for that spot in the finals. That's going to be my official prediction. I think Oxygen looks solid today despite the loss.
I can see exactly what you mean with that. Oxygen played really well. I think there's a little bit to be said with what Zergling said. Like, no flame intended towards CrowdControl. I think out of all the teams we've seen today, CrowdControl looked the most unpracticed. I'll say it bluntly. Like it just seemed like they weren't able to make the same plays we saw in weeks 5, 6, and 7 in the regular season. So maybe that actually kicks them into gear a little bit. We'll have to see tomorrow, but I'm so ready for these matches. That like I let's skip sleeping. Let's just start the broadcast. Let's go. Like we can do it, right?
I choose sleep. All right. Well, Grubby, any final thoughts before we end the day here?
Yeah, I think that was my favorite player interview ever. I mean, a lot were good, but that was just hilarious. I'm very amped up for Simplicity versus WildHeart, considering both teams, obviously respect each other, but they think they're doing really well, and I think it's deserved. Agree with you. CrowdControl looked the least practiced. I don't think there's time to practice anymore. They're going to have to rely on just a solid mindset for tomorrow, with the shame of their defeat today to motivate them. And finally, Oxygen, you said it. They played well. WildHeart drafts weird. I do think they're probably the favorite against CrowdControl, but the games will show. Y'all should tune in tomorrow. It was a great day of HOTS. There'll be more tomorrow.
Fair enough. Bahamut, what are your final thoughts to close out the day?
Lily OP. First pick it in Storm League. Go.
Best healer in HOTS.
Just realistically, today's games were really good. I enjoyed everything, and I think the winners are obviously the winners are winners, but we all are the winners in this because we got so much fun here as the Storm action today. Like I had a blast with all of this, and a lot of turnarounds I wasn't really expecting.
Yeah, we knew it'd be a great set of games. It certainly was. That's going to do it for us. But thanks to Roll20 for being such an awesome sponsor here at HeroesCCL. Again, if you want to do, the tabletop gaming, rolling dice, pen and paper, that's all fun, but it's tough to do right now. But guess what? You can do it online with all of Roll20's products. So awesome service. A lot of us here actually at CCL use it anyway in our own personal gaming time. And so we're thrilled to have them as a sponsor working with us here. Thanks to you all out there for watching. Thanks to our production staff here for putting on a great show, for fighting the technical difficulties that come up in this this great but wild world of esports. We will see you guys tomorrow for more playoff action, the winners bracket finals, the first lower bracket match. It's going to be pretty sick. So we'll see you then. Thanks for watching HeroesCCL presented by Roll20. Have a great night. We'll see you tomorrow.
Don't stink.